Reborn in Konoha as the Anbu torturer, Chapter 51. However, at this point in time, everything could still be changed. Let's see if Fugaku would still be so impulsive. Well, maybe that was his punishment for being impulsive. Aoba thought about it and suddenly felt that it was quite reasonable. Anyway, he was too lazy to care about the matters of the Uchiha clan, and it had nothing to do with him. The reason why he noticed Fugaku in his memory. That was because Fugaku recognized the dead person at a glance. The dead person was called Daisuke. It was the person on the list of missing people. It was because of Fugaku's existence that the people on the list were killed again. Such a thing ignited the past rumor again. Although there was no evidence, the public opinion was all pointed at Danzo. This time, even the third Hokage could not sit still. There was no way to continue to be like usual, and they had to announce the next day that the missing people and the floating corpse case would be handed over to Konoha military police force to handle and take back all the law enforcement rights hidden in this case. At this point, Konoha military police force, who had the power to reinvestigate, began a close investigation. They even directly listed Danzo as the most important suspect. When Aoba saw this, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Looks like the matter of Danzo being disgusted with the Uchiha clan was not so simple. At first, maybe it was because of the second Hokage Senju Tobirama, he didn't have a good impression of the Uchiha clan. After becoming a government official, he constantly induced the conflict between the Uchiha and Konohagakure. He wanted to separate the Uchiha clan from Konohagakure. In the future, the Uchiha clan would have no place in the village to stay. But Aoba did not expect that this matter was not a simple motive. Indeed, there was no such thing as hatred without reason in this world. Perhaps this was the matter. Konoha military police force, who was made up of the Uchiha clan, was led by the remnants of the old era, found some evidence against Danzo. Then they ruthlessly made Danzo do something, and this led to the subsequent events. Aoba already knows what would happen in the future. The third Hokage would have some disagreement with Danzo and Orochimaru in the matter of Hashirama cells transplantation. They stopped all the experimental projects and sealed them. Thus, Danzo and Orochimaru conducted research in secret. It was the kind of secret research that brought out Yamato, and later on, Orochimaru's matter was revealed, so he escaped and become a Konohagakure traitor. So, it seemed now that Konoha military police force had the right to investigate the people's disappearance. It was very likely that this was the fuse for a series of events in the future. As expected, there was a cause and effect. Aoba once again sighed with emotion in his heart. The timeline he crossed over, coupled with the fact that he could read other people's memories and know what would happen in the future, allowed him to see the process of Konohagakure's changes more clearly. For him, this was a blank unknown time. The things that happened in the past could be read through memory, and the things that happened after the Kyuubi rebellion had been already seen in anime. What happened in this period of time? It could be said to be the cause of everything in the future. Kumigakure spy. Tsunagakure spy. The people's disappearance. The remnants of the old era. Konoha military police force. And the Battle of the Konoha Bridge would take place in the future Third Ninja War. These events, they are all laying down a foreshadowing for the future. Aoba mechanically ate the noodles in the bowl, but his head was quickly sorting out the cause and effect of these things. Try to be as detailed as possible. Summarize everything that might happen, as well as the precursor to a certain matter in the future. It was like sorting out Konohagakure's history book. It was just that the purpose of Aoba doing this was not to participate in this period of history and change it. This was not his character. Those were all scenes he had read in a novel. When the protagonist got the golden finger, he began to be reckless and act tough all the way from the beginning to the end. Aoba was very clear that the protagonists in those novels were all protected by authors, and there would be no accidents at all. But he was different. He had only obtained a system to read memories. Although reading memories could be rewarded, the reward was not too much of a change to his current situation. What was more precious was the information the memory brought. If he was reckless, he might not even know how he died. Perhaps he would not even know how. After all, the sage body he obtained for the first time he read memory was simply not enough. Aoba sorted out these events for a very simple purpose. That was to avoid all the causes and effects. If war breaks out, it has nothing to do with him, who read memory in Konohagakure Intelligence Division. Uchiha clan's demise doesn't have anything to do with him. If he had a chance to touch heads while cleaning up the bodies of the Uchiha clan, then it was good, but if he doesn't have a chance, then forget it. In any case of Obito, this kind of person who would destroy the whole world if stimulated, there would be a second time even if he was saved once. He can just take care of Rin for him. Aoba didn't want to participate in anything, he didn't want to be involved in any cause and effect, and he didn't want to have any fetters with anyone. He just wanted to be an emotionless ninja of the Konohagakure Intelligence Division. Of course. This thought at this moment, a slight change occurred. Thinking of this, Aoba stopped eating and turned to look at Minato on the left. A trace of determination appeared in his eyes. What's wrong? Minato suddenly felt that Aoba was watching him and stopped eating. A trace of doubt flashed through his blue eyes. I suddenly thought of something, Aoba said lightly. What is it? A question mark popped up in Minato's head. He vaguely felt that Aoba was a little strange, but he could not tell what was wrong. Have you thought of what your son's name is? Aoba asked slowly. Pfft. Minato directly spat out the noodles in his mouth. Because this topic was too sudden, he did not control his strength well and just sprayed it on Toka's face not far away. In a split second, Toka turned his head in confusion. His face was full of confusion, and there was even some ramen on his nose. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Minato bowed and apologized to Toki. Then, he turned to look at Aoba with an embarrassed expression and said, What are you asking? I'm still a child, and where would I get a son? Minato, you applied for a holiday for me this time, and I have nothing to thank you for. In the future, when your wife Kushina gives birth, I will personally help you deliver the child, and I will ensure the safety of your mother and son. Aoba solemnly said something that made the corners of Minato's mouth twitch. You bastard! Minato suddenly opened his eyes wide, his blue pupils filled with shock. He recalled what Aoba said when he met him in Ramen Ichiraku not long ago. Don't tell me you have some thoughts on Kushina. Chapter 52. Looking at Minato's nervous appearance, Aoba suddenly wanted to laugh. He didn't expect this person to think so much and actually thought that he was interested in Kushina. Minato, don't think too much. Aoba waved his hand, indicating that Minato should not be nervous. There was a faint smile in his eyes. How can I not think too much? Minato's expression became extremely strange. He stared at Aoba with a complicated expression. There were many questions in his heart that he did not know how to ask. What did he mean? What delivery? And when they met in the past? He still remembered Aoba saying that his girlfriend was not bad. What was this? Minato looked at Aoba with vigilance in his eyes. In his heart, Kushina held a lot of weight. He absolutely could not let Aoba jump in here and do anything excessive. I don't mean anything. Seeing that Minato became serious, Aoba hurriedly explained earnestly. He had no friends in this world. Only Minato could make his heart, which had become cold and indifferent, feel a little warm. This made him not only not want to cut off the bond between him and Minato but also want to cherish it. I just want to help you. Aoba explained. He had already realized his problem. There were some words better to say it in his heart. Don't say it so easily. After all, Minato had no idea what would happen in the future, and he couldn't say what would happen in the future. Don't say it. It was useless to use his mouth. Just do it directly. Aoba immediately made a decision in his heart. When Kushina gave birth, he would sneak into the delivery room. The way you helped me was strange enough. The corner of Minato's mouth twitched violently. Not to mention that he was still in a rather ambiguous stage with Kushina and had not fully confirmed their relationship, but he had already regarded Kushina as the love of his life. He was suddenly taken aback, especially when Aoba said he would guarantee that the mother and son had a safe delivery. Minato was a little confused. Ha 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 ha, alright, just pretend that I did not say anything. Let's talk about something else. Aoba knew that there was no way to explain this, so he simply did not explain. He waved his hand with a smile and said, I have no thoughts about Kushina. There was no burden in Aoba's heart. After all, he had no thoughts about Kushina. He knew this very well. But Minato was not that clear. When it came to Kushina, he became worried. You really don't have any ideas? Minato couldn't help but repeat the confirmation. With just a few words, the originally smiling and carefree Minato directly made Aoba unable to deal with him. No, absolutely not. You can be at ease. Aoba smiled slightly, staring at Minato, and jokingly said, even if I have feelings for you, I won't have any feelings for Kushina. You still have feelings for me. Minato's eyelids twitched violently, and he jumped up from his chair like a frightened rabbit. His blue eyes flashed with disbelief, and he took 2 steps back, maintaining a trace of distance from Aoba. When Aoba saw Minato's reaction, he was speechless. Why did it sound like he was going to eat someone? It can't be. I'm just giving an example. Come back and sit. Let's continue to eat noodles. Aoba waved at Minato, then continued to pick up the chopsticks and pick up the noodles in the bowl and begin to stuff them into his mouth. You are so hateful. Minato pointed at Aoba. He had never dealt with such a situation before. He immediately felt passive, but he still sat back down. After all, there was still half a bowl of ramen noodles left, and he could not resist the temptation of ramen. When Minato ate the half bowl of ramen noodles, his mood was completely different from the first half. He was very happy when he ate the first half of the bowl as if he was enjoying the delicacy of the world. He did not notice what Aoba was doing next to him. Now, the second half of the bowl of noodles. Minato stared at Aoba as he ate the noodles. His attention was completely focused on Aoba, and he even forgot the taste of the noodles. Just like this, the two of them were silent and, after eating the noodles in front of them. Are you full? Aoba turned to look at Minato and asked. The moment he turned his head, he found that Minato was staring at him. What are you doing? Minato suddenly became vigilant. He had not completely figured out what Aoba's sexual orientation was. Boys must protect themselves outside, especially handsome boys like him. It's my treat. If you haven't eaten your fill, then eat another bowl. Aoba looked at Minato with a smile that was not a smile. He suddenly felt that Minato was quite cute. After casually teasing him a few times, he actually showed this kind of appearance. I'm full. As Minato spoke, his eyes were always staring at Aoba. He knew that this was rude, but he suddenly found that he still did not understand some important things about this old friend, especially about hobbies. It's good that you're full. Then I'll go back. Aoba nodded and stood up. He was about to leave Ramen Ichiraku. Wait. Minato immediately called out to Aoba. He reached out to grab Aoba's arm, but he immediately retracted his hand when he thought of what Aoba had just said. Damn it! My damn charm that has nowhere to go. It's not good for boys to be too handsome. Not only do girls like them, but even boys might also be attracted to them. I have to keep a distance. Minato swallowed his saliva and took a deep breath. His eyes stared at Aoba's face that had a puzzled expression for some reason. You haven't paid the bill yet. Minato reminded Aoba. If he didn't say this, Aoba would probably have left. You are mistaken. After hearing Minato's words, Aoba directly waved his hand. It's my treat. You pay. This is how we split the work. Aoba said seriously, but his serious expression made Minato unable to say anything, just looked at Aoba in surprise. All of a sudden, he actually didn't know whether Aoba was serious or joking. I'll pay. The corners of Minato's mouth twitched slightly. He could not believe his ears, and this did not match the concept of treating. Yes. Aoba nodded again. He put his hands into his trouser pockets and immediately emptied out both of his trouser pockets. Good fellow. These two trouser pockets. They were even cleaner than his face. When I changed my clothes, I forgot to bring any money. Aoba spread out his hands and made a helpless gesture. It was not that he deliberately went back on his word. He was not wearing his usual ninja clothes, and there was no money in the pockets of his casual clothes. Chapter 53. This. Minato looked at the empty trouser pocket that Aoba had taken out, and his heart collapsed. No money. This person did not have money. Even if you don't have money, you still want to treat me. Heavens! Minato stared at Aoba with wide eyes, but the latter still looked innocent. This was sent by the heavens to punish me. That. If you don't have money, why did you agree to treat me? Minato showed an expression of not knowing whether to laugh or cry. He reluctantly touched the already withered wallet in his ninja bag. This month's expenses were too much. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken the opportunity to ask Aoba for a meal. It was just that he didn't expect. He actually overturned the car. You didn't give me the chance to refuse. Aoba scratched his head, the expression on his face still very innocent. The corners of Minato's mouth twitched again. However, he recalled the earlier scene just now. It was indeed like this. After he said that he would let Aoba treat him, he directly turned around and left. Moreover, he ordered a meal before they entered Ramen Ichiraku Noodle House. Throughout the entire process, he had never asked Aoba if he had money. But why didn't you take the initiative to say that you have no money? Minato stared at Aoba suspiciously. He vaguely felt that he had been tricked, but he had no evidence. Ha 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 ha, you'll pay this time. I'll pay next time. I'll definitely do it next time. Aoba laughed heartily. He could not remember how long it had been since he had laughed like this. It seemed that the last time it happened was before he transmigrated, when he went out to eat with his best friend. The Minato in front of him. The future fourth Hokage. In the process of contact with this person, he did not feel any arrogance. He did not find any sense of superiority that the other party had as a genius. What he felt were the other party's concern and that warm smile. This made Aoba gradually realize, whether he admitted it or not, in his heart, he already regarded Minato as a friend. Moreover, the act of him cheating Minato just now was also something he would only do when he was cheating on his best friend. If it was someone he was not familiar with, Aoba would never joke like that, nor would he casually go back on his words. All right. Minato wanted to cry but had no tears. He took out his withered purse and poured out a few coins, preparing to pay a single payment. No need. At this time, Ramen Ichiraku's boss, Toki, said something that made Minato feel extremely pleasant. Only to see. Toki waved his hand. He put on a very extravagant posture. There was a smile on that angular face. In an instant, the word free emerged in the mind of Aoba and Minato. Brother Toki, is this your treat? This is great. Minato jumped up in excitement. This was not the first time he was treated by Toki, but this kind of eating free food still made him very happy. Thank you. Aoba bowed and expressed his gratitude to Toki. You misunderstood. Toki immediately stopped smiling and shook his head. Under the puzzled gazes of the two, he began to explain. I heard your conversation just now. There's no need for me to say that. It's not that you don't need to pay. Speaking of this, Toka's gaze shifted from Minato to Aoba, and at the same time, he held the spoon in his hand. He pointed directly at Aoba. Pay up when you come next time. I will put the bill on your tab. Toka seemed to have turned into a messenger of justice and punished Aoba for his bad behavior. After he finished speaking, he was quite satisfied with his own way of doing things. A smile appeared on his face again, and his eyes could not be seen when he smiled. Okay, okay. The smile on Aoba's face suddenly froze. Good fellow. This debt had come back. He had suddenly been tricked. This time, his mentality had collapsed. Ha 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 ha. Minato suddenly held his stomach and laughed loudly. His mood suddenly became better, as if he felt the ups and downs of life. Did you see that? Brother Toka's eyes are bright. Who told you to trick me? Are you dumbfounded? But, come to think of it, did you just say that you will definitely pay next time? Then next time, it will be your treat. Minato grinned and laughed. His smile was as pure as a child's sunshine, giving people unlimited healing power. He had only chatted with Minato for a while. Aoba felt as if all the darkness he had been immersed in after coming to this world had been dispelled. Where there was light, there would be darkness. This was like a shadow. There would always be places where the light could not shine. Similarly, where there was darkness, there would also be light. Aoba deeply realized that this sun-like smiling yellow-haired youth in front of him was the ray of light that illuminated the darkness of the ninja world. Perhaps, in this world, there was no need for Minato's son to change it. I heard it too. You said it yourself that you would definitely do it next time, and you can't deny it. Toki activated the God Assist mode. This time, it was to help Minato. All right. Aoba gritted his teeth and put on a pained expression as he spat out this word. Ha 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 ha. When Minato saw the pained look on Aoba's face, he immediately became even happier. The state of mind that he had just been in had completely recovered. It's getting late. I have to go back. Next time we meet again, I will definitely treat you. Aoba said. He consciously asked himself to retreat. For him, feelings were taboo. He could acknowledge Minato in his heart. But if his relationship with Minato rose to a particularly good friend, he was not ready yet. After all, he had no idea what the cause and effect would be if Minato survived the Kyuubi rampage. On this point, this made him very cautious. Then remember to bring money when you go out next time. Minato blinked his eyes and teased. N. Aoba looked at Minato's proud appearance and couldn't help but want to cheat each other. He said, since it's my treat, you can bring one more person to eat. Swish. Instantly, the smile on Minato's face disappeared. He stared at Aoba with vigilance. It was as if his tail had been caught. Don't even think about it. Of course, Minato knew what Aoba meant by one more person. Wasn't that Kushina? That would be dangerous. He must be on guard. As the saying goes, anti-fire, anti-theft, anti-best friend. Well, best friends are not very appropriate. That's probably what it means. Minato stared at Aoba vigilantly. He would not budge in the matter of Kushina. Ha 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 ha. When Aoba saw the change in Minato's appearance, his heart immediately felt comfortable. He laughed heartily and turned to leave. Little guy. I am still slightly better. Chapter 54. After Aoba walked out of Ramen Ichiraku, he did not go back to the streets to search for people again. Instead, he quickly returned to Anbu's dormitory. He had already patted a lot of heads today. It's about time to stop. If he looks for Minato every day, after a long time, people would notice the abnormality. Aoba walked in the corridor in front of Anbu's dormitory when he suddenly heard many hurried footsteps. After that, Anbu ninjas wearing masks passed by him and gathered in the direction of Konohagakure Intelligence Division's small black room. Aoba! Suddenly, one of the Anbu ninjas stopped. He stared at Aoba through the mask and confusion flashing through his eyes. He asked, "Konohagakure Intelligence Division is holding a regular meeting. Why are you going in the opposite direction? Have you forgotten?" Aoba slapped the head of Anbu ninja with a backhand and then said, "I asked for a leave." "Who knew you asked for a leave?" This Anbu ninja glared at Aoba fiercely, and he was obviously dissatisfied with Aoba's clumsy behavior. His figure flashed and disappeared. Ding dong! Memory reading successful. Obtained, Katon, Indan, Fire Release, Flame Bullet. A crisp electronic prompt sounded in Aoba's mind, and then memories flooded into it. Humph! There was something wrong with it. Do I know you very well? If you take the initiative to ask about my situation, there was some problem with it. Aoba turned his head away and strode back to the dormitory. He could not be at a disadvantage when being hit on by a stranger. After returning to the dormitory, Aoba closed the door and sat on the bed. He slowly closed his eyes and began to read the memories of the Anbu ninja. The scenes flashed before his eyes like a movie. This ninja was a member of the Konohagakure Intelligence Division's team and a member of the Yamanaka clan. His name was Yamanaka Takeru. Aoba had no impression of this name or this person. However, he saw himself in Takeru's memory. It turned out that his weak body was already famous in the clan. Aoba did not care about Takeru's past. Most of Takeru's memories were spent in Konohagakure Intelligence Division like him. The most valuable part of memory. It was something that happened recently. After the second appearance of a corpse in the river, the investigation power of the missing people case was transferred to Konoha Military Police Force. After weighing the pros and cons, Konoha Military Police Force was ready to cooperate with Konohagakure Intelligence Division, hoping that Konohagakure Intelligence Division could help read the memory of the dead Daisuke and find the truth. It was precisely because of this request. Konohagakure Intelligence Division urgently gathered everyone for a meeting. As I expected. A flash of understanding appeared in Aoba's eyes. He knew that this Daisuke was a chess piece arranged by Yuta. They were not afraid that Daisuke's memories would be read. Because Daisuke's memories had been tampered with by Yuta. Through the secret technique of the Yamanaka clan, coupled with medicine, he could temporarily achieve this. In addition, Daisuke was already dead. If they used the mind-reading technique of the Yamanaka clan at this time, the contents of the memories they would see were what Yuta wanted people to see. Of course. If Aoba used the mind-reading system, then the memories he read were the original memories. It was just that Aoba did not want to participate in this matter at all. I already knew that after Konohagakure Intelligence Division read the memories, the conclusion they would obtain definitely point to Denzo. In this way, Yuta and the others successfully put the conflict between Denzo and Konoha Military Police Force. This will make the fragile relationship between the two forces even more difficult to salvage. It's just a pity. One of these two forces will definitely collapse when they clash. It would be great if both of them collapse. Aoba muttered to himself. Then, he lay directly on the bed. When he was in Ramen Ichiraku Noodle House, he had checked many memories, and he had just checked Takeru's memories. Now, he was a little tired and was ready to rest. Aoba was different from the other sensory ninjas. He did not use a secret technique to read memories, but rather, he used the mind-reading system. So when he read memories, he would not be tired at all. He just needed to gently touch their head. It was like downloading a movie. But when he carefully read through these memories and read many of them, he would still be mentally exhausted. It was like everyone was reviewing the action movies in the folder. They had to analyze the different effects produced by different postures. One hand quickly entered the control progress bar, and the other grasped the rhythm. At that time, they might not feel anything, but they would still feel tired the moment they closed it. This was how Aoba felt right now. He had seen too many memories. He was tired. He needed to rest. The next day, Aoba stretched and got up from the bed. He didn't need to go to work. For some reason, he felt a little bored. It's almost time to exercise. Aoba moved his neck left and right. He could already be sure that he was not in Yuda's plan. At this time, almost all of the division's attention was focused on the missing person case. No one would care about him, the unknown Konoha Intelligence Division roadman, who had taken a leave. After a simple wash, Aoba changed into Anbu's ninja clothes. To be safe, he also put on an Anbu mask. This mask was not the usual cat face mask he wore. If he met someone familiar with him with that mask, such as Eden, they would recognize him. After he was fully equipped, he was all ready to go. Aoba came out of the dormitory and went straight to the small forest behind Konoha's prison. He was ready to slowly carry out an intense workout. Shadow clone technique. After entering the forest, Aoba suddenly seemed to have changed into a completely different person, as if he was a fish returning to the sea. He was no longer the sickly person who looked like he was swaying when he walked. His entire body was as light as a swallow, as quick as a swan, turning into afterimages as he quickly shuttled through the forest, doing physical training. Aoba had a very clear plan for his training. It was mainly physical training. In the ninja world, his average physical quality was not strong, and he had obtained Sage Body when he first read his memories. With such a good foundation, it was easier to train the body. Moreover, ninjutsu could be obtained through reading memory, so there was no need to waste precious time on ninjutsu. People have seen the finale of the superb physique and almost kicked out Madara. Aoba noticed another point. The super-strong physical fitness could withstand a kick and make the story not end there. While Aoba was training on Konohagakure's river and under the gaze of countless people, the third corpse floated past them. Chapter 55. Aoba trained for 3 days in a row. He woke up every morning, went back at night, and repeated the same training process. This was after he came to the ninja world. The most presumptuous training ever. Previously, he had always been worried about being discovered and always avoiding the possible gazes. During this period of time, the attention of the entire village was attracted to the missing people case. This made Aoba, who had entered the small forest, feel like he had entered a small map with only him. Every day, he would wantonly shed sweat, constantly challenging the limits of his body, allowing him to truly feel Sage's body. Aoba had a further understanding of his physical condition. Right now, his physical fitness was almost 10 times that of a ninja of the same age. If an ordinary person were to train for 3 minutes with the same posture, he would be able to maintain it for 30 minutes. His body's recovery ability was also very fast. When he was exhausted, an ordinary person needed hours to rest. He only needed to rest for a short period of time before he could regain his former glory and fight for another 300 rounds. His chakra recovery speed was also very high, but he did not use any ninjutsu, so he did not know how many cards he could use in exchange. Overall, Aoba was still very satisfied. It was far better than when he had just transmigrated. I finally understand why Naruto is so energetic all day. The corners of Aoba's mouth curled up into a satisfied smile. Naruto was only a descendant of the Uzumaki clan and did not have a pure sage body, yet could have a strong life force. Comfortable. Aoba faced the setting sun and felt the warmth between the leaves of the forest. He stepped back to the dormitory. He trained for 3 days, and it was about time to go out and take a look. Aoba silently made a decision in his heart. After returning to the dormitory, he washed up and slept. Another day. Aoba woke up early in the morning. He changed into a fresh set of casual clothes and left the dormitory. His holiday life was so cozy and comfortable. Of course, Aoba deliberately did not bring any money in order to avoid being arranged to be treated. 10 minutes later, Aoba arrived at the bustling area of Konoha. At a glance, there were many people on the streets. My lovely cameras! Aoba swept his gaze over these people and shouted excitedly in his heart. During this period of vacation time, he was counting on these ordinary people to improve his strength. These people were his spies hidden in the entire village. This time, Aoba decided not to look for Minato anymore. If he continued to look for him and before Minato became famous, he would become famous first. Aoba's gaze swept across the crowd and finally stopped on a young man in his early 20s. He walked over without hesitation, he raised his right hand and slapped the young man's head. Hey! Fugaku! Aoba did not use much strength, and he was deliberately controlling it before he hit a person. The person he hit only felt that his head was gently touched and not beaten. Are you looking for Fugaku? The person who was slapped in the head by Aoba immediately turned his head, his eyes flashing with doubt. He looked Aoba up and down and asked, "Who are you?" Dong dong. Memory reading successful. Obtained, Katon, Carry, Dan, Fire Release, Fire Dragon Bullet. A crisp electronic prompt sounded in Aoba's mind and the memory of this person. Aoba was stunned. He realized that the young man in front of him should know Fugaku. At this time, he quickly browsed through the basic information of the young man in front of him. Uchiha Sekai. 24 years old. A Chunin ninja. Konoha Military Police Force team member. He possessed the strength of a quasi-jonin ninja. It was just that he had not yet passed the qualification certification. Currently, he had awakened the 3 Tomo Sharingan. Good fellow. Aoba failed this time. He randomly selected a target and actually hit Konoha Military Police Force's team member. That. Aoba immediately showed a panicked and nervous look. The purpose was to let Uchiha Sekai relax his vigilance. I admit my mistake. You look like each other. I thought you were brother Fugaku. Aoba bowed and said. What do you want to talk to Fugaku about? Uchiha Sekai's eyes were staring at Aoba. Right now, the entire village was on guard, and every clan was investigating the possible clues about the missing people case. He was still skeptical about the sudden appearance of this strange young man. I admire brother Fugaku very much. He is my idol, I am his fan, and I want brother Fugaku's signature. Aoba's mouth was full praise, and he directly made up a story. His face was in a crazy fan state, and his eyes were shining when he mentioned Fugaku. Ah! Sekai was stunned for a moment. He did not expect this, but he was not too surprised. He knew very well that Fugaku had a very high reputation in Konohagakure. After all, Fugaku was handsome and talented, but the ones who liked Fugaku were basically girls. This was the first time he saw a boy show such an expression. He could not help but look at Aoba a few more times and said, Fugaku went on a mission, and not here. That's too regretful. Aoba pursed his lips and revealed a disappointed expression. Sorry, I can't tell you about Fugaku's mission, and I can't tell you where Fugaku is either. When Sekai saw Aoba's appearance, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and he couldn't help but remind him. Alright then. Aoba dejectedly returned to his original path. I can't read memories anymore. The Konoha military police force of the Uchiha clan has been spread all over the village, and there were eyes and ears of the police force everywhere. If I keep touching other people's heads at this time, I will definitely be noticed. The gains would not make up for the losses. Moreover, Aoba had achieved his goal. He did not come out this time to read memories for too many benefits. Instead, he wanted to understand what had happened in the village in the past 3 days through these cameras. Just now, he had directly read the memories of Sekai. A lot of information had directly entered his mind. It was like he had invaded the public security system. And it was far more than what he saw through ordinary people. Aoba immediately returned. He could not wander around the streets for this period of time. After returning to the dormitory, Aoba closed his eyes. He began to examine Sekai's memories. Good fellow. Aoba first read the memories of the past 3 days, and he suddenly discovered that another one had died. This is too much. The person who died this time is Kihatsu. Aoba nodded silently. He saw the corpse's appearance from Sekai's memory, and it was the person who appeared in the meeting room in Yuta's memory. Chapter 56. In Sekai's memory, this young man named Kihatsu had disappeared not long ago, and he was the same group of people who had disappeared as the previous Daisuke. The list of the missing people had been reported, and they were under the investigation of the Konoha military police force. Now one of the people on the list was dead. For Konohagakuer, this caused a great impact. Not only did public opinion rise, but everyone was also in a state of panic. Konoha military police force held several meetings in the past few days. In the meeting, Fugaku, the young genius of the Uchiha clan, brought up a very critical point of view. According to the memory, Fugaku stood in front of the stage, holding a pen in his hand and drawing on the blackboard behind him. Combined with the death of Daisuke and Kihatsu, we can directly summarize 2 possibilities. The first possibility is that the missing people are still alive. It is just that the 2 of them were discovered when they were escaping, which led to their deaths. The second possibility is that all the missing people were killed. However, the 2 of them were left out under some unknown circumstances and were discovered by us, and the other bodies were also hidden. Regardless of the reason, our top priority is to find out where those people are hiding. We want to see them if they are alive. If they are dead, we want to see their corpses. So, I think we are going to conduct a thorough search of the whole village, from house to house. This point of view proposed by Fugaku, after discussion, was finally adopted as the final decision of the Konoha military police force. Of course, Aoba looked at it through the images in his memory. This decision was practical, but it lacks some humanistic care. In simple terms, in order to complete the task, they did not consider the feelings of ordinary people. They searched from house to house. It was bound to cause dissatisfaction among the people. This caused the resentment of the people in the village towards Uchiha to increase even more. These problems are not just 1 or 2 days. Aoba shook his head and opened his eyes. In Sekai's memory, he saw many decisions made by Konoha military police force when dealing with problems. To tell the truth, most of the time, it was ill-considered. It should be that they had long been accustomed to this kind of feeling so that they did not think this was a problem at all. What Aoba saw in Uchiha's Konoha military police force was not the feeling of the special police, but more like a city enforcement team that handled matters all at once. Work conscientiously. Grievous feedback. Perhaps this was Uchiha's personality. I won't go out for this period of time, lest I get into trouble for no reason and get infected with bad luck. After making the decision, Aoba directly fell on the bed, staring at the empty ceiling. No matter how Konoha's guards searched, it was impossible to search Anbu's dormitory. Of course, even if they came to investigate, there was no problem. These things were not done by Aoba. It was just that he felt it was very troublesome. Unknowingly, 7 days passed. During this period of time, Aoba had been in the dormitory, reading the memories of the past and revising them. Especially the memories of Sekai and Yuta. Together with the memories of the passers-by that were like surveillance cameras, he silently checks on some details. This gave him more confidence when he was dealing with what might happen next. Not only that, during this period of time, an unprecedented mystical thought emerged in Aoba's mind. An extremely bold idea. Right now, he could use the memories of the people he read to simulate the other party's way of thinking. In this case, If he used the transformation jutsu, he might be able to impersonate another person in a short period of time. However, there was the danger of being exposed. Right now, his strength was still a little weak. He would be easily found if he only uses the transformation jutsu and meets some strong sensory ninjas or ninjas with eye techniques, and he could only fool ordinary people with this. Aoba thought for a while. He shook his head. He felt that this idea was not mature yet. The risk was greater than the benefits. However, this provided him with an idea. If he obtained the ability when he read memories in the future, he would be able to make up for the deficiency. Then, it was really possible to perfect this idea. It's about time. Let's go out and see what the situation has become. If it stabilizes, I can go back to work. Aoba got up from the bed. When he was on leave, he had already begun to miss Konohagakure Intelligence Division's life. Although Konohagakure Intelligence Division's life was dull, repeating the same thing every day, he could hide in the darkness, slowly improve himself, and become a little transparent out of everyone's sight. Aoba strolled on Konohagakure's street. There was no longer the noise from the past few days but a sense of desolation. Every few intersections, a member of the Konoha military police force could be seen. These people looked familiar. He had seen them in Sekai's memory. It seemed Konohagakure's martial law was not over yet. Things were even tenser than he had imagined. After Aoba walked around the streets, his gaze swept over the faces of one person after another. It looked like he was looking for someone, and he did not pat a person's head like before. Time ticked by. Gradually, 2 hours passed. Aoba had been looking for people and had never stopped. It was at this time Aoba suddenly stood still and stopped. His gaze fell on a young man dressed in plain clothes. From the appearance of this young man, he was no different from an ordinary person. The young man stood by the side of the road with his hands in his pockets. In front of him was a small shop with different flavors of candied haws. It was him. This time, Aoba came out with a purpose. He wanted to read a person's memory and obtain some information to judge the following decisions. The young man in front of him. He was the target. He wanted to read his memories. As he reread Yuta's memories, he carefully searched for the details and found a few young men who participated in the disappearance. These young men were willing to sacrifice after being selected by them for brainwashing training since they were young. Taiki, Daisuke, Kihatsu. Apart from this, there was another. That person was the young man selling candied haws not far away. Taiki's younger brother. Takashi. Aoba didn't find Takashi's name on the list of missing people in the Konoha military police force. This showed that Takashi was not going to go missing and die. Moreover, through the memory of the passerby cameras, he often saw Takashi's figure in some important scenes. At this point, Aoba judged that this Takashi should be the spy in charge of gathering information. So reading Takashi's memories, he could obtain large amounts of information from the remnants. Chapter 57. Aoba looked at Takashi and then quickly left, not giving Takashi a chance to see each other. He learned this undercover detection method from Sekai's memory that he could not communicate with the target. The more you observed a target, the more you would be caught, and it would be easy to be exposed. What's more, Takashi was a spy in charge of gathering information. This kind of person was very vigilant. After moving his eyes away, Aoba looked at the surrounding intersection. From his current position, he could see 2 members of the Konoha military police force. But he couldn't bear to look at them, who had just passed the intersection. Thinking of this, Aoba slowly closed his eyes and calmed himself down. Then he imitated an ordinary person who often came to buy candied haws in his memory. After that, Aoba opened his eyes, and his eyes were a little unfocused. It was as if he hadn't slept well for a few days. He walked unsteadily towards Takashi's shop. "Give me a string of candied haws." After Aoba finished speaking, his right hand reached into his pocket and took out a few coins. He lifted them up shakily, his wrist shaking as if he was terminally ill. "All right." Takashi glanced at Aoba. The expression on his face was very normal, and there was no change, but a hint of vigilance flashed in the depths of his eyes. Right at this moment, Aoba's hand that had taken out the money suddenly shook violently. Clink clink. The coins in Aoba's hand all fell to the ground, and 2 of them were rolling. "My money!" Aoba immediately became flustered. He bowed his head and prepared to pick up the money, but the moment he bent down, his spine made a crisp sound, and he immediately held his waist and bowed in place. "Ouch!" Aoba frowned and put on a painful expression. The sickly look seemed like he could go to the west at any time. "Let me do it." Takashi's eyelids twitched uncontrollably, but he still relied on the training he received to keep his expression from changing, but in his heart, he was complaining. This person was young, but his body was like paper. I'm afraid he would not live for many years. It was good to just rest at home. Why are you running out just to eat candied haws? However, Takashi only complained in his heart, and he definitely wouldn't say it out loud. What he wanted to do now was to quickly send this person away and then continue to monitor Konoha military police force in silence. "I'll pick it up." As Takashi spoke, he immediately squatted down and reached out to pick up the coin that Aoba had dropped on the ground. "Thank you." Aoba thanked Takashi in a weak voice. However, the moment he finished speaking, his calf suddenly twitched. It was as if he was cramping. He leaned back and was about to fall on the spot. Such a scene was reflected in Takashi's eyes. After a moment of thought struggle, he decided to help the person in front of him. If this person fell here and happened to fall to his head, he would die. Then this place would definitely attract the attention of the Konoha military police force. He might be investigated, and this was not what he wanted. All of a sudden, Takashi made a judgment. He suddenly got up and rushed to Aoba. He did not dare to grab Aoba's waist with one hand, and he had to support Aoba's back with both hands. Takashi helped Aoba up almost instantly and did not let Aoba fall to the ground. "Are you all right?" Takashi asked in a deep voice. Although he asked, there was no concern on his face. "Ah, yes, that was close, thank you." Aoba seemed to be frightened. Even when he spoke, he began to stutter. He also seemed to feel that this posture was too weak, and he wanted to have an armrest. Suddenly, he raised his right hand and grabbed Takashi's neck. Takashi saw Aoba's hand coming over and couldn't help but want to dodge. However, he knew that if he let go, Aoba might fall to the ground. Considering this reason, Takashi could only frown slightly, forcing himself not to move. Aoba's right hand grabbed at Takashi's neck, and it seemed that he did not have enough strength, or perhaps his arm was not long enough to catch him. When he pulled back, he could not control his palm and accidentally hit Takashi's head. "Sorry." Aoba quickly retracted his hand and forced an apologetic smile on his face. "It doesn't matter." Takashi shook his head. Seeing that Aoba had stopped, he did not think too much about what he had just done. He felt that this might be an intuitive movement when a person was about to fall. He immediately helped Aoba stand up and helped him stand up. "I see that you are not in good health. You have to be careful. If you fall, you will be in trouble," Takashi warned. "Thank you." Aoba thanked him again. He still had an apologetic smile on his face, but the corners of his mouth curved up slightly. Ding dong! Memory reading successful. Obtained, ninja throwing technique. Accompanied by the crisp sound of electronic prompts. In Aoba's mind, images of scenes began to appear one after another. However, he did not immediately look at them. "Your candied haws." Takashi did not lower his head to pick up the money. Instead, he took a stick of candied haws and gave it to Aoba. His idea was very simple. Send Aoba away first. Then pick up the money. Money was a small matter. Don't let this sickly person in front of you delay the important matters. Thank you. After Aoba took the candied haws, he turned around and returned to his original path. His body swayed as if he could fall at any time. The moment Aoba turned around, Takashi kept his eyes on Aoba, trying to see if there was anything unusual about him. It wasn't until Aoba trembled and disappeared from his sight. Only then did the doubts in his heart disappear. He must have thought too much. Takashi no longer thought about Aoba. Instead, he lowered his head slightly and focused on the 3 Konoha military police force team members. Aoba took the candied haws back to Anbu's dormitory. He had used his superb acting skills just now to read Takashi's memories. There was no need to read the memories of other cameras anymore. Takashi's memory alone was enough. Aoba took a bite of the candied haws and slowly closed his eyes. He began to browse through Takashi's memories. The scenes appeared one after another. Just like Sekai. Aoba first browses through the recent events. Familiar faces all appeared in Aoba's mind. Tetsu, Yuta, Taiki, Daisuke, Kihatsu. They were discussing how to take down Danzo through the missing person case in the meeting room. The whole plan was very detailed that made Aoba was a little dumbfounded. Good fellow. As expected of Inara. I take back my previous doubts. With this plan, Danzo will really lose a layer of skin. Chapter 58. After sighing, Aoba began to reread Takashi's memories. Not only that. He also combined Takashi's memories with Yuta and checked if anything was missing. He only checked their memories, but it took Aoba 5 days. During this period of time, other than eating and sleeping, he was reading Takashi's memories. You have to know. Although the memory could be fast-forwarded, he was required to observe carefully, listen patiently, and repeatedly check many places most of the time. Aoba felt that he needed to understand these things so that he could make follow-up decisions. For Takashi's memory, he mainly checked the time after reading Yuta's memory. This was something that was not recorded in Yuta's memory. It was impossible to find out, so he could only continue to read and replenish it. For Yuta's memory, Aoba could be sure that Taiki and the others were people who could be sacrificed at any time. They had all been trained very professionally and were loyal to the organization. Together with Takashi's memories from the past few days, Aoba understood what they were thinking. That was to use the sacrifice of their own people to create the case and point all the clues to Danzo. Aoba had never heard of this method and had never seen it before. He was extremely shocked. Danzo, enjoy it slowly. These people don't even care about their lives and want to harm you. But these things were indeed done by you, and you are not wronged. Aoba whispered to himself. He had already seen Tetsu's evaluation of the third Hokage from Takashi's memory. Of course, the scene of the third Kage hiding things. Aoba had already seen it from many cameras. Tetsu has already deduced that the third Hokage was protecting Danzo. In other words, the third Hokage was still supporting Danzo in the research of Hashirama cell. Since that is the case, Danzo only needs to take the blame at the end and stop the experiment. The matter is almost over. After this, it should be time for Danzo and Orochimaru to carry out the secret research of Hashirama's cells. After that, Orochimaru was discovered to have betrayed the village. Of course. These are all afterward. Aoba calculated the time of these things. He knew these things, but he was not so clear about the specific years of these things. Looking at the current situation, whether it is the remnants of the old era or the Konoha military police force formed by the Uchiha clan, they all pointed their target to Danzo. Taiki, Daisuke, and Kihatsu, who are now dead, have all been sent to Konohagakure Intelligence Division to read the memory fragments of their lives. The last memories of these 3 people have all been tampered with by Yuta. Yuta is an old mind reader person, and he has worked in Konoha Intelligence Division for so many years and is well versed in the process of reading memory. Even if his body is not as good as before, it is still difficult to find his tampering. Especially, these three people didn't resist at all. They were willing to change their memories. And they took the initiative to believe that those memories were real. This pot is a bit hard to get rid of. As Aoba made his judgment, he pinched his chin with his right hand and frowned slightly, thinking about this matter. He did not want to participate in this matter. Instead, he wanted to know himself and know his enemy. This was the power of intelligence. Right now, Danzo has third Hokage's support, so doing it is equivalent to doing third Hokage. The more you force them, the closer they will become. This is something that Tetsu did not consider. Perhaps he has considered it, but he feels that this opportunity cannot be missed. I feel that if he relaxes properly and lets Teiki's death ferment for a while longer, maybe there will be more doubts between the third Hokage and Danzo. Now that there are consecutive deaths, even if the third Hokage initially believed that Danzo was incompetent, they now know that someone is messing with them. In this way, whether it is Konoha Military Police Force or Konoha Intelligence Division, both of them may be focused on the third Hokage gaze. If I am not wrong, the third Hokage will go deep into Konoha Military Police Force and Konoha Intelligence Division in the name of the Hokage to ask for the results of the investigation. It seems to be greeting and rewarding them, but in essence, it depends on who is working hardest and who is the one behind this matter. Therefore, at this time, everyone in Konoha Military Police Force and Konoha Intelligence Division could become the third generation's suspects. When Aoba said this, he suddenly widened his eyes, and his pupils shrank. A hint of surprise flashed in the depths of his eyes. Tetsu has considered this point. No wonder Yuta quit his job. I was thinking about this question before. Is it really because Yuta's health is not good? Otherwise, with Yuta's qualifications in Konoha Intelligence Division, wouldn't it be safer to personally interrogate the 3 suicide soldiers whose memories have been tampered with? There is no need for such a method to sway people through rumor. So this is all in the plan. At this moment, Aoba suddenly realized. He suddenly realized that Tetsu was more intelligent than he had imagined. Perhaps, Tetsu had long guessed that the slow delay would not allow the third Hokage to develop enmity with Danzo. The third Hokage needed Danzo. No matter what Danzo did, he would be forgiven. For the third Hokage, Danzo's position was irreplaceable. If something happened to Danzo, he would not be able to find a second Danzo. Therefore, he decided to directly show his cards. Got it. Fortunately, I took a day off. This time, it was a blind cat who encountered a dead mouse. Caution is the parent of safety. Caution is not wrong. Aoba took a deep breath. Before he asked for leave, he only wanted to avoid Yuta using his prestige to arrange for him to read the memories of the deceased. He did not think of the problem of the deeper involvement of the Konoha Intelligence Division. It was just that he had innate paranoia. Relying on his extremely cautious personality, he forcibly took a leave from Konoha Intelligence Division for the time being. Before this secret was resolved, he could not return to Konoha Intelligence Division. Fortunately, before the incident, Minato had informed the third Hokage for me. Now that I am not on the list of suspects, this is very good. A bitter smile appeared on Aoba's face. He thought he was on the 5th floor and then saw Tetsu on the 3rd floor, so he jumped out of it. As a result, he found that Tetsu was really on the 7th floor. It was just a coincidence. By relying on the luck brought by caution, he stood in the atmosphere. Chapter 59. Caution is indeed correct. Aoba pursed his lips, his eyes were serious as he sat on the bed in the dormitory. Now that he thought about it, he felt that this step was too wonderful. He was not on the list of suspects of the third Hokage. As a cautious person, Aoba was very clear about the importance of the word doubt. He was not clear about the details of the progress of these things, as well as the emotions and thoughts of the participants, but he knew the final result of this matter. That was, the third Hokage stopped the human experiment of Hashirama cell transplantation. Danzo was definitely going to take the blame. From a certain perspective, this indirectly proved that the third Hokage had lost in the game with Tetsu. Moreover, the third Hogue might not know that the person who was messing with him was Tetsu. In that case, Konoha Military Police Force and Konohagakure Intelligence Division, who had put in extra effort in this matter, would all appear on the third Hokage's list of suspects. However, some people were more suspicious, while some were less suspicious. There would definitely not be anyone complete without suspicion. Unless that person did not participate in these things the entire time. It just so happened that Aoba was free from suspicion. As long as the follow-up is not constantly suspected, then I can quietly and low-key stay in Konohagakure Intelligence Division. Thinking of this, Aoba was in a good mood. He simply moved his shoulders, changed into casual clothes, and walked out of the dormitory. Aoba's current arrangement was very simple. He won't deal with the third Hokage. He won't deal with the remnants of the old era. He won't deal with Konoha Military Police Force. Won't deal with Konohagakure Intelligence Division. These people in the whirlpool, go play by yourselves. All of this has nothing to do with him, and he was just a sick person who was on leave. As for who wins and who loses, Aoba already knew the result. Moreover, this result did not matter to him, and he was too lazy to care about the matters here. After Aoba walked out of the dormitory, he welcomed the scorching morning sunlight and walked towards the exclusive practice site that Konohagakure had opened up. He did not go to the small forest behind the prison he had been to in the past. It was not suitable to wander around Konohagakure Intelligence Division in this period of time. According to what he knew about Konoha Military Police Force's deployment, the more sparsely populated a place was, the more closely monitored it. The exclusive training ground for the ninjas did not receive much special care. After all, there would not be any suspicious existences there. More than 10 minutes later, Aoba came to the place that was specially reserved for the ninja training. The grass there had been trampled on, revealing a smooth grey ground. There was also a circle of fences around it. In front of them were 3 broken tree trunks, and the tree trunks were almost as tall as Aoba's waist. Aoba's gaze swept over the ninjas who were training in the field, and his gaze landed on an empty chair. This is it. Aoba walked over to the chair and sat down directly on it. The brilliant sunlight shone through the gaps between the tree leaves on Aoba's body, reflecting off the mottled marks on his body. He was not here for training. He was here to observe. He wanted to walk out of his memory and carefully look at Konohagakure's ninjas through his eyes. Guy, stand up and remember my words. Work hard won't betray you. All of a sudden, a passionate voice filled with hot blood came from not far behind Aoba. It immediately gave him a feeling of being injected with chicken blood. It was just a sentence, and it was enough to make him feel excited. Aoba turned his head suddenly. His gaze focused on the source of the voice. 2 people. 1 adult and 1 child. They were both wearing green uniforms. The adult's hair was relatively loose, while the child had some melon skin. These 2 people. The corners of Aoba's mouth curled up slightly. He did not expect to see this father and son pair so coincidentally. Might Dua and Might Guy. At this moment, Guy knelt with his hands on the ground. Bean-sized sweat dripped down his forehead and dripped onto the ground, and he was panting heavily. Aoba took a deep look at Guy. Judging from his appearance, he was about 5 or 6 years old. He wondered if he had already entered the ninja school. Yes. After hearing his father's inspirational words, Guy clenched his hands into fists, pinched the soil on the ground, and with his strong willpower, he stood up. That's right. This is youth. Let us run another 500 laps around the youthful playground. Do clenched his fists and encouraged Guy. Yes. Guy also clenched his fists and stared into his father's eyes. His eyes were determined as if he had forgotten the exhaustion of his body. The next moment, the father and son started running again and disappeared from Aoba's sight. This pair of idiots! However, at this time, a mocking voice sounded from the right side of Aoba. He looked over. The one who spoke was an unknown ninja. He looked around 12 or 13 years old and wore a ninja forehead protector on his head, so he should have graduated from the ninja school. Behind this unknown ninja, 2 other ninjas were also wearing the same Konoha forehead protector. They should be the companions of this ninja, and they had the same smile on their faces. Duo is just an ordinary genin, and he doesn't even have any ability, so how can he teach a child? Another ninja said with a sneer. This father and son are just losers who only know how to train their bodies. The last ninja said. The words of the 3 did not enter the ears of Duo and Guy but said behind their backs. Of course, even if they heard it, Duo and Guy would not care. They had heard this many times, including the latter's student Li, who had all grown up under such mockery. The 3 of them said a few more mocking words before leaving training's field together. Judging from their physical condition, they did not train that much. They came to the training's field just to punch cards, told themselves that they trained, and then left in self-deception. Hee hee. Aoba looked at the backs of the 3 people who left and laughed dryly. These 3 people who spoke sarcastically had no idea what kind of monster they were teasing. Aoba did not care about these people at all. These people had nothing to do with him. He didn't like to meddle in other people's business. However, what happened just now provided him with an idea. I have nothing to do these days. I'll just come here to take a look at the practice of Duo and Guy and observe their exercise methods. Aoba read a lot of ninjas' memories, among which there were all kinds of training methods, but he simply did not follow it. After all, he had the mind-reading system. Reading the memory would give him a chance to get ninjutsu, which was more fragrant and easier than training. However, there was no way to get it in the mind-reading system for the physical training. He still needed to climb this peak through his own efforts. In terms of physical skills, Guy was the strongest taijutsu user who even Madara acknowledged. Aoba decided to observe this father and son training during this period of time and strive to find some tricks. He could not waste his first reward, Sage Body. Of course. He only dared to look. For the time being, he would not dare train. If he was discovered that his body was not so weak, things would instead become troublesome. Chapter 60. In the next few days, Aoba came to Konohagakure's training place on time every day. The faces he saw every day were different. But he could see the father and son in green clothes exercising with fatigue and sweating day and night. Through the rhythm of their training, Aoba roughly understood the process of physical exercise. After today, he no longer came here. Because he was ready to go back and exercise. In the past few days, he did not read memories. He was relatively relaxed and did not pay attention to what had happened in the village recently. Gradually, a day passed. As the sun set in the west, the darkness gradually occupied the forest and was about to disperse the last of the warm light. Aoba, so this is where you are. However, a low voice sounded at this time. After that, a hunchbacked old man appeared tremblingly not far from Aoba. This old man was Yuta, who had interacted with Aoba several times. Captain Yuta, are you looking for me? Aoba looked over and focused on Yuta. The expression on his face did not change at all. There are indeed some things. Come to my house, I will treat you for a tea. Yuta nodded and said. Forget it. Aoba shook his head and refused. Aoba, I don't have much time left. Thinking back to the days when I was with Konohagakure Intelligence Division, I thought you were the most special. I couldn't help but want to catch up with you before I left. Yuta continued to insist. Forget it. Aoba looked at Yuta for a while and shook his head again. After that, Aoba got up and walked directly towards the dormitory. Although the process of leaving was not very polite, for Aoba, he did not want to have too close contact with Yuta. At this time, the case of the missing people and the River Corpse case combined could be said to be a joint operation of 5 parties. This was no longer just a matter of the Third Hokage regime and the remnants of the old era. There was also the power of Danzo and Orochimaru, the power of the Konoha military police force of the Uchiha clan, and the participation of the Konohagakure intelligence division. Each power had its own needs and thoughts, pursuing its own interests in this vortex. This whirlpool. Aoba did not want to get involved. It was too troublesome and was not good for him. This was also the reason why he did not give Yuta a face. After all, the latter had a special identity. At this time, he did not want to have too much contact with Yuta to avoid unnecessary trouble. Yuta stood in place, watching Aoba leave. The smile on his face suddenly froze, and a vicious look flashed in his eyes. Aoba, you forced me to do this. No one is more suitable than you now. Yuta whispered in his own voice. Then, just as Aoba was about to disappear from his sight, he took a trembling step. It seemed that he was leaving training's field, but the route he took was to follow Aoba. Aoba had just taken a few steps. He could clearly feel someone watching him from behind. This feeling was very strong. It had been a long time since he last felt this. The last time was when he was warming up in the small forest and being watched by Eden. I hope you won't force me. Aoba lowered his head slightly, and the expression on his face became extremely serious. Ever since he obtained a sage body, his body had been extremely close to nature and was very sensitive to the gazes of others. There was no need to think to know that the source of the gaze was Yuta. Aoba was a cautious person. He was also a person who found it troublesome. He was completely uninterested in the case that the remnants of the old era had done to overthrow the Third Hokage. He wanted to understand the ins and outs of the matter through reading memories to avoid these troubles and not let himself get involved. But Aoba was not a coward who would hide and retreat. It was just his attitude. He liked the life of Buddha and was aloof from worldly affairs. He would not take the initiative to provoke others and would not find trouble with others. This didn't mean that he had no bottom line and principles. On this matter, Yuta had come to find him twice. In order not to get involved, Aoba even used Minato's back door to ask for leave. But why did he come for him again? Aoba was already impatient. I won't provoke you. If you don't provoke me, then everyone will be at peace. You better be sensible and don't think that I can be bullied just because I find it troublesome. Aoba muttered to himself. He had already made a decision in his heart. As for Yuta, he had given many opportunities for the other party. Now, this was his last chance. I hope you cherish it. Aoba immediately adjusted the frequency of his steps, quickened his pace, and walked towards Anbu's dormitory. At the same time, he paid attention to the feeling of being watched. But as Aoba accelerated, Yuta also accelerated. The two of them maintained a distance from each other. They did not get close and also did not pull apart. In Yuta's knowledge, he did not know that Aoba had long noticed his existence. 10 minutes later, Aoba stopped in his tracks and looked up at the dark sky. In front of him was the end of the small forest, the empty street in front of Anbu's prison. Aoba did not walk out. Instead, he turned around and walked into the small forest in the opposite direction. Hey! When Yuta saw this scene, a hint of doubt flashed through his eyes. What was going on? Why didn't Aoba go back? Could it be that Aoba has some secret? Yuta became even more curious about Aoba. He continued to maintain the same distance to Aoba. If Aoba accelerated, he would accelerate. If Aoba slowed down, he would slow down and keep staring at Aoba's back. Just like this, the two of them were in tandem. They walked for half an hour until they arrived at a deserted area deep in the forest. All of a sudden, Aoba stopped in his tracks. He turned his head and looked in Yuta's direction. In his line of sight, he could not see Yuta. The other side was hiding very well. But he could feel the gaze of the other party on him. "Captain Yuta, don't hide. Come out," Aoba slowly said. His voice was not loud, but it could be clearly heard in the quiet forest. When Yuta heard Aoba's words, a strange smile appeared on his face. His figure flashed and quickly appeared not far from Aoba, and he was about 4 or 5 meters away from Aoba. Clap! 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 A strong sound of hand colliding rang out in the small forest. Yuta couldn't help but clap his hands. "Aoba, you are indeed the most cautious person I have ever seen. You can actually detect that I am following you." A hint of praise flashed through Yuta's eyes, and then he revealed a regretful expression. "It's just... what a pity. You're a pretty good seedling." Chapter 61. The expression on Yuta's face was completely different from when he looked at Aoba in the past, and it felt like he had become a completely different person. However, Aoba was not surprised at all. He had already seen Yuta's face in Takashi's memory. Rather than saying that he had changed into a different person, it was better to say that this was Yuta's original face. "Oh!" The corners of Aoba's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a faint smile. His pitch-black eyes stared at Yuta, and he asked with deep meaning, "What do you mean?" "Aoba, I originally wanted to recommend you to a more valued position in Yamanaka's clan, but you rejected my good intentions. If it's just that, then forget it, but you have refused my invitation to ask you for help many times. Right now, you don't have much value left. There's only one last way." Yuta shook his head regretfully. He looked at Aoba's weak appearance and felt that the situation was under his control. "What path?" Aoba asked with a smile. There was no worry on his face, as if he was joking with an acquaintance. At this moment, Aoba had made up his mind. "Since you have already raised the eagle and want to mount it on my face to attack, then completely destroy it. Since things have come to this, I might as well tell you so that you can understand more." When Yuta saw Aoba's appearance, he felt inexplicably proud in his heart. He felt like a big shot behind the scenes who controlled Konohagakure's recent major events. "Do you know about the most popular case in the village?" Yuta said slowly. His eyes were fixed on Aoba, and his slightly turbid eyes were full of energy at this moment. There wasn't a single trace of his aged appearance. "I was the one who did this. I killed all the people who died. You don't need to know why I did this. But I want to tell you now. The next body to float on the river will be you." When Yuta finished the last sentence, his eyes burst with killing intent. "Why me?" Aoba raised his right hand and pinched his chin, muttering doubtfully. It seemed like he was asking Yuta, but in reality, he was silently thinking. "I told you not to ask about the reason, and this is all you can know. I will inject you with medicine and then rewrite your memories, making you sacrifice yourself for the great change in the village. For you, death is an honor." Yuta revealed an almost fanatical expression. "I understand." Aoba nodded slowly, his expression indifferent as if he didn't care. "It's good that you understand. If you cooperate a little, you can suffer less flesh and blood." Yuta glanced up and down at Aoba's thin body and felt that there was no problem holding it up. "What I mean is..." Aoba looked up at Yuta. At this moment, the look in his eyes seemed to see through everything. "I understand why you found me. I have asked for leave. It is not on the list of cases for Konohagakure Intelligence Division now. Logically speaking, I shouldn't have caused any suspicion. But often, the more there is no suspicion, the more likely it is that there will be suspicion. That's why you have your eyes on me. You want me to be the scapegoat for you. If I'm not wrong, the memories you want to implant into me should be that I am Danzo's secret subordinate. I participated in the people's disappearance case and killed a few people floating in the river. In the end, I was killed by Danzo. In this way, you can point the spearhead at Danzo through the memories you have tampered with, and successfully cleanse yourself. It's like this. Aoba was silent for a moment and found the motive for doing so based on Yuta's actions. It was precisely because he was now out of the vortex. There was no suspicion. This was the perfect time for him to take the blame. If he placed himself in the position of the remnants, he, Aoba, had planned the entire case from beginning to end, but he was killed by Danzo in the end. How ruthless! He couldn't even dodge. They had to chase after him and drag him in. The look in Aoba's eyes when he looked at Yuta had changed all of a sudden, and there was a faint killing intent hidden in the depths of his eyes. Aoba, you are too smart and shouldn't know so much. This way, it will be very troublesome for me to change your memory. Yuta's face suddenly darkened. Is this Tetsu's idea or your idea? Aoba suddenly asked. You actually know Tetsu? Yuta's eyes were slightly sluggish, and there was a flash of shock. Then he did not speak again and put his right hand into the ninja bag at his waist. There's no point in saying more. Let's stop here. After Yuta finished speaking, he suddenly leaped towards Aoba, his right hand holding a sharp kunai. He did not use the secret technique of the Yamanaka clan. After all, the mind transfer technique still had to be used with his teammates to have a better effect. Whether it was the Yamanaka clan or the Nara clan, their secret arts were more suited to be auxiliary and not offensive methods. The most important thing was, in Yuta's opinion, Aoba was just a weak and sickly person, and he only needed to use his body technique. Swish! The sharp blade of the kunai cut through the air, creating a sound of breaking through the air, directly slashing towards Aoba. Captain Yuta! You have planned such a good show. It surprised me. But you have done something wrong. You shouldn't have provoked me. By the time Aoba finished speaking, his voice had already become low, as if there were no fluctuations in his emotions. Aoba's figure flashed out instantly. His speed was far faster than Yuta. Although Aoba didn't practice too seriously during the period after coming to the ninja world. But with the powerful vital energy from Sage's body, his physical fitness far exceeds that of an old person like Yuta. Pa! A crisp sound rang out. Almost in an instant, Aoba appeared in front of Yuta. His right hand grabbed Yuta's wrist that was holding the kunai. His face was expressionless, and his eyes were determined. You! Yuta suddenly widened his eyes. He was indeed not good at physical skills, but his opponent was the famous sickly Aoba. How is this possible? A look of disbelief appeared on Yuta's face. He forcefully waved his right hand that was holding kunai, but he could not move at all, as if he had been clamped down by a pincer. How can you have such great strength? Yuta's entire body split apart. He thought that he had considered many possibilities, but he never expected to encounter such a situation. This youth in front of him. Was it really the Aoba he knew? In this instant, there were a lot of things in his mind. He also vaguely realized something very terrifying. Could it be Aoba had been hiding his strength? Chapter 62. Captain Yuta, I just want to work quietly in Konohagakure Intelligence Division. I don't want to get involved in any trouble. I have been hiding from you many times. Aoba held Yuta's wrist, his tone low, and his face was full of indifference. His whole body showed a cold feeling. I saw clearly what you did. I didn't want to participate in it. You shouldn't come to me again. Aoba said. The right hand holding Yuta's wrist suddenly exerted force, directly using the greatest strength he could use. Ever since Aoba obtained Sage Body, and he has only exercised himself at best. This was the first time he had fought someone. Aoba had only seen fighting scenes in the memories of the ninjas that he had read. He was like a little brother who had seen countless movies. He has seen countless postures but has not practiced. This was his first time. In the end, he still had to be a little more cautious. Even Aoba himself did not know what level his current strength belonged to. Kaka. The moment Aoba twisted Yuta's wrist with all his might, a crisp sound of bones breaking rang out. It was especially crisp in this quiet forest without anyone around. Ah! Yuta's eyes bulged, and they were instantly bloodshot. He suddenly cried out in pain. He clearly felt his wrist being crushed, and then a sharp pain that went deep into his bones spread through his nerves. Ding ding! The kunao in Yuta's hand fell to the ground, making a metal collision sound. At this time, Yuta could no longer hold the kunao in his hand. Ha! Aoba immediately took a deep breath. Even he did not expect that his full strength pinch would actually directly crush Yuta's wrist bone. Only Aoba was a little unclear. Was he powerful, or was Yuta too fragile? Just now, he felt like he had crushed a bag of instant noodles. There was no difficulty at all, and it was even a little scratchy. However, Aoba was very clear. Now was not the time to slack off. The bad old man in front of him is so bad that he could not leave any room for the other party to breathe. Suddenly, Aoba took advantage of the time when Yuta was screaming in pain to kick the latter's chest. This kick was also full of strength. Not good. Yuta's left hand gripped the wrist of his right hand that had already drooped down. Bean-sized sweat appeared on his thin, skeleton-like wrist. All the nerves in his body were covered in pain, and he had no time to dodge Aoba's attack. I was careless. Yuta looked at Aoba's extremely fast flying kick and understood that he could no longer dodge. He never expected that Aoba actually had such great strength. He thought he was a sickly person that could be easily resolved. If he had known earlier, he would have brought Takashi and the others along. At this moment, Yuta thought a lot. But at most, he was upset. Bang! Accompanied by a loud crash. Yuta flew backward like a kite with a broken string and drew a gorgeous parabola in the air. He couldn't help but spit out a bright red line of blood. Yuta fell heavily to the ground, and the shock almost broke all of his old bones. At the same time, his chest collapsed at speed visible to the naked eye, and the shape of the collapse was like a footprint. Obviously, his sternum had already shattered. Some of the broken bones had already pierced into his internal organs. So heavy. So stuffy. So painful. Yuta lay on the ground, his whole body aching, and he could no longer sense how severe his injuries were. Right now, what he felt the most serious was the difficulty of breathing. It was as if a 1,000-pound boulder was pressing down on his chest, and he could not breathe. Thump. 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 The steady footsteps came from afar. Aoba came over. Captain Yuta. Aoba's indifferent voice sounded. There was no emotional fluctuation in his tone, as if everything in front of him was not done by him. After all, he had read the memories of Eden during this period of time. So he was used to seeing the dark side of the ninja world in Konohagakure Intelligence Division. For the matter of beating Yuta to death, it was like slapping a fly to death. I am not as great as you are. I won't inject you with medicine. I won't rewrite your memory. I won't throw you into the river to wait for others to study your cause of death. You. When Aoba said this, his voice paused for a moment, and his tone became awe-inspiring. Wool evaporated from the world. Aoba suddenly widened his eyes, and his pitch-black pupils flashed with a light of killing intent. As a cautious person, Aoba refused to sell, or he would not give his opponent any chance. Kindness to the enemy was the greatest cruelty to himself. After saying this, Aoba raised his hands and made hand seals with a straight face. The speed of the hand seals was not fast, and even his movements were a bit rusty. Fortunately, the accuracy was very high, and he did not make any wrong movements. Katon, Ji, Keiki, no Jutsu, Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique. After forming the seal, Aoba took a deep breath, and his chest suddenly swelled up. With the help of the seal, the chakra in his body quickly gathered toward his throat. This made him feel his throat become hot as if he had just eaten an insanely spicy chicken wing. Hoo! Aoba raised his left hand, his fingers forming a circle, and then he spat out the air he had inhaled. Immediately, a ball of hot flames took the shape of a huge fireball and burned towards Yuta. No! Yuta's eyes widened. His eyes had already been illuminated by the flames into a bright red color. After that, he felt a heat that could burn everything. This flame contained a terrifying temperature, and in an instant, it swallowed him up. Yuta felt that his clothes, skin, hair, flesh, and blood were all being burned and melted by the flames. Is it burned to death? Aoba looked at the still burning flames in front of him doubtfully. In the beginning, he could still smell the smell of roasted meat in the air, but now it was a burning smell that was commonly seen in the crematorium. Ha! Aoba took a deep breath and began to form seals with both hands. He had just used fire-style ninjutsu and found that he had not used much chakra. Moreover, the flames in front of him were not going to be extinguished. As a modern person who had crossed over, Aoba knew the importance of forest fire. In a split second, streams of water shot out from Aoba's mouth, extinguishing all the flames that could burn the forest in front of him. After the water flowed, white smoke rose from the charred ground. Aoba's gaze focused on the place where Yuta had fallen just now. He immediately saw a completely dark, charred skeleton that had yet to be completely burnt. Who said that fire release can't burn a person to death? Aoba muttered faintly and walked towards Yuta's corpse. He had to deal with the corpse right now and could not leave any clues behind. Chapter 63. Aoba would not be foolish enough to leave a corpse floating on the river, waiting for Konohagakure Intelligence Division's sensory ninja to search for his memories. It was okay if he did not make a move. Once he made a move, he would not leave behind any future troubles. Captain Yuta, you said that we are in harmony and no one will provoke each other. That would be good. I really don't like troublesome things, and I don't like to meddle in other people's business. But you keep looking for trouble for me. I forgot to tell you. I don't want to cause trouble. It doesn't mean I'm afraid of trouble. Aoba walked up to Yuta and took off his coat, and he held the latter's corpse with both hands and placed it on his clothes. The whole process lasted for more than 10 minutes. It was not until he checked carefully that there was no blood or ashes left in the surroundings. After that, Aoba tied up his clothes and held them in his hands. Then he picked up the kunai that Yuta had let go of and held it in his hands. After doing all of this, Aoba flashed towards the depths of the dark forest under the gradually bright moonlight. Su. 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 Aoba's figure quickly shuttled through the forest, jumping between the branches like an elf in the dark night. Time ticked by. Even Aoba did not know how far he had gone and how long he had been running. In the end, he stopped in front of a small hill. Here it is. Aoba stopped and put down his clothes. He held the kunai in his right hand and used it as a mini shovel. Swish! 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 Aoba began to dig the ground quickly and used kunai to dig holes. His movements became faster and faster. After a simple fight and a long-distance run, he did not feel tired at all. Not long after, a small hole about half a meter wide was dug up. Aoba untied the clothes that were wrapped around Yuta's bones and poured the burnt bones directly into it. No. After Aoba poured Yuta's bones in, he suddenly frowned and felt that it was not safe. Separate. Aoba immediately made up his mind. Anyway, he was on vacation, and even if he did not go back at night, no one would suspect anything. These bones could not be piled together. What if they were dug out? The cautiousness in Aoba's bones would not allow him to deal with the corpses hastily. Aoba immediately took out 90 of the bones in the deep pit, leaving only a small part behind. Then, he used his clothes to pick them up again and then filled the pit with soil. After the pit was filled up, Aoba also picked up a few types of grass and planted them on the topsoil. Then Aoba's figure flashed, and he began to search for the next suitable place. Just like this, Aoba dug 13 deep pits in different places far away in the following period of time. A small part of Yuta's bones were buried in each deep pit. It's done. After Aoba finished everything, he gently patted the soil on his hands and burned the clothes he had used to carry the bones. Then, he began to return to the dormitory. When Aoba returned to the dormitory, it was almost dawn. As a small transparent Konoha intelligence division member, no one paid attention to his whereabouts. He was originally inconspicuous. In addition, Konoha Intelligence Division was very busy now. When Aoba returned to the dormitory, he took a simple shower, changed into a clean set of clothes, and removed the clothes he was wearing. There should be no problem now. Aoba sat on the bed, repeatedly thinking about the process of handling it to ensure that no one would suspect him. Wait. As Aoba thought about it, he suddenly realized a problem. He had just asked Yuta about this question, but he did not get a definite answer. Did he decide for himself when Yuta came to find me, or did Tetsu arrange it? Does Tetsu know that Yuta came to find me? Now something happened to Yuta. If Tetsu didn't know about this, it would be fine. If he knew, he would definitely suspect me. You guys from the old era are really troublesome. As Aoba spoke, the corners of his mouth curled into a cruel smile, and his eyes became cold. Looks like I can only deal with you guys. If you want to blame someone, then blame yourselves for disturbing my quiet life. Aoba made a decision in an instant. After making his decision, he no longer hesitated. This was his personality. Caution. Careful. Don't want too much trouble. He was too lazy to meddle in other people's business. However, the situation was different now. Aoba could not be sure if any of the remnants of the old era participated in Yuta's plan to kill him. He also did not know if anyone knew, much less how many people knew. Then, he could only plan according to everything he knew. Since they had already made their move, in that case, he absolutely could not hold back. I have to plan this matter properly. I must be fast and accurate and not leave any clues that point at me. Aoba placed his right hand on his chin and began to think quickly. Right now, his strength couldn't be considered strong. He only relied on sage body and some ninjutsu to deal with an old, weak, sick, and disabled person. Like Yuta, he could still use surprise attacks to complete a desperate counterattack. However, among the remnants, there were still some strong ninjas. Aoba didn't have any combat experience. He also had no way of crushing them. He followed the principle of caution. Aoba didn't want to risk himself. If he failed, he would be unable to bear the consequences. Then, the greatest advantage he could use was intelligence. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will not be defeated in 100 battles. Aoba had the memories of Yuta and Takashi in his hands. With these memories, he could list out a list of the remnants. Tetsu, you thought that you were secretly scheming about Konohagakure, but you don't know that. Compared to me, you are in the light, and I am in the dark. Aoba's brain worked quickly, and he looked through the memories of Yuta and Takashi again. He needed to confirm some details as a breakthrough in this precautionary counterattack. Right now, I have the advantage. My cover is that my body is weak, and I have no fighting ability. I am quiet, and I have no ambition. Even if Tetsu realized that something had happened to Yuta, he would not suspect me immediately. He most likely suspects Danzo. Let me think. Is it possible for me to use Danzo to deal with Tetsu? Watching the battle between the two sides with a smile. I am standing in the darkness behind the scenes that no one is paying attention to take advantage of the situation and reap the benefits. Aoba opened his eyes wide. A plan appeared in his head, but he had not figured out the details yet. He needed to spend time and energy to carefully calculate these. He was afraid of trouble. But when he encountered trouble, he did not mind the trouble in solving it. Chapter 64. After Aoba thought it through, he immediately took out a book and drew a picture of the characters' relationship. He used the character relationship and arrow to analyze the entire situation. This was something he would do in the modern world before he transmigrated. After reading Sekai's memories, he was able to organize these things even more clearly. There seemed to be a bit of the logic of the investigation case. Not long after, a picture of the relationship between the 5 forces appeared in the book. The arrow points to the intricacies. It marked the relationship between the various forces. After this reorganization, the thoughts in Aoba's mind became clearer. Next, I need to do some preparations. It just so happens that I'm on holiday. I have plenty of time to do things. Then I'll let you pay the price for disturbing my quiet life. Aoba drew a cross on the 2 lines on the logic map. These 2 lines. It was the breakthrough point he was about to insert into this whirlpool. Ha! Aoba took a deep breath, laid his body flat on the bed, closed his eyes, and memories flashed through his mind. He needed to confirm some details again. Half an hour later, Aoba opened his eyes. I know what to do. Aoba immediately got up and walked out of the dormitory. Looking at the sky outside, he needed to confirm the time. It was just getting bright now. The night was about to pass. The air was already filled with the smell of dew. I can't do it now. Let's wait for the night. Aoba shook his head. In the morning, most people were awake, and it was easy to be spotted. After making the decision, Aoba returned to the dormitory. At midnight, Aoba changed into Anbu's ninja clothes and put on the cat-faced mask, then left the dormitory. His was like a black shadow, shuttling through the night, arriving at the area of the Yamanaka clan. This was the first time he had returned to the Yamanaka clan since he had transmigrated to the ninja world. Rows of houses stood on this street. The owners of these houses were all from the Yamanaka clan. Under the dark night, every household was dark. No one noticed Aoba, who was shuttling through the intersection. Aoba walked all the way to a crossroad. Then he stopped. He looked around. After making sure that no one had discovered his tracks, he turned around the corner. Then came to the door of a house. This house was Yuta's home. Aoba walked to the door and gently pushed it open. The door was locked and could not be pushed open. So Aoba stretched out his hand towards the ninja bag at his waist and directly took out a kunai. He aimed the kunai blade at the crack of the door, his arm suddenly exerted force, and he chopped it down with a very strong force. Ding! Accompanied by a crisp sound of metal colliding, the door lock of the door was cut off. Aoba gently opened the door, sneaked inside, and then closed the door again. He knew very well how much strength he had used to chop off the door lock just now. Not to mention breaking the door lock. A single punch was enough to shatter the door. However, he did not want to cause too much of a commotion. After Aoba entered the house, he closed the door behind him, and his vision was instantly shrouded in darkness. Captain Yuta. I didn't expect it either. I will come to your house in this way. I won't drink tea this time. The corners of Aoba's mouth curled up into a smile. In Yuta's memory, he was completely familiar with the layout of the latter's home. He didn't even need to turn on the light to know where there was something. When you were alive, you tried every means possible to pull me into the water. You wanted to use me to pull down Danzo. It's impolite not to reciprocate. Then I will use you to topple Tetsu. Aoba walked to Yuta's study as if he had returned to his home. He opened the third drawer of the desk and took out an envelope. There was also a stack of banknotes inside. The amount was not much. But it was Yuta's only savings. The rest of the money was donated to the organization as funds for resisting Third Hokage. Aoba put Yuta's money into the ninja bag and walked towards Yuta's living room. Even if it was dark. He opened the wardrobe precisely and took out a black cloak and a pair of black gloves. These were all things that Yuta had used before. Aoba put the cloak, the hat, and the gloves on his body as if to completely hide. It's time to go. Aoba only wanted to take these things, and there was no need to stay here anymore. Then Aoba's figure flashed and disappeared. The next day, early morning. Aoba was still wearing Anbu's outfit and a cat face mask, but this time, he was wearing a cloak that completely covered his head. This outfit was the same as when he came back at night. With ease, Aoba passed through several intersections and arrived at a shop that he had never been to before. Dang dang dang! Aoba lightly knocked on the door a few times, then directly pushed the door open and entered. According to Obtain's information in his memory, at this time, this shop was already open for business, and there were very few people. Boss, I want 2 high-quality sealed scrolls, and black rabbit brush made of a mountain rabbit, as well as a box of black ink. Pack these up. I want to give them to someone. Aoba said indifferently as if he was an old customer of this shop. The things he chose were all the best things in the shop. The store manager suddenly raised his head from behind the counter, his gaze focused on Aoba through the glasses on his nose. This person. He can't tell who it was? However, judging from what this person wanted, it should be an acquaintance. Wait a moment. Uncle Store Manager didn't waste any words. He was a businessman and didn't care who the customer was. Soon, the store manager found all the things Aoba had ordered and put them into an exquisite gift box. He handed them to Aoba. In total. Just as the store manager was about to say the price, he saw Aoba take out a stack of bills. I know the price. No need to say it. Aoba directly put the money in his hand on the counter, then turned and left. Strange person. The store manager sorted out the banknotes and put them into the money bag with satisfaction. Then, he stopped thinking about it. In Anbu's dormitory, Aoba took the rabbit brush he had just bought and dipped it in black ink. He kept practicing the same words in the book. As he practiced again and again, the writing on the book kept changing. Each time, he slightly adjusted the arc and writing style. Gradually, a day passed. It was night again. Aoba looked at the 2 lines of writing on the paper, which matched the words in his memory. It's done. Chapter 65. Aoba stared at the handwriting on the notebook and was very sure that the writing on it was exactly the same as the one in his memory. It took only 1 day to imitate it. For this, Aoba was still very proud. Aoba took out the box he had bought in the morning. The box had already been torn open by him, and there were 2 sealed scrolls inside. He took out the first scroll, then opened the scroll and slowly spread it on the table. He picked up the writing brush dipped in ink and began to write. In a split second, a simple yet clear sentence appeared on the scroll. After the words appeared, the word was immediately sealed in the scroll. This scroll was a special scroll that had the ability to seal. After writing, Aoba rolled up the scroll and stuck the seal on it, revealing a sealed state. Next, Aoba was very satisfied with the first scroll, and he then spread the second scroll on the table. He still used the black rabbit writing brush and wrote another completely different paragraph. After he finished writing, he also rolled up the scroll and sealed it completely. The preparations are ready. Next, we can laugh at the dog bite the dog. Aoba put away the 2 scrolls and directly left Anbu's dormitory. He put on the cat mask and walked towards Konohagakure Intelligence Division's small black room. Before he officially executed the plan, he needed to confirm one thing. A few minutes later, Aoba came to Konohagakure Intelligence Division's small black room and saw Anbu on duty at the door. "Where is Captain Eden?" Aoba asked. "Captain Eden is home." Anbu took a look at Aoba. He recognized that this was Anbu's mask, so he did not have too many doubts. "Thank you." Aoba immediately turned around and left Konohagakure Intelligence Division's small black room, heading back to Anbu's dormitory. Only this time, he didn't return to his dormitory. Instead, he walked towards another room. As he walked, Aoba took off the cat face mask he was wearing and changed into a mask with a special pattern. Then he put on a black cloak and a hat, completely covering himself. After all of this was done, Aoba just arrived at the door of the target. Ha! He took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. There was still a risk of failure in this operation, and everything would depend on his acting skills. After calming up his mood, Aoba began to knock on the door. Dang dang! A heavy knock sounded on the door and entered the dormitory. A moment later, the door of the dormitory opened a small gap, revealing a woman's half-face. "What's the matter?" the woman asked vigilantly. She looked Aoba up and down, but the latter was wrapped too tightly. It was difficult to determine his identity if he didn't act. "Captain Eden sent me to give you a secret mission," Aoba said. "Secret mission?" The woman frowned and stared at Aoba suspiciously. She obviously did not believe him and asked, "Who are you? Why do you have to pass on Captain Eden's task?" "Walnut." Aoba spat out these 2 words. The woman's eye instantly widened, and the expression on her face changed subtly. Walnut. This was a simple term. It was the secret message that Captain Eden had told her about the mission. And only she and Captain Eden knew. Sometimes she was on a mission outside and could not tell if the order was really sent by Captain Eden. Therefore, they would add a secret code to the information. Now that Aoba had mentioned walnuts, the woman immediately believed him. "What secret mission?" the woman asked in a low voice. She didn't think that anyone would randomly speak in the dark. It was obviously Captain Eden who ordered it. "This scroll is a secret letter from Captain Eden to Danzo-sama. It is very, very important. Captain Eden requests that you must personally deliver the secret letter to Danzo-sama and keep the whole process a secret. There is no need to report, and no one is allowed to mention it to anyone." Aoba took out a scroll, which was sealed, and it was the scroll he had just made. "Understood." The woman took the scroll. When she saw this scroll, she was even more confused. This scroll was Eden's special scroll. Every time she received a secret letter, it was written with this scroll. Most importantly, not only was she Konohagakure Intelligence Division's ninja, but she was also a ninja from Root, and her code name was Kyo. Of course, she was not a spy. Instead, she was the person responsible for Konohagakure Intelligence Division en route secretly transmitting the information. The secret of her identity. Only Eden and Danzo knew. Therefore, Aoba's actions made her believe even more. Suddenly, from the corner of her eyes, she saw Aoba's right hand moving towards her head. "What are you doing?" She instinctively moved backward, her brows tightly furrowed, and a look of confusion appeared in her eyes. "Don't move!" Aoba scolded in a low voice. This sudden reprimand directly stunned Kyo. "Pa!" Aoba patted Kyo on the head with his right hand. "Captain Eden told me to warn you that you must accomplish this mission no matter what happens." Aoba imitated Eden's tone. After he finished speaking, he turned around and left. Kyo was instantly speechless. She knew that Eden had the habit of patting someone on the shoulder, but why was he patting someone on the head? Just as she was puzzled, the man in black had already gone far away. Forget it. She didn't think too much about it. The mission was more important. She shook her head, shaking off the doubts in her heart. In the process of being patted on the head just now, she did not feel any chakra fluctuation. Obviously, this was just a simple action. She closed the dormitory door and began to change her clothes, preparing to deliver the scroll to Danzo. Ding dong! Memory reading successful. Obtained, SH, Senjutsu, Mystical Palm Technique. A crisp electronic prompt sounded in Aoba's mind. At the same time, pieces of memories were loaded in his mind. But Aoba did not stop to read the memory of this woman named Kyo. He came to the door of another Anbu in the dormitory. After all, Yuta had been missing for 2 days. It would be too late if they didn't carry out the plan. Dang dang! Aoba raised his hand and knocked on the door. Not long after, the door was opened. The person who opened the door was a young man with straight black hair. "What's the matter?" The young man stared at Aoba expressionlessly, his tone filled with dissatisfaction. "Hazelnut." After having the experience of talking to Jing just now, Aoba did not waste any more words and directly reported the hidden message. "You." In a split second, the young man with straight black hair widened his eyes with shock. "Tasaki, this is a secret mission. Send the letter to Konoha Military Police Force." Aoba took out the second sealed scroll and stuffed it into the young man's hand. "This mission is very important. You must ensure that the letter is delivered safely. There is no need to report, and no one is allowed to mention it. Do you understand?" As Aoba spoke, he raised his right hand and slapped the young man's head. Chapter 66. Pa. Aoba gently patted Tasaki on the head. "I'll leave it to you." After that, Aoba turned around and left a mysterious background for Tasaki. Ding dong! Memory reading successful. Obtained, Doton, K, Kajutsu, Earth Release, Hardening Technique. Accompanied by a crisp electronic prompt, memories once again loaded in Aoba's mind. However, he did not look at them now but quickly left. Aoba turned into a dark corridor and instantly tore off his cloak. He took off his gloves and the mask on his face and placed them into a bag. He carried the bag and left Anbu. He walked into the small forest and then burned it. Now I can wait patiently. Aoba did not return to Anbu's dormitory. Instead, he walked towards the small forest where Konohagakure provided training to the ninjas. Now, he needed to reappear in the eyes of some people. Not long after, Aoba came to the venue where he had observed the young father and son training and sat on a familiar bench. He had just sat there and saw 2 green figures running past him, sweating profusely. This is the genius of hard work. Aoba couldn't help but sigh. Recently, he had been able to see Dua and Guy together every day. This kind of training that he had seen with his own eyes breaking through the limit was far more shocking than the memories from watching anime. He could clearly feel the encouragement and expectations Dua had for his son as a father, and he could also feel the ideals and beliefs in Guy's heart that had become stronger. Konohagakure, root base. Danzo was wearing a green robe, and his body was wrapped in white bandages. He looked deep and gloomy. Su. All of a sudden, a figure flashed out and appeared behind Danzo, half kneeling. Kyo, you are here. Danzo's left eye exposed outside the bandage stared at the female ninja wearing a mask. This female ninja was from Root. It was just that she would usually work at Konohagakure Intelligence Division. She was mainly responsible for contacting Eden and sending out some shady information. Danzo-sama, this is a secret letter from Eden-sama. Kyo raised her hands and raised the sealed scroll in her hand, putting on a gesture of handing it over. Okay. Danzo looked at the scroll, which was the standard letter that Eden usually wrote to him. In addition, it was sent by Kyo. There was no doubt about it. He had already believed that this was information that Eden had sent over. After all, they had been doing this for a long time. Danzo picked up the scroll. He checked if it had not been open, and without hesitation, he opened the scroll and read the word written in Eden's handwriting. Danzo-sama. Through searching the memories of the two deceased, Taiki and Daisuke, we found traces of tampering. I can be sure that their memories have been tampered with. The tampered memories pointed the murderer to Danzo-sama, and it is not difficult to see that the mastermind behind the scenes is planning to blame Danzo-sama. The restoration of their memories was very difficult, and after a few days of hard work, we found a name that was suspected to be the mastermind behind the scenes. Yamanaka Yuta, Naratetsu, Takashi, Tasaki, and Kyo, who is in charge of the information communication between us. The above report is from the results of the investigation. Later, another result will be presented to you on the surface, which is a memory that has been tampered with. Marino Eden. Aoba wrote this secret letter. In the list of this letter, he wrote in detail all the names of the remnants of the old era that he had obtained from Yuta and Takashi's memories. However, he also added two names inside. Kyo. Tasaki. These two people originally had nothing to do with this matter and had nothing to do with Aoba. However, these two people had seen Aoba before. Even though they had seen Aoba in a cloak and a mask, something may happen unexpectedly after all. From the moment Aoba chose them, their fates were already in Danzo's hands. This was equivalent to directly giving the two of them a death sentence. After all, with Danzo's character, Aoba was very clear about it. He would rather kill wrongly than let it go. Especially when it came to this matter of extremely vile nature of being framed. Danzo carefully read the scroll and memorized the names on it. Then he burned the scroll to ashes. Danzo was cautious and decisive. Every time he accepted or sent a secret message, he would destroy it without leaving any evidence. Kyo, thank you for your hard work. Danzo stared at Kyo, who was half kneeling in front of him. It's not hard. Kyo still kept her head down and did not raise her head or get up. No wonder I always felt that someone was spying on me and spreading my information. How did you escape the root curse seal? He asked calmly. What do you mean? Kyo's pupils suddenly shrank, and an ominous premonition emerged in her heart. Forget it. Danzo lowered his head and stared at Kyo, his left eye exposed on the outside, emitting strong killing intent. I think you won't admit it. Pfft. Just as Danzo finished speaking, a piercing sound rang out. Kyo opened her eyes wide and was filled with deep confusion that flickered in the depths of her pupils. Kyo's heart had been pierced and was killed in one blow. Until the moment of her death, she still did not know what had happened. Tetsu, that ridiculous person is still alive. I should have killed you back then, and it was all because of that bastard Hiruzen. When Danzo saw that Tetsu was on the list, he already knew the authenticity of the list. He turned and walked toward the office in the darkness. Just after he left, two black shadows flashed out and took away Kyo's body to deal with the aftermath. Tatsuma. Danzo said indifferently from his office chair. Su. A man wearing a cloak appeared in front of Danzo. He was not wearing a mask, and he was wearing a standard Konoha forehead protector. He had a pair of sunglasses and a black tattoo on the right side of his face. Danzo-sama. The face of this man called Tatsuma was cold and stern as if he was paralyzed. There was no change in his mood. The people on the list. Danzo took out a white paper, spread it out on the table, and then took up a pen and wrote several names on it. After writing it down, he folded the paper and pushed it forward. You know what to do. Danzo handed the paper full of names to Tatsuma. He thought highly of this subordinate. Because of this, when there were assassination missions, they were all handed over to Tatsuma to do. Yes. Tatsuma picked up the paper and put it away. Then, he turned around and left Danzo's office. Chapter 67. Just as Danzo received the scroll and made a decision, Konoha military police force also welcomed the person who sent the message. At this moment, Konoha military police force's captain, Uchiha Aikaru, was reading the recent investigation scroll while analyzing and sorting out the results of the recent inspection of the entire village. All of a sudden, a figure flashed and appeared. It was Tasaki, who had just sent a message from Anbu's dormitory. Tasaki, has there been any progress on Konohagakure Intelligence Division's side? When Aikaru saw Tasaki, his eyes lit up. Tasaki was the person responsible for Konohagakure Intelligence Division and Konoha Military Police Force's communication. Every time Tasaki appeared, basically, it meant that Konohagakure Intelligence Division had received a piece of information. Yes. Tasaki nodded and took out a scroll sealed from his ninja pouch. He handed it to Aikaru. This is a secret letter from Captain Eden, Tasaki said. Thank you for your hard work. Aikaru immediately took the scroll. He saw that it was sealed, and the style was the same as the scroll that Eden had given him in the past. He instantly confirmed the scroll's authenticity. He immediately opened it and looked at the contents of the scroll. Uchiha Aikaru-sama. During this period of time, Konohagakure Intelligence Division had read the memories of the two deceased, Taiki and Daisuke. It was confirmed that the two were killed by the same person. Only, the problem was a little troublesome. The killer had a special identity, and I hope you can make a careful judgment. The other party is Shimura Danzo. After this secret letter, Konohagakure Intelligence Division would no longer come up with a memory reading report and would not admit the authenticity of this secret letter. Marino Eden. This secret letter was also written by Aoba. The purpose was to point Konoha military police force, which was formed by the Uchiha clan, to Danzo. It doesn't matter whether you uphold the justice in your heart or not. But it was better to pretend that nothing had happened, and this report would plant a seed in Aikaru's heart. According to what Aoba had learned from Eden and Sekai's memories, Aikaru's character was bound to argue with Danzo. This way, his goal would be achieved. Danzo would think that Konoha military police force might be biased towards Tetsu, while Konohagakure Intelligence Division was helping Danzo. In this way, Konohagakure Intelligence Division would be safe. I understand. Aikaru nodded with a serious expression. The contents of this secret letter could be said to be very important. It directly told them the murderer they were going to investigate. However, the identity of the murderer was very tricky. Tasaki, go back. Don't tell anyone that you have been here, and don't disturb Captain Eden. Aikaru could already tell from the letter's expression that the Eden who wrote the letter did not want to participate in this matter at all. The other party had a feeling that he would tell you the answer, then you would decide on your own and take care of yourself. Then, he would thank Eden in his heart, but he would not forcibly pull the latter into the water. Yes. Tasaki responded and immediately disappeared. After Tasaki left, Aikaru stood up and walked out of the office, then he ordered the Konoha military police force members outside. Call back all of those in the village and prepare for a secret meeting. After Aikaru knew that the murderer was Danzo, he understood that searching the entire village had no effect. Not only would they not find any clues, but they would also not be able to do anything to Danzo through these clues. This matter needed to be considered carefully. Aoba leisurely sat on the bench, bathing in the warm sunlight that leaked through the gaps between the leaves. His mood was very happy and very comfortable. Both sides should be moving. Aoba held his chin with his right hand. He was not as relaxed as he looked on the surface, and his cautious character made him constantly think about whether there were still some places he had missed. These two letters were based on the tone that Eden might have spoken and the possible reactions that the two forces would make after receiving the letter. He had already anticipated them. There shouldn't be any accidents. In the following time, he would be able to witness the storm that Konohagakure was about to stir. Captain Yuta, I am just an ordinary office worker. You should not disturb my peaceful life. Aoba muttered silently in his heart, and then he looked back at the father and son in green cloth who were running on the playground. The training of these two people was very simple and crude. It was dual physical and stamina training. Every time he saw these two people, he had an indescribable feeling. You should know. The world of the ninja was a world of bloodline. The ninja standing at the highest place not only competed with bloodline but also their talent. But Guy. This was the existence that people called Emperor Guy. Comparable to a god with the body of a mortal. By relying on his daily hard work, he almost kicked out the ending of the anime. In a sense, it was like using everyday hard work to reverse the disadvantage of the bloodline. Compared to the hot-blooded stories of Naruto and Sasuke, this person was a true example of encouragement. Good luck. Aoba silently spat out these two words, then looked at the setting sun on the horizon. It was about time. He stood up from the bench but did not return to Anbu's dormitory. Instead, he walked towards the downtown area. Not long after, Aoba came to Ramen Ichiraku's door and walked in without hesitation. A serving of ramen, Aoba said indifferently. After that, he sat in the corner of the bench. Okay. Toki responded out of habit. When he raised his head, his gaze fell on Aoba and his hands suddenly stopped moving. It's you. A smile appeared on Toki's face. Then, he asked meaningfully, do you want to eat now or later? Eat now, Aoba replied. Okay. After receiving Aoba's answer, Toki immediately needed noodles, and he had a very deep impression of Aoba. There was only one customer in the store who had ordered noodles and did not eat. 10 minutes later, the hot ramen was ready. Toki picked up the ramen and placed it on Aoba's table. Aoba, how is your vacation life? You must be in a good mood. Toki said with a smile. It's pretty good. Aoba nodded. He picked up the chopsticks and picked up a piece of noodles, sniffed it, and immediately smelled fragrant noodles. Every time I want to live a quiet life, I always encounter some trouble, Aoba added silently. There's nothing we can do about it. Toki turned around and continued to knead noodles. Life is like this. The more you want to be quiet, the more upset you are. It doesn't matter. As long as the troublesome matter is solved, it will be fine. After the rain, it will be a sunny day. Chapter 68. Toki said with a smile, seemingly very philosophical. After that, he focused on Aoba. Did you bring money this time? Toki seemed to be asking casually. But in fact, his narrowed eyes were full of seriousness. Pay up. This was a very important matter. He opened a shop to do business and could put on credit because of the inconvenience of customers, but he could not tolerate customers eating free food here. After all, we need to understand each other. If this kid continues to go back on his words, that would be troublesome. Yes, I did. Aoba smiled and waved his hand casually. He said, Big brother Toki, do I look like I owe money and don't pay it back? Ha 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 ha, you don't look like it, you don't look like it. After knowing that his effort would not be wasted, the expression on Toki's face suddenly became relaxed, and his eyes curved into a smile. In the following time, Tuka did not disturb Aoba anymore, and Aoba just sat in the corner and quietly ate noodles. The entire process. It was very harmonious. Even after Aoba finished eating the noodles, he did not see Minato. "Are you waiting for Minato?" All of a sudden, Tuka's voice rang out. As he spoke, he stared at the bowl of noodles that Aoba had already finished eating and revealed his guess. Yes. Aoba nodded and did not hide anything. His interactions with Minato were almost all within Ramen Ichiraku, and Tuka witnessed it, so there was no point hiding it. Ha ha ha. Sure enough, I guessed right. Tuka leaned forward and narrowed his eyes at Aoba. Minato went on a mission. He won't be here for the next few days. If you want to talk to him, when he comes, I can send him a message. As Ramen Ichiraku's store manager, although Tuki only cooked noodles on weekdays, he could still inadvertently hear a lot of information. The information about Minato going out on a mission. It was what he heard when Minato was eating noodles before he left. No need. Aoba smiled and said casually, "I'm fine. It's good to meet by fate." "Oh, so it's like that. Tuka gave Aoba a meaningful look, trying his best to hold back his words. "Pay the bill." Aoba reached into the ninja bag and took out a stack of bills, placing them on Ramen Ichiraku's table. This time, the one from last time, and the one from the future. Aoba pushed out the stack of bills in his hand. The thick stack of bills was not too much in total, but it was a lot more for eating noodles. "Where did you get so much money?" When Tuka saw the bills on the table, he was stunned for a moment. He looked at least 100 or so noodles, which could eat hundreds of bowls of noodles. SHH. Aoba made a gesture of silence and leaned over to Tuki. "This is all Minato's money," Aoba whispered. "Minato's money?" The look in Tuka's eyes became even more puzzled. He could not help but ask curiously, where did Minato get so much money? Didn't his funds all be used to date? "It's because they are all used in date." Aoba nodded and said seriously, "You saw it when Minato and Kushina were getting along. Kushina is very strict. These are Minato's private money. He secretly transferred them to me and asked me to bring them over when he went out to do a mission." "What do you mean?" Tuka was a little confused. "If Minato doesn't leave me some money, he won't even be able to afford the noodles. He transferred the money to me and asked me to give it to you. I will store this money to you, big brother Tuki, and put it on my account," Aoba said. This, reverse credit." Tuka frowned slightly, and he had never encountered such a thing that a customer had paid in advance. What kind of operation was this? "That's what I mean. I will give you the money and put it in my account. In the future, when Minato and Kushina come to eat noodles, you will deduct it from my account and say that it is my treat," Aoba explained. "I understand." Tuka suddenly realized something, and a meaningful smile appeared on his face again. "You two are really good at playing. Minato gave you the private money and asked you to give it to me, and I will record it in your account. In the future, Minato will use your account when he wants to eat ramen. In front of Kushina, you are treating. In fact, it is Minato who has paid. The trick is quite deep." Tuka nodded as he spoke. He felt that these two brats had already surpassed the entire Konohagakure in terms of saving money behind their girlfriends. "Big brother Tuki, you're really smart." "That's what I meant, and it's also equivalent to me getting a membership card from you." Aoba mentioned the concept of a membership card that Konohagakure did not have. "Membership card?" Tuka pinched his chin, and a thoughtful look appeared in his eyes. Then, he stared at Aoba as if he had smelled a trace of business opportunity. He said, "Tell me in detail. In fact, this is also an immature concept. I thought of it through Minato's actions of hiding the money." Aoba pretended to be profound and said, "Aoba, hurry up and tell me. I want to hear it." Toki could no longer hold back his curiosity. Brother Toki, it's not that I don't want to tell you, and this concept is very advanced. You also know that knowledge is valuable. Just like how you need to pay for noodles, knowledge also needs to be paid, Aoba said in a roundabout way. Don't talk about this. Tell me, how much do you want? Toki frowned as if he was very dissatisfied with Aoba's behavior of asking for money. I don't want money. Aoba shook his head and said in a deep voice, I want your shop. You actually want my shop? Toki suddenly widened his eyes. Before Aoba could say anything, he directly interrupted Aoba with eyes full of disbelief. Big brother Toki, you misunderstood. Let me finish. What I mean is, I want your shop to make my message location. Aoba said in a deep voice. His face was cold, and he had already filled up his vigilance. What do you mean? The more Toki listened, the more he felt that something was wrong. In the future, I might hand over some scrolls to you at some point in time. Then, when that person is eating, you help me hand them over to him. Aoba revealed his true purpose. When he was flipping through Eden's memories, he found several private contact lines. For example, Kyo and Tasaki. This way of sending messages, he would not need to personally appear, and it could avoid a lot of trouble. Aoba also wanted this kind of secret line. Then he needed someone he trusted very much, and he needed to stay away from Anbu's safe place. What he could think of. It was Ramen Ichiraku's noodle house. Chapter 69. You want me to be the messenger? Toki suddenly couldn't keep up with Aoba's train of thought. No. Aoba shook his head again and tapped his fingers on the table. It's not you, it's your shop. I want your shop to be the relay station for me to deliver the message. When I come to eat noodles, I will put the message here. When others eat noodles, they will take the message away. At most, you can be considered a caretaker. I see. Then I understand. As long as the number of times is not too many and it does not affect my normal business, there is no problem. Toki immediately understood. It was just temporary safekeeping, so it was not that difficult. Then it's a deal. A satisfied smile appeared on Aoba's face. He knew that Toki would live for a long time, and Ramen Ichiraku would not have any problems. This shop. When he faces some situations in the future, it might play a crucial role. Let's first lay down this matter. It would be best if nothing happened, and even if there was, there would be a contingency plan. Big brother Toki. Now, let me tell you about the membership card. I calculated this based on Minato's condition. Of course. It also has something to do with my previous credit. Aoba scratched his head and showed an embarrassed look. This was to let Toki believe his words. I have summed up a few points from here. First, there may be many people like Minato in the village. They don't have any pocket money on hand, so when they pass by the door, they smell the fragrance of noodles and have no money to eat. This will also make you miss some opportunities to make money. Second, there may be situations like the last time we ate noodles and forgot to bring money. Then the credit can be accepted once or twice. After a long time, wouldn't everyone be like this? That way, not only will it be troublesome for you to remember the bill, but it will also be more troublesome to ask for money. In the end, some people might even eat without paying. Third, in fact, many people don't have much resistance when facing a discount. Based on the above 3 points, I thought of the pattern of membership cards. We can ask the customer to make any advance payment to apply for a membership card. We can give the money to you before we eat noodles. This will greatly solve the problem of insufficient money and avoiding a free meal. Correspondingly, we can provide some preferential measures. For example, when the storage value reaches a certain amount, the consumption will be 10% off, and the higher the amount, the consumption will be 20% off. In this way, we can let the people in the village pay first and then eat noodles. After each meal, you can just cut off a sum on their bill. Aoba boasted and brought over the concept of a modern society membership card. According to the memories of Konohagakure's residents that he had read, there were still many strict wives. In addition, these wives were very interested in the discount. This also made Aoba choose to introduce the discount on the storage value instead of giving it away. Good idea. Toki patiently listened to Aoba's words and directly slammed the table. He didn't have that kind of creative talent. So if you let him think of a plan, he couldn't think of a plan. But when he heard the plan that Aoba said, he immediately judged that it was a very suitable plan. If it were used correctly, it would definitely allow Ramen Ichiraku to occupy a favorable business opportunity among Konohagakure. Moreover, it would also cause other merchants to follow suit. I have already finished explaining the concept of membership cards. As for the specifics, you decide it yourself. Now, the value of this money will be under the name of my membership card. Every time Minato comes to eat noodles, it will be deducted from my account. Aoba said with a smile. No problem. Toki gave Aoba a thumbs up and said, I'll give you the biggest discount. Brother Toki, don't spill the beans. You and I are the only ones who should know about my membership card. Even if Minato pretends to ask, you have to cooperate with him to complete the performance. Aoba said. Ha ha ha, Aoba, don't worry. I am trustworthy. Toki winked at Aoba and said. He secretly muttered in his heart, these young people are quite good at playing now, and they are so good at hiding money. However, this membership card was really feasible. In this way, how many people in the village would save the money for their private accounts? Toki had already begun to have a wonderful imagination. Brother Toki, take your time. I'll go first. Aoba waved at Toki, then stood up and left Ramen Ichiraku Noodle House. This membership card. He deliberately mentioned it because this time, he got some money from Yuta's house. It would be for the best if he could live a quiet life in the future. However, if anyone disturbed his silence again, he did not mind saving the other party's money into Ramen Ichiraku's membership card. Wasn't this Konoha version of money laundering? It was precisely because of the incident with Yuta that Aoba realized that there were some things that he couldn't avoid even if he wanted to. He didn't like trouble. But there were times when trouble would come knocking on his door. Then he had to arrange a way out for himself in order to deal with all kinds of possible dangers. After Aoba came out from Ramen Ichiraku Noodle House, he directly walked in the direction of Anbu's dormitory. He was going back to sleep. In the next few days, there would be a storm that would engulf Konohagakure. Danzo was very angry, and the consequences were very serious. He wanted to avoid it a little, but he didn't want to be caught again. A few minutes later, there was no abnormality in Aoba's figure as he strolled along the streets. He still maintained the same pace. But he had a very clear feeling that someone was staring at him. So Aoba suddenly turned to the left at the intersection in front of him. Instead of returning to Anbu's dormitory, he turned and walked towards the small forest. There were few people in the direction of the small forest. This way, he could be sure whether someone was really following him or inadvertently watching him. He had just taken a few steps after turning the corner. The feeling of being watched appeared again. As expected, Aoba lowered his head, the corners of his mouth curling up into an imperceptible arc, his eyes flashing with cold killing intent. He maintained the frequency of his steps and directly walked into the small forest. The feeling of being watched continued to exist and did not disappear because he entered the small forest. Aoba walked into the small forest. The deeper he went, the sense of gaze did not disappear, but the other party never appeared. Since the other party did not appear, he did not stop. Let's see who can remain calm. Gradually, more than 10 minutes passed. Whoosh! Suddenly, a figure flashed out and stood in front of Aoba. His expression was slightly ferocious. So you are Aoba. The person following Aoba was Takashi, who he had met before that sold the candied haws. A member of the remnants of the old era. Where is Yuta-sama? Takashi asked in a questioning tone. His voice seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth, containing deep anger. He knew that Yuta had gone to look for Aoba. However, he did not know who Aoba was. Only after Yuta had gone missing, he find Aoba through some information and find out that the person had bought the candied haws that day. At that moment, he immediately realized that something was wrong with Aoba. Are you looking for Captain Yuta? Aoba looked at Takashi meaningfully, and the corners of his mouth curled up, revealing a smile. You asked the right person, and I just happen to know where he is. Come with me. Chapter 70. You really know? Takashi was stunned. He stared at Aoba, and the anger in his heart instantly subsided. Could it be? Did he misunderstand something? Yuta-sama was with Aoba? For a moment, Takashi was a little confused. This way. Aoba said indifferently. After he finished speaking, he walked towards the forest while his back was facing Takashi, as if he was completely defenseless. Okay. Takashi looked at Aoba's back and recalled what Yuta had said. Yamanaka Aoba, this person, had a weak body and a quiet personality. He did things well and did not think much about it. He was very suitable to use. Either use Aoba to open up this missing people case or use Aoba as the scapegoat for the missing people case. In short, very suitable to use. Takashi pursed his lips. He still felt that he should not act for the time being. He followed behind Aoba to see what was going on. Maybe this was planned by Yuta-sama. If it was not, it wouldn't be too late to make another move. In Takashi's knowledge, Aoba's frail and sickly body was not even worth mentioning. As long as he wanted to, he could press Aoba to death at any time, and it was effortless. So Takashi followed Aoba into the forest. The two of them walked forward, one after the other. They walked forward slowly. Gradually. Half an hour passed. Aoba, what's going on? Haven't we arrived yet? Takashi sounded a little impatient. We're almost there, Aoba replied calmly. There is no sign of Yuta-sama here. Are you kidding me? Takashi faintly felt that something was wrong, but he was still not too nervous. The most fundamental reason was that he felt that his strength was firmly holding on to Aoba. Don't worry, we'll be there soon. Aoba didn't say much and continued to walk forward. You better not play any tricks. Takashi glared at Aoba coldly and followed behind Aoba. His main purpose of coming here this time was to find Yuta and then to deal with Aoba. Another 10 minutes passed. Aoba, what do you mean? My patience is about to run out. If I don't see Yuta-sama again, I won't be polite to you anymore. Takashi immediately stopped and stood where he was, and he was 90% sure that he had been fooled. It's here. Aoba nodded, his eyes staring at the ground in front of him. A new piece of soil had just been added, and a few blades of grass were fluttering in the wind. I haven't seen you for a few days, and you look very strong. Aoba looked at the grass. He had only casually grabbed it at that time, but he did not expect it to survive. It confirmed the poem he had learned when he was in school. A wildfire burned endlessly, and the spring breeze blew again. What the hell? Takashi frowned, his face full of impatience. He was led to such a deep forest by Aoba, and now he inexplicably heard Aoba say this. All of a sudden, there was an indescribable frustration in Takashi's heart. The anger that had just been extinguished not long ago suddenly came back. You tricked me. Takashi glared at him, his eyes flashing with killing intent. He was about to attack Aoba. You misunderstood me. If I didn't bring you to see Captain Yuta, I would have played you, but I brought you here. Aoba raised his hand and pointed at the newly renovated ground. This is Captain Yuta. You said that Yuta-sama is a grass. Takashi felt that he was not in the same channel as Aoba. No, no, no. This is Captain Yuta's grave grass because I have already buried Captain Yuta here for free. Aoba waved his hand and said. What? The anger in Takashi's eyes was about to burst out. However, he tried his best to calm himself down. He wanted to clarify the matter. He asked in a low voice, You said that this is Yuta-sama's burial ground. To be precise, his ashes burial ground. Aoba corrected. I'm going to kill you. Takashi roared angrily, his voice shaking the forest. At the same time, his hand goes into his ninja pouch at his waist and instantly takes out a shuriken and throws it at Aoba. Whoosh! 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 The shuriken in his hands instantly tore through the air and flew towards Aoba. The blades of the shuriken were extremely sharp and flickered with dazzling light. Takashi, I brought you here for two reasons. Aoba said softly. As he spoke, his body was very agile as he moved around in a small area and effortlessly avoided the concentrated attacks of shuriken. The first reason is that you want to see Captain Yuta. Then I will send you on your way so that you can reunite. The second reason is. I am not afraid of you at all. After dodging the shuriken, Aoba once again stood where he had been standing as if he had not moved. Although he did not undergo high-intensity and systematic body training, with the speed and strength that Sage Body brought, this shuriken could not hurt him at all. Hee. After hearing Aoba's words, Takashi immediately sneered. Then, he moved his ankle and suddenly exerted force, rushing towards Aoba. According to the information he had received from Yuta and the scene he had seen when he sold Aoba the candied ha, the youth in front of him was a sickly person. His body was weak and couldn't even withstand a single blow. Aoba had just displayed an act, and he wanted to use this method to trick him. What a joke! Takashi instantly rushed in front of Aoba, and then his body quickly turned around. A leg whip was thrown straight at Aoba's face. To deal with someone with a weak body, he would directly use physical skills to attack. Doton, K, Kajutsu, Earth Release, Hardening Technique. The instant Takashi attacked, Aoba quickly made a series of hand seals, and a thick earth chakra covered the surface of his body, making his whole body incomparably hard. Just after Aoba's body became hard, Takashi's leg struck the left arm that Aoba had raised. Bang! The collision of their bodies created a loud explosion. So hard! After the collision, Takashi was sent flying backward. There was a strong sense of sourness in his right leg, and he could clearly feel that there would definitely be bruises. What is going on? Shouldn't your body be very weak? Why is it so hard? It doesn't make sense. Takashi did not continue to attack immediately. Instead, he stared at Aoba in confusion. At this moment, there were too many question marks in his head. Could it be? You are not Aoba. Who are you? Who exactly are you? Takashi instantly widened his eyes. After these 2 rounds of fighting, he felt that something was wrong. The conclusion he could think of was that the person in front of him was not Aoba. Chapter 71. You're asking who am I? Aoba smiled. He had his back to the sun, and the shadow on his face made this smile look very scary. He asked, Didn't Captain Yuta tell you? Who exactly are you? Takashi's voice became louder. He was no longer in the mood to talk nonsense with Aoba. The blonde youth in front of him gave him an indescribable sense of oppression. In this feeling, most of it came from the unknown identity of the youth. Let me introduce myself. The smile on Aoba's face slowly disappeared, and his face became extremely serious. This made his face, which was already under the shadow of the light, become even more terrifying. My name is Yamanaka Aoba, 14 years old, living in Anbu's dormitory, unmarried, working in Konoha Gakure Intelligence Division, Aoba began to talk about an opening speech that had been magically changed by him. "What are you talking about?" Takashi asked in confusion. "When I was working, I didn't leave early or late. I didn't think about it and didn't ask too much. I didn't have any sense of existence and lived a repetitive and quiet life." Aoba ignored Takashi and said to himself. "What are you talking about?" An even more ominous premonition arose in Takashi's heart. "I want to say that I don't like to compete with others for anything. I don't want to be involved in disputes and just want to be quiet and idle. I do this because I hate trouble." When Aoba said this, his tone paused slightly, and his voice became cold. "It's not that I'm afraid of you." Swoosh! After Aoba said this, his figure suddenly flashed and appeared in front of Takashi like a ghost. The entire process was extremely fast that made Takashi completely unable to react. "Pa!" Aoba's right hand reached out like lightning and grabbed Takashi's neck like an iron claw, directly lifting him up. "Gah!" At this moment, Takashi's face turned red and purple. His neck was pinched, and he could not breathe. In addition, the weight of his body was all focused out on his neck, making him feel as if his neck could break at any time. He wanted to speak, but he couldn't. His hands instinctively grabbed Aoba's right hand, but he felt that the latter's hand was as hard as a rock. His feet moved back and forth, wanting to kick up a bit of strength and provide support to his body to help ease the pressure on his neck, but it failed. At this moment, Takashi felt as if he was hanging himself. However, it was Aoba's right hand that was strangling his neck. "You shouldn't have broken my peaceful life. If not for to avoid the storm you stirred up, I would still be in Konohagakure Intelligence Divisions working right now." Aoba's right hand, which was holding Takashi's neck, did not tremble at all, as if the weight of more than 100 pounds did not exist, as if he was holding a chicken. "In the next life. Don't mess with ordinary people." As soon as Aoba finished his words, his right hand suddenly exerted force, and the powerful force directly crushed Takashi's throat in an instant. "Kaka!" Along with the crisp sound of bones breaking. At this moment, Takashi's vitality was completely crushed. In just a second, Takashi's entire body went limp and no longer had any strength to support himself. It was as if he had no bones. Bang! After Aoba released his grip, Takashi's body fell to the ground, creating a dull thud. "Ha! Killing then burying it. I am really a good person. I will bury you all together." Aoba sighed silently and then took out 2 kunao from Takashi ninja bags. Then he began to dig the ground, and with the experience in Yuda's case, Aoba's movements became more proficient. 10 minutes later, a deep pit about 1.5 meters deep was dug up. Then Aoba looked through Takashi's corpse in detail and found a money bag in the ninja pouch. Inside was the money that Takashi earned from selling candied haws. Normally speaking, the money on selling candied haws had to be handed over to the organization, and the money inside was the funds that Takashi could use. After Aoba had put away the money, he stuffed Takashi's body into the deep pit. After that, Aoba took a deep breath and made a series of hand seals while fire chakra gathered at his throat. Hoo hoo hoo! Aoba began to breathe fire into the pit, continuously heating up the pit and burning the body inside. After an unknown period of time, when Aoba felt a little tired and sweating a little, he stopped the fire ninjutsu. At this moment, the deep pit was a mess. What entered his eyes was black charcoal ash-like substance. He couldn't even tell that it was a human body before. "It's about time," Aoba silently muttered and then began to step into the pit. He clearly noticed that after these 2 continuous fire ninjutsu, his chakra control had become more proficient. Wait! This made him realize this was a good method for training. After Aoba filled up the pit, he also grabbed a handful of grass from the grass beside him and planted it on the new soil. At this time, on this piece of land, there was already 2 slightly darker ground with tender grass on it. just as Aoba and Takashi were having an intense physical collision in the forest. In a deserted alley somewhere in Konohagakure, Tasaki, who was wearing a ninja outfit and mask, walked in the direction of Anbu's dormitory. Hum hum hum. As Tasaki walked, he heard the sound of mosquitoes. This sound was not loud. But for an Anbu ninja, it was still very clear. Who? Tasaki immediately realized that something was wrong. He immediately pulled out 2 kunai from his waist, his legs separated one after the other, putting on a fighting posture. Tasaki, you have improved more than before. Suddenly, a low voice sounded, and a figure covered in a cloak walked out from behind a tree beside the alley. This person was wearing sunglasses, and there was a black tattoo on his right face. It was just. Black insects continuously flew out from his hands and head. These insects were densely packed. It looked very horrifying. Tatsuma-sama. Tasaki's pupils constricted. He immediately recognized this person as Danzo's right-hand man. You, what do you want from me? Tasaki had already realized the existence of danger. They were not in the same division and usually did not have any interactions on missions. Moreover, when the other party appeared, his body was covered in bugs, and this was clearly his battle posture. No. Not a battle. This was an assassination. Tasaki was also an Anbu ninja. He was very clear about this atmosphere. You know it in your heart. Tatsuma walked towards Tasaki step by step. The number of insects on his body increased. In an instant, it was like a black whirlwind that swept towards Tasaki. Chapter 72. When Aoba returned to the Anbu's dormitory, it was already late at night, and a sense of exhaustion covered his whole body. It was time to rest. He still had some things to think about. But at this time, he had to rest as soon as possible and adjust his condition. The next day, early morning. After Aoba opened his eyes, he immediately felt refreshed. After a whole night of rest and adjustment, the consumption in the small forest had already recovered. Now, I want to think about it. Aoba stood up and walked to the table. He took out a notebook from his ninja bag and looked at the logic diagram on it. He immediately picked up the pen and drew an arrow between the root and the remnants. Then, he drew an arrow between Konoha military police force and the root. According to the memories I read, the plans of the remnants have been completely disrupted. The most important part has been destroyed by me. Then, the members of the remnants will definitely investigate this matter. I just don't know how much they know about me. Aoba's expression was solemn. With his cautious nature and paranoia, he felt a trace of danger from the actions that Takashi found him. He had read the memories of the remnants of the old era 2 times in total. The first time was Yuta. The second time was Takashi. When he read Yuta's memories, the remnants of the old era had not officially started their operation. However, Aoba keenly determined from the personality simulation in Yuta's memory that the remnants of the old era would not give up the opportunity of the missing people case. And it was very likely that they would treat him as the key to the door to overthrow Danzo. This was not what he concluded, but something that had already been confirmed in Takashi's memory. Through Takashi's memory, to restore the floating corpse river case process that was triggered after the disappearance of people, coupled with the thoughts and connections he had drawn in the book, he had already determined the idea of Tetsu's plan. The first step was to heat up the topic of people's disappearance, which made people inadvertently think of Danzo and put pressure on the third Hokage. The second step was to continuously throw Taiki, Daisuke, and Kihatsu, who had completed the memories implantation into the river in the downtown area through terrifying self-sacrifice. This continued to put public opinion and topics on the third Hokage under pressure. After the third Hokage could not bear the pressure and deprived Danzo of his investigation rights, the third step was handed to Konoha military police force. Although Konoha military police force had offended many people, their arrogant character made them disdain to reveal false information. Moreover, their leader was willing to stand out at this moment to restore the truth of the matter. Through Yuda's influence in Konoha Intelligence Division for many years, the fourth step was to arrange 3 bodies that had been implanted with memories for a specific person to explore the memories. That person must not be so strong and would not ask too much and would not think too much. However, the person they found was Aoba, one of the critical points of the entire incident. The 5th step was also the last step. They would use the memory evidence that Aoba had investigated to submit to the Uchiha clan's Konoha military police force. They would use Konoha military police force to overthrow Danzo to remove a capable arm of the 3rd Hokage. These 5 steps. Aoba analyzed it clearly. He initially thought that as long as he was not in Konoha Intelligence Division, he would be able to avoid the fate of being the key person and avoid this matter. However, he neglected one step. The 6th step, dealing with the aftermath. After these things were done, Danzo would definitely not let it go. You have to know. Even though Danzo had the name of the pot carrier, Danzo only carried the pot for the 3rd Hokage. If he carried others' pot, Danzo would definitely take it to heart. Then there must be someone who framed Wood Danzo. Regardless of whether Danzo believed it or not, there had to be someone behind it to settle this matter. This was the reason why Yuta had found Aoba. Of course. It was also the fundamental reason why Aoba decided to solve the remnants. Aoba already understood. Whether he hid or not, the remnants of the old era would drag him into the water, and the consequences would be very bleak. I want to live a quiet life. You want to kill me. Although I am very shameless, I am not that easy to bully. Aoba's eyes became determined. After he sorted things out, he thought that he could retreat behind the scenes after killing Yuta, but there was a new problem. Takashi came to find him. When Aoba read Takashi's memory for the first time, Takashi was not aware of his existence. When they met, he had already guessed this point and had confirmed it in his memories. However, after Yuta died, Takashi found him. This meant that Takashi had found out about his existence after he had read Takashi's memories. Did the remnants of the old era hold a meeting and plan for me to take the blame? Or was it Yuta's personal decision? No matter who made the decision, at least they have already made the decision internally. Then, how many people know about this decision? How many people know that Yuta is looking for me? Also, does anyone know that Takashi is looking for me? Too hasty. I killed him too quickly and forgot to read Takashi's latest memories. Aoba rubbed his temples and frowned. He had been reading memories with the mind-reading system for the past half-year and almost forgot this fundamental step. However, he increasingly felt that the remnants of the old era were extremely troublesome. It was simply like plaster that directly stuck to his body. So he had to tear it off directly. There is another crucial problem. Aoba kept rubbing his temples, carefully analyzing the areas that might not be very stable. Now, the list that has been sent to Danzo, other than the 2 people who have sent the message, are all members of the old era's remnants. There should be no missing places, and there should be no one in the remnants that Yuta does not know about. Then the problem is, Danzo will definitely send people to find these people. Would he kill them directly? Or would he kill them after the interrogation? Will he suspect me? Aoba's head kept spinning rapidly. Through the appearance of Takashi, he had analyzed many possible problems. Not only did he have to raise a problem, but he also had to think of a preventive solution. After this matter was settled, he could return to Konoha Intelligence Division quiet work. I have to think of a way. Aoba slowly closed his eyes. His hands were still rubbing his temples, and his head began to flip through Yuta's memories again. After an unknown period of time, Aoba suddenly opened his eyes, and his eyes shone with wisdom. I have an idea. After Aoba finished speaking, he slapped his own head hard. Why am I so stupid? Details. There are still some details missing. It's not thick enough. I must pay attention in the future. This kind of thing needs patching work. The corners of Aoba's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a relaxed smile. He had thought of many ways and possibilities just now, but in the end, he returned to the starting point. Chapter 73. After thinking it through, Aoba immediately changed into a ninja suit, put on the mask, and walked out of Anbu's dormitory directly towards Konohagakure Intelligence Division's small black room. Not long after, Aoba arrived at Konohagakure Intelligence Division's small black room. Ah, 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 ah. At the moment, the small black room was filled with screams. Every time after the cry, there was the sound of a whip being whipped. Obviously, there was a suspect inside who was being tortured. Aoba stood at the door of Konohagakure Intelligence Division's small black room. He did not knock on the door and waited silently. He had read these little tricks about interrogation in Eden's memory. There was someone in the small black room which was being interrogated. Do not rashly disturb. It was very likely to interrupt the rhythm. Give the suspect a chance to breathe and think. After the pain in the body accumulates, it can be transformed into a mental impact, thus making it give up resisting. Time passed by. The screams in the small black room lasted for more than 2 hours. Aoba listened outside for more than 2 hours. At this time, the sound of whipping stopped, and the screams also stopped. After a few more minutes of wait, Aoba heard footsteps inside the door, and it came from far to near and reached the door. Creak. The rusty sound of the metal door opening was heard. A tall man wearing a black cloak and sunglasses walked out. Aoba. This tall man was Konohagakure Intelligence Division's captain, Eden. Eden saw the cat face mask that Anbu was wearing in front of him and recognized the latter's identity. Captain Eden. Aoba raised his right hand, took off the cat's face mask, and greeted Eden. What's the matter? Eden did not expect to see Aoba here. After all, the latter was currently on holiday. I can go to work now, Aoba said seriously. Now? Eden was stunned and could not help but stare at Aoba. He said seriously, I think you need to cherish this holiday time. After coming back this time, you will not have such a holiday again. I have rested well. Aoba nodded firmly. All right. Eden looked deeply at Aoba. After confirming that Aoba was not joking, he nodded. There's not much time left today. You can start tomorrow. Let's go to the place where you asked for leave. Eden did not stand on ceremony with Aoba. Now that Konohagakure Intelligence Division did not have enough manpower, even if it was only one more person, he would be able to share a lot of pressure. No problem. Aoba immediately nodded and said, Captain Eden, I have been wanting to improve my interrogation skills during this period of vacation. I want to read some related books and improve my ability. Do you have any recommendations? Oh. Eden stared at Aoba with his eyes wide open, his eyes flashing with undisguised admiration. Not bad. Although this member had average talent among the new batch in front of him, he was very hard-working. Not only did he have no objection to the arrangement of his superiors, but he also learned to think about work during the holidays. This was an excellent seedling. No wonder Yuta said that Aoba has a promising future. Sure enough, the old bastard had a good eye. It's just that I haven't seen Yuta for a while. Aoba. You are asking the right person. We, Konohagakure Intelligence Division, have an archive room. It contains the files of the years of interrogation, so you can read does thing. But in the archives room, there are few books that you can't read. Eden looked at Aoba with eyes full of appreciation. He usually would not easily let people go to a place like an archive room unless he wanted to promote him to an elite backbone member or nurture the next candidate for captain. The fact that he let Aoba take a look was an exception. The impression that Aoba gave him was very deep. Quiet and steady. He didn't talk much and didn't ask much. Moreover, he saw his own shadow on Aoba. Because that was what he asked back then. This also made him feel compassionate. Just let Aoba learn it, there would be no problem. Yes. Aoba immediately nodded. There was no need for Eden to explain, and he would not touch those files. Because he had seen those files through Eden's memory. In other words, the archives had no secrets to him at all. Naturally, it was not worth him taking the risk to do anything out of line. By the way, bring a few scrolls with you when you go and record the experiences. You can't take away the original books in the archives room, and you can pick them yourself. This way, you can look at them again when you go back. Eden instructed again, go to Yuda's former office to get the scrolls. There are the scrolls of our Konoha Intelligence Division. Although he has left, his office has not been moved yet. Okay. Aoba nodded again. This was what he had been waiting for. Everything was going according to his plan. Thank you, Captain Eden. Aoba bowed deeply to Eden. Then, he turned around and left, walking towards Yuda's original office. The entire process had been planned by him. It was much smoother than he had expected. Many of the excuses he had prepared beforehand had not been used. This was the power of intelligence. In Eden's memory, Aoba had to learn the interrogation techniques. The only place he could learn was the archives room. In the past, when Eden was still a team member, he was very motivated and wanted to improve his interrogation techniques. He found Konoha Intelligence Division captain at that time and said something similar. After all, the interrogation was not just a simple beating, and there were many psychological games and storylines. It was because Aoba poked Eden's memory point that he got this opportunity. Of course. Aoba went around this big bend. His purpose was not to learn and also not to go to the archives room. His real purpose was to go to Yuda's office and get those blank scrolls. The rest was just a cover-up. Not long after, Aoba went to Yuda's office. With Captain Eden's permission, it could be said that there was no obstruction at all. Aoba closed the office door and took out a stack of scrolls from under the bookshelf. This kind of scroll was mainly used by Konoha Intelligence Division members. It had been under Yuda's control for so many years, and no one else could get it. It was precisely because of this reason. When Eden was contacting other hidden lines, he would always buy the scrolls to avoid leaving any clues in Konoha Intelligence Division. Aoba quietly hid 3 Konoha Intelligence Division scrolls in his arms, then walked out with another 3 Konoha Intelligence Division scrolls and headed straight for Konoha Intelligence Division's archive room. From the moment he entered Yuda's office to when he entered the archive room, the entire process was unimpeded. No one stopped him, but many pairs of eyes saw him. Aoba sat on the table in the archive room and spread out one of the books he picked. He held a brush in his hand and wrote on the scroll. In the beginning, what he wrote was still the insights he gained from reading these experiences. Then after he took out a new scroll, he began to imitate Yuda's handwriting and quickly wrote a secret letter to Tetsu. Chapter 74. Konoha Konoha Military Police Force. Uchiha Aikaru sat on a chair in the office, repeatedly writing on a piece of white paper. At this time, his mind was very messy. It was actually done by Danzo. Aikaru had expected this matter. After all, when the third Hokage insisted on handing over the investigation rights to Danzo, he had felt that it was very strange. Logically speaking, if Konoha has large and small cases, it was all handled by Konoha Military Police Force and had nothing to do with the routes that Danzo was in charge of. However, the third Hokage action this time. He gives Danzo the right to investigate the matter. Aikaru was a little confused at that time, but he still did not ask. As the public opinion continued to ferment and 3 people died in a row, third Hokage returned the right to investigate to Konoha Military Police Force. Aikaru kept an eye on Danzo from that time on and vaguely felt that this matter was related to Danzo. However, suspicion was one thing. But when it was confirmed, it was a different matter. How should we explain this matter to the village? Akaru felt a headache coming on. As a member of Uchiha's clan, he was arrogant to the core. He didn't want to lie, nor did he want to fake it. However, this matter was not that simple. Standing in the position of Konoha military police force captain, he could see more things that others could not see. A lot of question marks appeared on his head. What is the purpose of Danzo making the missing people case? Akaru racked his brains but could not figure out why Danzo did this. What was his motive? Did those missing people have any enmity with Danzo? What I don't know the most is, what role did the third Hokage play here? Akaru felt a headache. This matter was no longer a simple case. It also involved the political issues of the village. If it could not be handled properly, he might put Uchiha's clan on the opposite side of the village, but he could not achieve the appropriate effect after racking his brains. Captain! Right at this moment, an urgent shout rang out, clearly entering Akaru's ears. Right after that, a ninja from Uchiha's clan, who was wearing Konoha military police forces attire, quickly ran in, looking flustered and panting. What happened? Akaru looked at the Konoha military police force team member in front of him and had a bad feeling in his heart. Tasaki. This Konoha military police force team member immediately said a name, but he took a few deep breaths before he could finish his sentence. It was obvious that he had run too fiercely just now and was out of breath. What happened to Tasaki? Akaru asked again and again, and the ominous premonition in his heart became even stronger. Tasaki is dead. This Konoha military police force member said in a low voice, and his tone was full of sadness. What? Akaru suddenly stood up from his original position, his eyes wide open, his pitch-black pupils instantly transforming into 3 Tomo Sharingan. His heart was filled with intense waves. What exactly is going on? Akaru clenched his fists, and the anger in his heart continuously rose. He and Tasaki could be considered friends. They would see each other every once in a while. Although it was a message every time and there was no extra nonsense, he could be considered a friend. However, when he knew that Tasaki had died just like that, the anger in his heart burned fiercely. It's like this. Konoha military police force member began to narrate. Now, he had already calmed down. When our team members passed through the streets and alleys, they heard a scream. Then we immediately rushed over. When we arrived, there was only a pool of blood on the ground and a hazelnut mark that had sunk into the ground. Through the screams and special marks, we searched for Tasaki but could not find any news about him. At that point, we are certain Tasaki was killed. Konoha military police force members repeated the entire process. They didn't see Tasaki being killed. However, Akaru also knew this point very well. I understand. Akaru nodded, and his heart calmed down a lot. Tasaki had just sent him a message, which said that Danzo was the mastermind behind the scenes. Then, Tasaki died. How could there be such a coincidence in this world? Shimura Danzo. Akaru's blood-red eyes flashed with anger. Although he had no evidence, he was sure that Danzo was the one who killed Tasaki. I want to see Third Hokage. Akaru stepped out directly and walked out of Konoha military police force's office. If he had been considering the pros and cons of exposing Danzo just now. Now, under the stimulation of Tasaki's death, he had made a firm decision. He wanted to fight Danzo to the end. After Aoba finished writing the scroll, he put it in his pocket and wrote other scrolls. The content was on the scroll now had already become the torture experience. Time passed by slowly. It was gradually getting late. The sound of shoes rubbing against the ground could be heard outside the door. A person walked to the archive room and stood at the door, looking at Aoba, who was taking notes with eyes full of appreciation. This person was Konohagakure Intelligence Division's captain, Eden. After completing today's interrogation, Eden specially came over to see how Aoba was studying. Ever since he climbed up to the Konoha Intelligence Division captain position, he had never seen any team member who loved torture's work and was willing to study. Captain Eden. Aoba did not seem to notice Eden's gaze, and he suddenly noticed the latter, so he immediately became nervous. I just came to see you. You don't have to be nervous. Eden said with a smile. Okay, I am a little tired today, and I will come back after I finish my work tomorrow. Aoba closed the book in front of him and rolled up the scroll again. Oh? Do you still want to come tomorrow? Eden's eyes lit up. He immediately thought of his youthful years in Konoha Intelligence Division. He interrogated during the day and came to the archive room at night to learn skills. Yes, Captain Eden. I plan to come here to study every day after I finish my work and improve my ability. Aoba nodded and said firmly. Very good. Eden clapped his hands and gave Aoba a big thumbs up. You can come here every day in the future. But you have to remember. You can't read any of those forbidden files. Do you understand? Eden warned seriously. There were too many secrets of Konoha recorded in these files. These things could not be easily known. Of course, there were seals on the files. Aoba could not open them even if he wanted to. However, he still had to emphasize this matter. Understood. Aoba immediately responded, showing a very honest appearance. Right now, he was creating a quiet and steady ordinary worker's character. Chapter 75. Eden exchanged a few more words with Aoba before leaving. After Eden left, and Aoba also stood up, then left the archives room. He sat here for half a day, waiting for Eden to come over. According to Eden's memory, in the past, Eden was studying interrogation knowledge here until late at night. The captain personally came to visit him at that time, which brought him a great fighting spirit. Because of this, Aoba speculated in his heart. After Eden became Konoha Intelligence Division captain, he would do the same thing. Aoba returned to Anbu's dormitory and placed the scrolls on the table. 2 scrolls recorded his experiences and 1 blank scroll. There were also 2 blank scrolls that he had hidden under his bed. He placed the scroll that he had written a secret letter to Tetsu on his body. According to Yuda's memories, more than 95% of the time, he and Tetsu personally met and discussed things. For so many decades, only 3 times had he used a scroll to send messages. The scroll used to send messages was Konoha Intelligence Division's special scroll. Now, Aoba wanted to use the same method as the previous messages. Through the power of information, he wanted to send a message to Tetsu. At midnight, Aoba was wearing Anbu's clothes and a mask with a special pattern. He walked out of Anbu's dormitory. The whole process was very careful, and no one noticed. Swish! After leaving Anbu dormitory, Aoba shuttled back and forth in the darkness of the night. Not long after, Aoba arrived at the Nara clan's area and accurately found Tetsu's residence. It's here. Aoba gently placed the scroll under the big tree at the entrance of Tetsu's residence. He left a kunai there and stabbed it into the ground, leaving only the handle. This was a secret message that Yuda and Tetsu exchanged. After it was done, Aoba jumped up and stood on the branch. He flipped his wrist, and a shuriken appeared in his hand. Then Aoba instantly threw the shuriken in his hand towards Tetsu's door. The accurate ninja throwing skill allowed the shuriken to hit the door lock, creating a crisp sound of metal colliding. Swish! After that, Aoba left at an extremely fast speed. There should be no problem now. Aoba hid in a dark corner not far away, thinking about everything he had planned. Danzo must kill Tetsu. After Konoha military police force knew that their messenger died, they would definitely target Danzo. Now, he needed to give Danzo a reason to kill Tetsu as soon as possible. He could not leave any time for interrogation. This scroll was very important. After Aoba left, the door to Tetsu's room opened, and an old but spirited old man walked out. This old man's hair was combed up, and he didn't look sloppy at all. This old man was Tetsu. Tetsu looked around, and his dark eyes were full of caution. He stood at the door and waited for a while and didn't see anyone. Then he walked out of the door. When he walked to the side of the road, he immediately saw a kunao handle under the tree. Yuta. Tetsu's pupils contracted slightly. He thought that Yuta was already dead. After all, there was no news for several days. Now, he suddenly saw the special method of communication between Yuta and him. Only the two of them knew this method. Tetsu looked around again. After making sure that there were no eyes on him, he walked to the tree and pulled out the kunao. He saw the Konohagakure Intelligence Division scroll next to the kunao. He immediately picked up the scroll and turned back without a moment of hesitation. Back home. He took the scroll and walked to the study room. Under the light of the candlelight, he examined the surface of the scroll, making sure that there were no signs of opening or tampering, and it was no different from what Yuta had sent in the past. Only then did he open it with relief. The scroll was spread flat on the table, and the scrawled handwriting came into view. It is indeed Yuta's handwriting. This scroll was written in a hurry, and it seems that Yuta is in a bad situation. With just a glance, Tetsu knew that this was written by his old partner. He immediately began to read. Tetsu. Our plan has been discovered by that old fox Danzo. Root ninjas are searching for me in the village, so I can only hide and not appear. A traitor has appeared in the organization. And a name list has fallen into Danzo's hands. Leave the village quickly. Run. 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 Yuta. The simple words caused Tetsu's heart to instantly become chaotic. Traitor. These words caused his eyes to be bloodshot. Who? Tetsu stared at the scroll. He wished that the scroll in front of him would directly become Yuta and then explain things clearly. Now, he could not find the person even if he wanted to ask. However, after a moment of anger, he immediately realized a more serious problem. The name list of the organization had been obtained by Danzo. It was dangerous right now, so he had to run away. Instantly, Tetsu knocked 3 times on the bookshelf in the study. The bookshelf immediately opened and turned into a secret door. He immediately pushed open the secret door, and a passage deep underground appeared. This was the base camp of their old remnants. When Tetsu walked underground, more than a dozen people were lying on the upper and lower bunk beds. Wake up! Tetsu immediately shouted, instantly calling everyone out from their dreams. Step, step, step. More than 10 people quickly lined up and looked at Tetsu. There was no doubt in their eyes. Obviously, they were all people who had been brainwashed. Takia, Tetsu called. Yes. The leader of these people immediately took a step forward. This is the best opportunity to assassinate Third Hokage. Immediately gather everyone and go directly to Hiruzen's residence. You must kill the Third Hokage. Tetsu said in a dignified manner. Yes. Takia also immediately responded and did not have any doubts about Tetsu's orders. Let's move now. After Tetsu finished giving his instructions, he again stepped onto the stairs and returned to his residence. Then, he put on a set of nightclothes and hurriedly slipped away in the direction of Konohagakure's gate. Just as he saw Yuta's secret letter, which was the secret letter written by Aoba, he immediately had a judgment and plan. The name list was exposed. Then he had to leave. However, everyone would definitely not be able to leave if they left together. Moreover, he wasn't sure who the traitor was. Then he could only let the organization's people attract the attention, and then he could take this opportunity to leave. Tetsu was very clear. As long as he was alive, the organization could be rebuilt. As long as there was a mountain, there was no need to worry about firewood. It was just that. Tetsu did not notice that when he secretly ran towards Konohagakure's gate, a black shadow was following him from afar. Chapter 76. Aoba silently followed behind Tetsu, trying to control his gaze from looking directly at Tetsu. Instead, he used the corner of his eye to pay attention to the latter's movements. After all, Tetsu was an old fox. It was also possible that he was very alert at this time. Aoba had never read Tetsu's memories, but he had read Yuta's memories. After repeatedly observing the memories, it was equivalent to having a few decades of understanding of Tetsu. Tetsu, this person completely reflected that sentence. Those who accomplish great things do not care about trifles. After so many years, he had cultivated countless death soldiers who could be sacrificed for the organization at any time. That was not right. To be precise, it was a death soldier who could be a sacrifice for him. Therefore, Aoba clearly recognized it. The foundation of the remnants of the old era was only Tetsu. Other than that, everyone, including Yuta, could be sacrificed. That was why he wrote such a scroll that would make Tetsu feel threatened. When Aoba was writing, he was guessing and trying to figure out Tetsu's thoughts. He felt that the latter might abandon and give up the remnants, then immediately choose to leave. It was just that. Aoba did not expect that Tetsu would go straight to Konohagakure's gate. Was he going to walk out so openly? This point. He had not guessed it at all. He had thought that Tetsu would leave through some secret passage, so he could not help but hurriedly follow. A few minutes later, Tetsu ran to a place about 200 meters away from the gate. He immediately slowed down. Then, with a calm and composed attitude, he strode towards the gate. This scene was completely reflected in Aoba's eyes. Something is wrong. Aoba frowned slightly. He suddenly realized a possibility. Could it be? The more dangerous the place was, the safer it was? At this time, I'm afraid that the remnants have already started to stir up trouble, and no one will pay attention to the village gate. What's more, who would have thought that Tetsu would directly leave through the gate? At this moment, two Chunin ninja were guarding at the gate, and they both saw Tetsu walking over. Tetsu-sama. When the two guards saw Tetsu, they bowed at the same time. Tetsu was not only a senior of the Nara clan, but he also enjoyed a higher status during the second Hokage time. Did you see any suspicious people? Tetsu immediately asked. His tone was like that of a leader interrogating his subordinates. We didn't see anything. The two Chunin ninjas shook their heads simultaneously because they were suppressed by Tetsu's aura. During this period of time, the village has been in chaos. All of you, keep an eye on it. Not only do you have to pay attention to whether there are enemies outside, but you also have to see if there are spies in the village who are sending out messages. Do you understand? Tetsu coldly instructed. Yes. When the two Chunin ninjas heard Tetsu's words, they immediately stood at attention. Although they had some doubts in their hearts and did not know why Tetsu suddenly came to lecture them, they were still afraid of the other party's imposing manner and did not dare to ask anything more. Is the door locked at night? Tetsu walked towards Konohagakure's gate step by step, getting closer and closer to the two Chunin ninjas. Not far away. Aoba saw this scene. The expression behind the mask became solemn as he faintly guessed what was about to happen. No. He absolutely could not let Tetsu escape just like that. The other party was a cunning old fox. After leaving the village and becoming a missing nin, he would constantly use schemes and plots to target the village. This was equivalent to installing a ticking time bomb in the village. He absolutely could not let Tetsu leave. Aoba silently made a decision in his heart. He half squatted on the dark roof in the distance, waiting for an opportunity to move. He waited for a suitable time. At the same time, the distance between Tetsu and the two gatekeepers was getting closer and closer. The door is locked. The two gatekeepers nodded at the same time, and big question marks appeared in their heads. Why was Tetsu-sama suddenly concerned about the matter of the gate? It was still at midnight. What was Tetsu-sama trying to express? Could it be a sudden inspection? The two Chunin ninjas were baffled, but they forced themselves not to ask because of the other party's identity. The two Chunin ninjas suddenly opened their eyes wide. Because they suddenly discovered an extremely dangerous thing. Their bodies can't move. What's going on? The two of them were shocked at the same time. Through the corner of their eyes, they noticed a shadow under their feet connected to Tetsu's feet. Kage main no jutsu, shadow imitation technique. Their hearts trembled at the same time. No one had expected that Tetsu would actually attack them. I'm sorry. Tetsu said indifferently. Although he said he was sorry, he did not feel any guilt in his heart. Under the terrified gazes of the two Chunin ninjas, Tetsu formed a seal with both hands. Rat dragon tiger rat. 4 clear hand seals were knotted in a row. Just after the last hand seal ended, the shadows under the feet of the two Chunin ninjas climbed up their bodies and instantly surrounded their necks. Kage Kubishibari no Jutsu, shadow neck binding technique. Tetsu said coldly. When he was talking to these two Chunin ninjas, in his heart, these two people were already dead. No one could see him leave Konohagakure alive. Even if they know it, no one would be able to stop him as he walked out of the gate. The ninja world was huge. There must be room for him to display his abilities. Of course, Tetsu was also very clear. In the future, it would be impossible to overthrow Third Hokage's rule using his own strength. So he needs to borrow other powers. Kaka! Kaka! The sound of two bones breaking rang out in succession. The necks of these two gatekeepers were directly broken by Tetsu's shadow. The whole process was clean and neat. There was a gap in strength, coupled with planning and sneak attack. Tetsu did not give the two Chunin ninjas any time to react. Bang! Bang! The two Chunin ninjas' bodies fell to the ground one after another after losing the shadow restraint, causing a dull collision sound. After that, Tetsu walked and squatted beside one of them, then he took out a huge key from the latter's waist. This key was the key to unlocking Konohagakure's gate. Tetsu picked up the key and walked towards the closed gate. He raised his hand to unlock it. Swish! At this moment, a figure flashed out, and with an extremely fast speed, he instantly arrived behind Tetsu. Who? Tetsu immediately felt a sharp wind. He quickly turned his head and looked over. His body quickly retreated, preparing to back away from the person. It was midnight now. But under cover of the gate, the place he was in was dim. It was very helpful for him to use shadow, so he did not panic. The person who wants your life. A cold voice sounded. On this quiet night, it clearly entered Tetsu's ears. Before Tetsu could see who the person was, waves of turbulent water surged towards his body like a tsunami. As soon as the shadow under Tetsu's feet appeared, his body was washed up by the water. In an instant, his whole body left the ground. His skin was immersed in the cold water, and he immediately felt a bone-chilling cold. In the world of water, can your shadow be used? The cold voice rang out once more. However, the voice was like a wave of water this time, and it directly shook in his eardrums. In an instant, a vast and boundless water body directly submerged the entire Konohagakure gate, turning this place into a vast ocean. In the water body, all shadows were stripped away because the weak light produces irregular refraction changes through the stream of water that changes randomly. Chapter 77. This was large-scale water ninjutsu. Aoba had constantly been preparing before launching a sneak attack on Tetsu and directly spat out the refined water attribute chakra. Although because of the restriction of ninjutsu, this simple water ninjutsu could not reach the strength of exploding water colliding wave. But because of the boundless chakra of Aoba, this simple water ninjutsu instantly turned into a surging ocean. From a certain point of view, the quantitative change of chakra would cause a qualitative change. The great fire destruction used by Uchiha Madara was the same principle. In an instant, Tetsu's entire body was wrapped up in the water. Because of the flow and refraction of the water, his shadow was directly cut off from his body and projected into the depths of the water. It was impossible to use Kage main jutsu. This person had come prepared. Tetsu instantly made a judgment. His body was still spinning with the water, but his brain had already begun to analyze quickly. Aoba was in the middle of the water. With his strong physique, he quickly rushed to Tetsu like a swimming fish. At the same time, a shuriken appears in Aoba's hands. He accurately and quickly threw them at Tetsu. At this time, Tetsu's body was swept by the water before he could regain control of his body. He was unable to dodge the shuriken that was flying towards him. Puchi! 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 A continuous flesh penetration sound was heard. The shuriken thrown by Aoba cut through Tetsu's skin and stabbed into his body. Who are you? Tetsu ignored the pain in his body, stared at the young man wearing a mask in front of him, and asked coldly. As he spoke, he spat out a few bubbles in his mouth and choked a lot of water, causing him to lack oxygen. These were not the main points. He needed to buy some time by talking to the person in front of him so that he could adjust his body that was hit by the water flow and find a way to deal with him. However, Aoba's movements did not stop at all and quickly rushed in front of Tetsu. He flipped his wrists, each holding 2 kunao. Shush! Shush! The 2 kunao in Aoba's hands quickly drew 2 water lines in the water and very accurately cut Tetsu's wrists. Tetsu's hands were directly cut off in a split second, and blood gushed out from the broken wrist, dyeing the surrounding water red. This was the strategy Aoba had planned. Using the water flow to break through Tetsu's shadow and with lightning speed, quickly launched a surprise attack by cutting off both of Tetsu's hands, making it impossible for Tetsu to use the Kage main jutsu. Who the hell are you? The indifference in Tetsu's eyes was no longer the same as before, but a strong sense of fear. At this moment, he seemed to smell the breath of death. The cold water constantly stimulated the nerves in his broken hand, causing his whole body to be cold and painful. His body, which had not been restored its control, was even more difficult to control because of the instinctive trembling. With the sudden appearance of the violent water, Tetsu knew very well that he had lost the ability to fight. Now he only wanted to know who the masked man in front of him was. He believed himself to be very smart. In addition to the precipitation of time, it made him look like an old fox. However, he never thought that he would fall here in such a way. Uchiha Fugaku. Aoba indifferently spat out a name. Then, he nimbly swam through the water. Relying on the kunao in his hand, he drew a gorgeous water line. Swish! The kunao sliced across Tetsu's neck. Instantly, blood gushed out. It mixed with the cold water flow and dyed the surrounding water in a bright red color. This was a throat cut. A fatal blow. Under this relaxed and simple attack, Tetsu completely lost all of his vitality, and his pupils dimmed. Until the moment of death, he didn't even think that the person who killed him was the rising star of the Uchiha clan. Tetsu never thought that he would use such a method to close the curtain. The moment his life passed away, his strategies and schemes turned into bubbles and disappeared. Pa! Aoba reached out his hand and patted Tetsu on the head. Ding dong! Memory reading successful. Obtained, in USH, Metsu, Yin Healing Wound Destruction. Accompanied by a crisp electronic prompt. A vast and long memory appeared in Aoba's mind. Of course, now was not the time to check it. Aoba immediately withdrew his chakra that maintained his water ninjutsu. Crash! Violent water spread out in all directions, smashing into Konohagakure Gate, forming a tide. In this destined extraordinary night, it surged towards the village. Swish! Aoba quickly flashed out and instantly arrived in front of the 2 corpses that were still warm. Now the water hasn't come over yet. Taking advantage of it, he quickly taps their head. Ding dong! Memory reading successful. Obtained, F, Ton, Rep, SH, Wind Release, Gale Palm. Ding dong! Memory reading successful. Obtained, Sutton, Mizurapa, water release, wild water wave. At the same time, two memories flooded into Aoba's mind. Then Aoba's figure flashed and disappeared. It was as if he had never appeared here. Aoba did not return to Anbu's dormitory. Instead, he directly ran towards the small forest where there was no one. At this time, he did not know what Tetsu's specific plan was. If he rashly returned to Anbu's dormitory, it was very likely that he would be met by someone. Aoba ran through the forest and stopped under a tree. He leaned against the tree trunk and began to read Tetsu's memories. He started reading from the last part. Good fellow. Aoba directly saw what Tetsu told Takia in the underground. He actually sent the remnants to attack Third Hokage. What's the difference between this and making them commit suicide on the spot? No, I was wrong. There is still a difference. At least he can outrage Third Hokage. After seeing Tetsu's recent memories, Aoba immediately felt that it was the right choice to kill Tetsu and don't let him escape. One had to know that Tetsu was very smart. If he let Tetsu run away and slowly recover, and after carefully analyzing it, it was very likely that he would find the flaws in it and suspect him. Aoba would not allow such a thing to happen. Right now, Third Hokage's house must be very lively. Aoba took off the mask on his face and directly crushed it with his bare hands. Then, he buried it under the roots of the tree and slowly walked through the forest. He walked in the direction of Anbu's dormitory from another direction. It will not be a problem even if they check the three bodies. Aoba recalled the process of the plan and confirmed that there was no problem this time. He deliberately left Tetsu's body there. In the last memory of Tetsu, it was a water ninjutsu user who was the killer in that dark night. Under the fluctuations of the water flow and the refraction of the faint light, Tetsu could not see the figure of the other party, and even the pattern on the mask could not be seen clearly. The only information he could get was the name that Aoba mentioned. Uchiha Fugaku. Chapter 78. Aoba passed through the dark forest and slowly walked towards the direction where Konohagakure's people were flourishing. He was cautious with every step. He made sure that no one would see him. Just as he reached the edge of the forest, he could already faintly hear the sounds of fighting and killing. Through the gaps in the woods, Aoba could see a glimmer of light in the distant night sky. This glimmer was in the direction of Hiruzen's residence. They set it on fire. When Aoba looked from afar, he could roughly guess something. Then, he walked in the opposite direction, along the dark streets, towards Anbu's dormitory. Those suicide soldiers who had been brainwashed by Tetsu would definitely go crazy and attack Third Hokage Hiruzen at all costs. After all, the strength of these suicide soldiers was limited. Even if they were caught unprepared, it would only cause a certain degree of damage to Third Hokage's residence. However, it was simply impossible to harm Third Hokage. In the end, none of these people would survive. This kind of extremely bad attack on Third Hokage, coupled with the fact that the attacker did not give up, would definitely be killed on the spot. In Third Hokage's era, there is no ship that can carry the remnants of the old era. Aoba circled and finally returned to Anbu's dormitory under the night sky that no one noticed. The next day, early morning. Aoba woke up early, changed into Anbu's ninja suit, put on the cat face mask that belonged to him, and set off for work again. Life has finally returned to normal. Aoba was in a very good mood. His inner desires were satiated because he liked this quiet and simple life. He did not like to participate in disputes, and he did not like to be disturbed. Although he had not gone to work for Konohagakure Intelligence Division for a period of time, he still arrived at his little compartment with ease. When he had just arrived here, he heard a lot of noise. It was like a market. This made a small question mark appear in Aoba's mind. When did the atmosphere in Konohagakure Intelligence Division become so lively? You are back. At this time, the stranger who was very familiar with Aoba came over. It was the guard captain responsible for escorting the suspect. 2 guards followed behind him, holding a man who looked to be in his 40s. "I'll leave this man to you." As the guard captain spoke, the 2 guards tied the man to the wooden pillar. "Okay." Aoba nodded. He already had work to do as soon as he came back. How happy it was! For Aoba, who had already been on leave for a while, couldn't wait anymore. This person stole something during the chaos last night and was caught by Konoha military police forces people. There shouldn't be anything too difficult about it, and I will send someone over later. What happened yesterday was too messy. The guard captain complained. What is it? Aoba asked, despite knowing the answer. You still don't know. The guard captain was stunned for a moment, then explained, yesterday, Third Hokage was attacked by some extremists and made a big noise, attracting the attention of many people, which made many thieves in the village come out. So that's how it is. Aoba was suddenly enlightened. I'll leave this person to you, and I'll send someone else off. I'll be busy for the next few days. The guard captain waved his hand and turned to leave. He was familiar with Aoba, so he just said a few words. Aoba watched the guard captain leave and did not say anything. After the latter disappeared from his sight, he turned to look at the middle-aged man. Taking advantage of the situation, Aoba suddenly felt that this word was particularly appropriate to describe. It was the literal meaning. Humph! The middle-aged man snorted. There was no sign of repentance on his face, and he just felt that he was very unlucky. Except for him, there were also quite a few colleagues. Not only had they not been caught, but they had also escaped unscathed. This made him feel depressed. I know you won't say it. Aoba pulled out a small stool, sat down directly, and then took out the melon seeds he had prepared beforehand from the ninja bag and began to crack them. Crack crack. Aoba didn't look at the man, didn't ask anything, just sat on the small stool and began to eat melon seeds. When the middle-aged man saw Aoba's relaxed look, he was stunned. What does this mean? Weren't you going to interrogate me? He originally wanted to delay for some time before the interrogation, and struggled a little. But it was definitely impossible to change his crime. After all, he was caught on the spot. But why didn't this man ask? Crack! Crack! As time passed, the sound of cracking melon seeds in a little compartment could be heard. The reverse quietness in this noisy environment brings great psychological pressure to middle-aged men. Every minute that passed felt like a year. His whole body felt itchy and uncomfortable. Finally, after waiting for more than half an hour, the middle-aged man lost his cool. Are you going to ask or not? The middle-aged man said snappily. He was bound on the pillar. He couldn't move, and felt uncomfortable. After a long time, he couldn't feel any strength. He couldn't even change his posture. If this ninja big brother in front of him gave him some violent whiplash, it could still divert his attention. His ears were filled with hazy interrogation sounds, but the compartment was so quiet that it seemed fake. However, there was also the sound of cracking melon seeds that rang at a fixed frequency. This feeling. It was unspeakably uncomfortable. Are you going to confess? Aoba looked up at the middle-aged man. He did not stop cracking melon seeds, as if he did not care whether the other party would confess or not. Of course, the middle-aged man did not want to confess, but he did not want to continue to waste time like this. As time went on, the pressure in his heart grew stronger and stronger, and he felt like he was going crazy. As a thief, he was a very active person, to begin with. He was not afraid of being ravaged by explosions. However, he could not take this kind of interrogation anymore. I confess. The middle-aged man said helplessly. After saying this, he suddenly became extremely tired, as if he had used up all his strength. At the same time, he felt a trace of relief in his heart. He could finally leave this place. The prison was more comfortable than this. Okay, Aoba put down the melon seed in his hand and slowly got up. He took out the confession book and walked towards the middle-aged man. You should have cooperated so early. Aoba walked to the man and raised his hand to rub the latter's head. Then, he untied the latter's tied hands. Write it yourself. Aoba handed the note to the middle-aged man. Just as he made his move, a clear electronic prompt sounded in his head. Ding dong. Memory reading successful. Obtained, chakra increase. Along with this voice, the memory of this middle-aged man poured into Aoba's mind. Aoba did this on purpose. After the incident with the remnants of the old era, he became more cautious. In the previous interrogation, he read memories directly, wrote down the confession letter, and let the other party sign. There were loopholes in this. After a long time, it was easy to find the flaws. This time, he had to come back and had to improve. After all, he had learned so many interrogation methods. He wanted to complete his work through interrogation when he was bored and touch their head to improve his strength. However, just as the middle-aged man was writing the confession letter, the sound of hurried footsteps came from outside of the compartment. The footsteps stopped directly at the door of Aoba's compartment and then directly opened the door, revealing the face of an Anbu wearing a mask. Are you from Analysis Division? The other party asked directly. Ah, yes. Aoba thought for a moment and nodded with certainty. Immediately gather at Konoha Intelligence Division meeting place. After that, the Anbu directly left. He walked towards the next compartment. Judging from this action, it seemed like he was going to call all of Analysis Division's ninjas back. Chapter 79. Aoba watched the Anbu leave and then walked out of the door. Wait, wait, wait. When the middle-aged man saw that Aoba was about to leave, his eyes widened and were a little panicked. I haven't finished writing yet. The middle-aged man held the confession letter in his hand. When he was writing it, he had intentionally slowed down his hand speed, so he had not finished it yet. You don't have to write any more. The corners of Aoba's mouth curved up slightly behind the mask. He felt that this middle-aged man was quite funny. What was this person thinking? In the beginning, he wanted to drag it out. Now he even dragged out a confession letter. It's fine. I can afford it. Aoba just wanted to slow down the interrogation speed, because his previous speed was too fast. It came and went quickly. It seemed to be very efficient. In fact, this was not good. When it should take a long time, it should be a little longer. This way, not only would he feel more relaxed, but he would also be able to avoid some trouble. Aoba walked towards the middle-aged man. He snatched the confession letter from the middle-aged man and threw it to the side. I don't think you understand what to write. So I'll give you time to think about it. You can write it when you think it through. As Aoba spoke, he held the rope and tied the middle-aged man up again. After tying him up, he tied him again with another rope. After that, Aoba turned around and left. Hey! Wait! Don't go! I've thought it through. I know what to write. The middle-aged man widened his eyes, his face full of panic. He did not want to be left in this gloomy place. However, Aoba ignored his words. It was as if he had not heard him and left the compartment under his gaze. Bang! Clack! The compartment's door was slammed shut and locked outside. The moment the door closed, the last light in the compartment was blocked. It was completely dark in this quiet compartment. Help! I confess. I'll tell you everything. Can you not lock me up here? I'm scared. The middle-aged man kept screaming inside the compartment. In this dark and empty environment, the pungent smell of blood was everywhere, stimulating his nerves to a great extent, making him extremely uncomfortable. Aoba directly walked towards Konoha Intelligence Division's meeting place. He thought as he walked. From how Anbu Ninja called for people just now, it seemed like he wanted to call all of Konohagakure Intelligence Division's sensory ninjas over. Then something must have happened. It didn't seem like a regular meeting. All of a sudden, Aoba vaguely sensed something, but he was not very sure. He needed to go and see what was going on. On the way, Aoba saw many of Konohagakure Intelligence Division's ninjas. Just like him, they all walked towards Konohagakure Intelligence Division's meeting place. A few minutes later, Aoba blended in with the crowd and followed Konohagakure Intelligence Division's sensory ninjas to the meeting room. At this time, there were 30 to 40 people gathered in here. No one spoke. They were all waiting patiently. Aoba slowly moved to a corner and found an extremely inconspicuous position. No matter what it was, he didn't want to get involved. After all, his vacation had just ended, and he didn't want to be involved in something just as he came back. Gradually, time slowly passed. More and more people gathered. It had turned into nearly 100 people from the 30 to 40 people that Aoba had just arrived. All of them were wearing masks, and their bodies were imbued with a cold and gloomy aura. No one spoke. Another period of time passed. Steady footsteps sounded, and a man wearing a black trench coat and sunglasses walked in. It was Konohagakure Intelligence Division's captain, Eden. Everyone's eyes all of a sudden were focused on Eden. The originally quiet atmosphere became more serious. Almost everyone is here, right? Eden said slowly. As he spoke, his gaze swept over Konohagakure Intelligence Division ninjas present. Although everyone was wearing masks, he could still determine some people's identities from the patterns on their masks. I have called all of you over. There is a very important special mission, and I will select some people among you. The right to choose is not in my hands, and I do not know who I will choose either. You all should prepare yourselves because you can't come back before completing it. Eden said to everyone. He seemed to have said something, but no one understood, and it felt no different from not saying anything. However, these words made Aoba's face behind the mask become serious. What mission? Do you need to be selected to carry it out? Can't come back before completion? Aoba felt that this mission was very dangerous and troublesome. It was always not a good mission. F***ck. If he had known earlier that this would have happened, it would be better to have another week of vacation. Aoba suddenly felt that it was a bit rushed to come back, but this time he came back with the previous plan, which allowed him to break free from the incident of Konoha's remnants. Thump. 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 All of a sudden, a series of even more steady footsteps sounded, and it was especially clear in this quiet room. Someone came again, without waiting for Aoba to raise his head to look over. He heard Eden's respectful voice. Danzo-sama. Eden's tall body showed a 90-degree bow, then he took a step back and gave up the most important position. Danzo? Aoba was slightly shocked. He thought of many possibilities. However, he did not expect that Danzo would come to Konohagakure Intelligence Division. Instantly, he lowered his head slightly and made himself less conspicuous. No matter what kind of mission it was, he absolutely could not be picked. Danzo's appearance caused the entire audience to be deathly silent. Everyone in Konohagakure's Anbu knew of Shimura Danzo's fame. Everyone's gazes instantly converged on Danzo. Their gazes were different, revealing different emotions. Some were excited. Some were afraid. Some were panicking. Some were eager to try. Are all sensory ninjas here? Danzo asked in a hoarse voice. Yes. Eden nodded and said, you can choose as you please. There is no need for so many people. Danzo calmly swept his gaze over these ninjas wearing masks and said in a low voice, take off your masks. As soon as this was said, including Aoba, everyone took off their masks. No one dared to disobey Danzo at this time. One face after another entered Danzo's line of sight. Among you people. Danzo's eyes that were exposed to the outside suddenly became sharp, and a kind of aura that had been in a high position for a long time jumped out. Yamanaka clan, step up. Chapter 80. Danzo's voice echoed in this small room, causing Aoba's heart to suddenly tremble. Yamanaka clan? Did something happen? Could it be that Danzo suspected something? All of a sudden, Aoba quickly thought about it in his mind. He did not feel that he had exposed any flaws. It did not make sense. It was impossible to be suspected like this. Step, step, step. The ninjas of the Yamanaka clan in the crowd walked out one after another. Even though Aoba was extremely unwilling in his heart. At this critical juncture, he could not deliberately stand out, which would make it easier to be suspected. There was no other way. Aoba had no choice but to bite the bullet and walk out. He followed the ninjas of the Yamanaka clan and stood together. At a glance, there were a total of 17 or 18 people. This number was even less than what Aoba had expected. It was a little difficult to hide. Danzo stood in front of everyone and watched the ninjas walk out one by one. After waiting for a while until everything had calmed down, and took a step forward. Is everyone from Yamanaka's clan all here? Danzo asked. They are all here. Eden hurriedly replied. All right. Danzo's gaze swept over the ninjas of Yamanaka's clan, including Aoba, who was standing at the third last position. Come with me. Danzo didn't waste any more words and directly walked out of the room. The ninjas of the Yamanaka clan followed out, and no one dared to disobey Danzo's order. Even though they did not know what was waiting for them. They still followed. Aoba stood at the third last position. There were still 2 people behind him, and his expression was calm. He lowered his head slightly, braced himself, and followed Danzo out. Right now, he had no idea what Danzo was up to. If he rashly escaped or did something, it would expose him. He could only take it one step at a time. There was always a solution to a problem. Act according to the situation. For the next period of time, Danzo brought these Yamanaka ninjas out of Konohagakure Intelligence Division and entered Konohagakure's prison through the back door. Aoba did not expect this and thought that Danzo would take them to root. After Danzo took them into Konoha's prison, they turned a few intersections and came to a hidden chamber. The Yamanaka clan ninjas entered one after another. After that, Danzo closed the door of the chamber. Cough cough. Danzo looked at the ninjas standing together, cleared his throat, and broke the silence. From now on, you are going to carry out a special mission. Before the mission is completed, no one can leave here. Danzo's voice echoed in the chamber, and then his eyes swept over everyone present, taking in the tension on everyone's faces. The 18 of you will be divided into 6 groups with 3 people in one group. You will cooperate with each other in using mind-reading ability to dig out the information of 2 people for me. Danzo explained. Mind-reading? Everyone was stunned for a moment, and then their faces showed understanding. So that was the case. No wonder they were all from the Yamanaka clan. They were actually gathered here to use the mind-reading secret technique. Ha! Aoba followed the crowd and secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He thought too much. It seemed that Danzo had not discovered anything. It was just an investigation. Then, if I'm not wrong, the people they were going to be read were the remnants of the old era who attacked 3rd Hokage yesterday. So the 2 people who are going to be found. They should be Yuta and Takashi. Aoba's mind immediately became active. His thoughts were completely sorted out, and he understood the reason why Danzo was looking for them. Just now, he was completely frightened by the words Yamanaka clan step up and was unable to react. As long as he was not exposed. As long as they were not looking for him. Then it was all right. Aoba's mood instantly relaxed a lot. It just so happened that he had never read the memories of those remnants of the old era. Now they came to him. There was no reason not to accept it. It was just that. Aoba's mood became better, while the other people's mood became heavy. Mind-reading secret technique. Not only did it consume a lot of chakra, but it also consumed a lot of spiritual energy. Unless there was no other choice. They really didn't want to use it. Every time they read minds, it was like they were using their lives to exchange information. However, this kind of thing was not something they could decide whether they wanted to or not. They could not rush to the battlefield without sufficient combat ability to kill enemies, so they could only act in the rear. Soon, Danzo divided everyone into 6 groups. The 2 people who were in the same group as Aoba were 2 youths older than him. Yamanaka Izumi and Yamanaka Shinichi. These 2 people had been in Konoha Intelligence Division for 2 to 3 years, so they could be considered to be more qualified personnel. Now the grouping is over. After Danzo divided the groups according to his mood, his face became serious. I will bring 6 bodies later. Each group will receive 1 and use the secret arts of the Yamanaka clan to read their minds. The objective of this operation is to find information about the 2 people in their memories. Yamanaka Yuta and Takashi. As long as it is information related to these 2 people, all of you have to record it down. After the first round of mind reading ends, exchange the corpses of each other and carry out the second round of mind reading until each group finishes. Danzo coldly said. The distrust he expressed in his words was very obvious. The 3 people in each group carried out mind reading together so that one person could avoid missing a lot. This was still not enough. This body that had been read had to be read again by the other 5 groups. This also showed Danzo's attitude. As long as there was a little clue, they could not miss it. Yes. Everyone present responded in a low voice. Apart from Aoba, everyone felt like they could not breathe. After all, this was different from using mind reading in Konoha Intelligence Division. The person in front of them was not Eden but Shimura Danzo. From the bottom of their hearts, they were incomparably afraid. These 6 corpses are the first batch. There are a total of 4 batches. Now, I will send someone to send the first batch over. I hope you won't disappoint me. Danzo did not care whether the ninjas of Yamanaka's clan were tired or not. All he wanted was information. Yuta and Takashi, the 2 people on the list, had not been found yet. Not to mention that everyone here had to cast mind reading on more than 20 corpses. Even if it were 200. They had to complete the mission seriously. If these ninjas were tired to death, then recruit another batch. Anyway, the Yamanaka clan was large, and there was no lack of people. After he finished speaking, Danzo turned around and left. Just after his figure disappeared in the chamber and before everyone could catch their breath. One by one, root ninjas wearing masks walked in. They carried stretchers in their hands, and each stretcher had a corpse on it. In a split second, Aoba saw the faces of these corpses. They were the remnants of the old era in his memories. Chapter 81. One after another. A total of 6 bodies were carried in. They were given to the 6 groups in order. Then these root ninjas wearing masks left. The whole audience did not say a word. The whole process was tranquil, bringing a great sense of oppression to the chamber. Aoba looked at the stretcher placed in front of the 3 of them. On it lay a ninja who looked to be 24 or 25 years old. There was a bloody scar on the ninja's face, which looked bloody. The corpse had already been processed. There were no internal organs, no chakra, only the brain. Not only was there no stench of the corpse, there was also the smell of formalin. Of course. In the world of ninjas, this thing might not be called formalin. Aoba could feel that the way these corpses were handled was Orochimaru's work with just a glance. Let's begin. Izumi took a deep breath and looked at the corpse with trembling eyes. The longer he stayed with Konoha Intelligence Division, the more he resisted using the mind-reading secret technique in his heart. This was also why they were trying to climb up in rank. It wasn't easy for him to survive for a few years. In Konoha Intelligence Division's eyes, he could be considered a middle-aged person. He could give the opportunity to use the mind-reading secret technique to the newcomer who had just entered Konoha Intelligence Division. However, he never thought that he would be called over by Danzo. The earlier you die, the earlier you reincarnate. Shinichi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It had already been a year since he had used the mind-reading secret technique. This kind of technique uses one's lifespan to exchange information. As long as it wasn't an existence that was extremely difficult to deal with, it was all done by newcomers in Konoha Intelligence Division. This was not only an experience for newcomers. It is the process of a bitter daughter-in-law becoming a mother-in-law. Just like the new interns who had just entered the workplace who needed to serve tea, pour water, and throw the trash, or those who had just entered the factory to learn technology from the old masters. This was an unavoidable process. Being instructed by someone. After they made it through, they could become veterans and treat newcomers in the same way. Konoha Intelligence Division was the same. The kind of interrogation targets that were not particularly important could all be handed over to the newcomers. After all, the lives of the newcomers were not so valuable. When Izumi and Shinichi made their decision, they couldn't help but look at each other. Both of them could see the meaning in each other's eyes. The next moment, the two of them looked at Aoba at the same time. Aoba, you go first. Izumi was the first to speak. You are a newcomer, and it is easy for you to make mistakes. First, use your mind-reading technique while we assist you, Shinichi said. Okay. Aoba nodded. How could he not know what these two people were thinking? However, he did not bother with them about these things. None of this was important. After Danzo mentioned the special mission this time, he had already silently planned it out in his heart. Aoba leaned forward and took the lead to approach the corpse. Through this person's appearance, he had already recognized the other person's identity. Kojiro. He has a high standing among the remnants of the old era. In the memories of Tetsu and Yuta, he had seen Kojiro express his views on some important events, and it was a very important point of view. This was a ninja whose mind was greater than his skills. Aoba came to the front of Kojiro's body and directly raised his hands to touch his head. Just as Aoba touched Kojiro's head, memories loaded in his mind. Ding dong! Memory reading successful. Obtained, Ton, Datapa, Wind Release, Great Breakthrough. A clear electronic prompt sounded in Aoba's mind. Aoba was expressionless and slowly closed his eyes. At this moment, he quickly browsed through Kojiro's recent memories. There was no information related to him. After that, he mobilized an extremely small amount of chakra in his body and put it into his palms. Aoba's hands slightly trembled and suddenly burst out chakra fluctuation. He began to use the mind-reading secret technique of Yamanaka's clan. This situation was different from when he read memories with Yuta in the past. At that time, Yuta was completely focused. So he could properly fish. But now, Izumi and Shinichi were both staring at him. He had to really use the mind-reading secret technique. In Aoba's mind, he vaguely sees some fragments of Kojiro's memory. Blur. Fragmented. It was hard to connect them together. This made him feel like he was playing a puzzle game. In front of him were all different sizes of puzzle pieces. He needed to work hard to put them together before he could see more information. These puzzle pieces were not complete, as if they were soaked in blurry water. The chakra consumption was also huge. Aoba had just used the mind-reading secret technique for a while when he felt his spiritual energy constantly decreasing. This was under the premise that he did not go to the jigsaw puzzle. No wonder the expressions of these people became uglier when they heard that they were going to use the mind-reading secret technique. As a member of Yamanaka's clan, Aoba had read a lot of memories after coming to Konoha Intelligence Division. However, they all relied on his mind-reading system rather than truly using the mind-reading secret technique to read memories, and this was the first time he really seriously used it. Unknowingly. 5 minutes passed. Aoba immediately opened his eyes. His hands separated from Koshiro's head as he panted heavily. "Did you see any information?" Izumi and Shinichi hurriedly came over and asked, their eyes flashing with anticipation. Just now, when they were waiting for Aoba to use the mind-reading secret technique, they were all silently making wishes, hoping that Aoba could directly succeed in one go and find some key clues. Ha, ha, ha. Aoba kept gasping for breath. Bean-sized sweat flowed down his cheeks to his chin and finally dripped onto the ground. Aoba waved his hand tiredly. He indicated that he had not found anything. Sigh. Izumi and Shinichi's faces fell. Although they didn't have much hope, they couldn't help but feel disappointed when they saw Aoba wave his hand. Suddenly, a person in the team next to Aoba and the other two screamed. "I found it!" Swish! In an instant, all eyes were focused on the ninja, who shouted out in excitement. "He he he!" The ninja from the Yamanaka clan laughed dryly. Then, he raised his hand and stepped back. He opened up a spot, picked up the notebook, and began to write down the information clues in his memory. Following this person's actions, the other two ninjas in their group all revealed relaxed expressions. For a moment, including Izumi and Shinichi, many people had envious looks in their eyes. As long as they can find a clue, it would make the people in the same group much more relaxed. This way, they would be able to save a lot of effort. While everyone was sighing with emotion, Aoba's expression became much more solemn. He put on a tired look and stepped back, slightly moving towards the ninja who was writing. At the same time, the ninja from the same group sat down and looked at the words on the record book. He lowered his voice and whispered, "Don't you know who that person is?" "I'm not sure yet." The ninja who found the clue shook his head. His face was full of fatigue, and he said, "I only found Takashi and said that he went to look for a person, but I haven't found the specific identity. Then we will do a further investigation on that person's identity and strive to get a critical breakthrough." This group of ninjas nodded, and they were very clear that this task was still a big opportunity. If they performed well, they would definitely get Danzo's approval. The voices of the two people were very low, but it was still caught by Aoba's sharp hearing. His heart suddenly sank. That person! Wasn't they talking about himself? Aoba lowered his head slightly and hid his expression. His dark eyes flashed with killing intent. Why couldn't people live a quiet life? Chapter 82. Aoba lowered his head and hid his expression, making himself look as if he was very tired. In addition, the fact that his health was not good was not a secret in the Yamanaka clan, and many clansmen had heard of it and did not care too much about him. So troublesome. Aoba sighed in his heart. His eyes quietly glanced at the corpse in the group next to him. Judging from his appearance, Aoba immediately determined this person's identity. His name was Akuto. He was a relatively peripheral member among the remnants of the old era and not a core person. Akuto had a good relationship with Takashi in the remnants. Perhaps because of this reason, Akuto knew something when Takashi was looking for Aoba. Aoba lowered his head, his brain spinning rapidly as he thought about this unexpected matter. According to the memories of Tetsu and Koshiro, they did not know what Takashi had done, and they did not even notice that Takashi had gone missing. Obviously, the matter of Takashi coming to look for Aoba was very hidden. It was a personal behavior. Then, Akuto should be the only existence who knew some information. Aoba quickly made a judgment. Takashi had no friends from the memories of the remnants, and only Akuto was a little closer to him. He had to find a way to read Akuto's memories. Aoba took a deep breath and wanted to find out what Akuto knew. It was best if he didn't know so clearly. Otherwise, He could only try his best to destroy all existences that might point at him. After all, this time was different. The person who had gathered all of Yamanaka's sensory ninjas here was Danzo. With Danzo's character, he would rather kill wrongly than let it go. As long as Aoba's name appeared on Danzo's suspected list, then there would definitely be no good days. I have to find an opportunity. Aoba silently made up his mind in his heart. He planned to use some method to get close to Akuto's corpse without being suspected. He must not wait for the other group to exchange corpses, it would be too passive. Just as Danzo gathered these sensory ninjas of Yamanaka's clan to investigate clues through the mind-reading secret technique, the discussions of Konohagakure's people had reached a crazy level. In just one day, all kinds of incredible things came out. This made the conversation in the village more lively, and various rumors were flying in the sky. Have you heard? Yesterday, Third Hokage was assassinated by a lot of rebellious ninjas hiding in the village. He almost died. Who said that? It was clearly the wise and powerful Third Hokage-sama who killed hundreds of rebels by himself. Last night, there was a flood at the village gate. It is said that it was the water ninjutsu of a certain mysterious ninja. I just don't know the identity of that mysterious ninja. Are you kidding? How can there be such a powerful water user ninja in the village? I'm afraid it is not a night attack by a foreign ninja. The only person in the village who can cause that kind of water ninjutsu is the second Hokage. It seems that many people died last night. This similar dialogue happened everywhere in the village. Almost everyone was talking about the changes that occurred that night. The ordinary people in the village were discussing, and the higher UPS were not so comfortable. At this moment, in the Hokage office, Third Hokage Hiruzen, who was wearing a Hokage robe, held an emergency meeting. The higher UPS of the village and the important figures of the major clans were all present. I will tell you what happened last night. There have always been voices in the village against me being the Hokage. I just didn't care about it, and I didn't expect it to end up like this. I am responsible for this matter. No one dared to answer. The meeting room was silent. The third Hokage was assassinated. This was definitely not a small matter. If this matter was investigated, then no one would be able to escape responsibility. Moreover, there were people from the Nara clan. However, after Third Hokage finished speaking, he suddenly changed the topic and glanced at everyone sitting in the conference room. Through this assassination opportunity, many previous doubts have been solved. The missing people case that happened in the village not long ago was done by these people who wanted to drag me down from the position of the Hokage. They wanted to use this matter to slander my image and shake the hearts of the villagers. The third Hokage said in a low voice. In the crowd, Akaru's head was full of question marks. Something was wrong. He had specially looked for third Hokage yesterday. At that time, he had made it very clear that the missing people case was done by Danzo. Only. At that time, third Hokage did not give a clear response, only indicating that he understood. Akaru never thought that how did the missing people case become done by those people in just one day? The key point was, who were those people? Akaru had never seen those people from the remnants of the old era. For a moment, a thought emerged in his mind. This was a dumping behavior. And the real murderer, Danzo, was not brought to justice. As a proud Uchiha, the more Akaru thought about it, the more uncomfortable he felt. When he thought about how Tasaki, who had sent him a message, died in the hands of Danzo, he felt even more uncomfortable. Third Hokage-sama! Akaru suddenly shouted, instantly attracting the attention of everyone in the conference room to him. Did those people really do the missing people case? Akaru wanted to say Danzo's name directly, but when the words came to his mouth, he hesitated for a moment. The original confrontation turned into a question. That's right. Without waiting for third Hokage to reply, Danzo spoke, saying something extremely resolute. We have already found the cause of the whole thing, that was Naratetsu. The missing people case was all done by him. The facts are clear, the evidence is conclusive. Danzo said. Evidence? Where is it? Akira widened his eyes and looked at Danzo with anger that could not be hidden. Are you questioning me? Danzo asked coldly. That's right. Akira was a little intoxicated. Enough. At this time, the two consultants beside Third Hokage exclaimed in unison. These two people were in the same period as Third Hokage and Danzo, Homura and Koharu. We believe in the judgment of Hiruzen and Danzo. Homura pushed the glasses on the bridge of his nose and said in a very rational, neutral, and objective tone. Tetsu has been plotting a rebellion, which is why he did such a thing. Now that the matter has come to a conclusion, don't casually doubt his own people. Koharu directly threw all the pots to Tetsu. After hearing the words of the two consultants, Akira did not say anything, and he just looked at Homura coldly, then stayed silent. Akira turned away his gaze and finally stared deeply at Danzo, hiding everything he wanted to say in his eyes. Just as Akira was staring at Danzo, Danzo slowly raised his left eye, which was exposed outside, and looked at Akira. There was a hint of viciousness in his eyes. Chapter 83. Tetsu's matter will end here. We have to get out of the pain of the past. The third Hokage raised his eyes and said as if he was trying to mediate the situation. The entire process seemed to have nothing to do with him, and it was completely Danzo who was throwing the blame and the advisor speaking up for him. Yes. Akira replied. He knew that since Third Hokage had already said so, there was no point in targeting Danzo. Not to mention, he only had a secret letter that could not be used as evidence. Konoha Intelligence Division Captain Eden would not stand up and say anything for him. This matter. Even though he was unwilling to accept it. But he could only let it go. The rumors in the village and the assassination of Third Hokage in the night all showed Konoha military police force's negligence and carelessness. I hope such a thing will never happen again. Danzo said meaningfully. He had already sensed that Akira seemed to know something. Rather than waiting for death, he might as well take the initiative to attack. He had never been a passive person. Akira was stunned. He had just let Danzo go and did not continue to care about the missing people case. Unexpectedly, just as his voice fell. On the other side, Danzo began to criticize Konoha military police force for being incompetent. This was too. Akira did not know how to describe Danzo's face. We will deal with the public opinion in the village. As for the assassination of Third Hokage-sama, I will take full responsibility for it. Akira lowered his head and said. There was no way. He was not as thick-skinned as Danzo. It was an indisputable fact that the Third Hokage encountered a night attack. That was because they, Konoha military police force, did not do their job properly. All right. The third Hokage waved his hand and said, this matter is not your fault. Who would have thought of this? Thank you, third Hokage-sama. Akira immediately thanked him. At this time, after experiencing the matter of him reporting Danzo to third Hokage the day before, he vaguely realized that these two people seemed to be cooperating with each other. One was singing with a white face, the other was singing with a black face. It was as if Danzo had suffered all the dissatisfaction of the major clans alone, and third Hokage was going to appease everyone while protecting Danzo. Thinking of this, Akira suddenly felt that Konohagakure's water was deeper than he had imagined. In the following period of time, Akira had been observing the actions of third Hokage and Danzo. The third Hokage explained a few more things and intentionally shifted the topic back to Tetsu. After that, Danzo immediately took the opportunity to attack the Nara clan and Yamanaka clan. Tetsu and Yuta were the instigators of this matter. As the families of these two people, they were inevitably implicated. Just when the two families did not know how to give an explanation, third Hokage stood up again in time. He had resolved the crisis for the two clans and played the role of a good person, causing the two clans to be extremely grateful. Akaru took in this scene. There was nothing strange about it. It had been happening over and over again for so many years. He had never thought too much about it and had subtly thought that third Hokage was on the side of everyone. However, now, he suddenly understood. Who was that old fox? Akaru suddenly felt like he didn't know third Hokage anymore. Dismissed. Following third Hokage's order, everyone in the conference room dispersed. Akaru also left. There were only 4 people left in the conference room. The third Hokage Hiruzen, the 2 consultants, Homura and Koharu, and root leader Danzo. Danzo, regarding the experiments on Hashirama cell transplantation, let's stop here. The third Hokage said in a deep voice. The experiment is about to succeed. Danzo refused. Hiruzen is right. The village is no longer suitable for human experiments. Konoha's consultant Homura said. The missing people case has been fermenting to the point of no return. Now we can let Tetsu pay for it, but if it continues, no one will be able to pay for it. Konoha's consultant Koharu said. We are only one step away. Are we going to give up before we succeed? Danzo said unhappily. Who knows how long this step will take? No one can guarantee how many people will die before it succeeds. I have already decided on this matter. Konohagakure is not allowed to conduct human experiments in the future, and I will seal up the remaining cells. The third Hokage shook his head and said. Humph. Danzo glared at third Hokage, then turned around and left with a cold snort. He directly broke the door in front of the 3 people. Danzo, you. Homura and Koharu saw Danzo's impolite actions and immediately frowned. Although they were very familiar with each other, they should at least respect the third Hokage. Forget it. The third Hokage waved his hand and did not say anything else. However, it was unknown what he was thinking in his deep eyes. In the secret room in Konohagakure's prison, Aoba thought about the plan while looking for an opportunity. During this period, the second sensory ninja in the group next to him had completed the search. The man spread out his hands and raised his palms, making a helpless gesture. Through this ninja's body language, Aoba judged that the other party did not find out the specific identity of that person. However, this was definitely not the time to relax. He had to be sure that Akuto really knew nothing. At this time, Aoba's teammates Izumi pressed his hands on Kojiro's temples, carefully searching for the latter's memories. Suddenly, Izumi retracted his hand, and his eyes suddenly lit up. So, Captain Yuta's identity is not so simple. Izumi deliberately exclaimed and then wiped the sweat on his face. He had just used the mind-reading secret technique to search for Kojiro's memory, but he did not find any clues. Instead, he saw the picture of admiration for Yuta in Kojiro's memory. When Izumi said this, it immediately attracted the attention of the people on both sides. All of them looked towards Izumi. He actually saw Captain Yuta. Their eyes flashed with envy. They clearly felt that the person they searched for memories was a small figure in the organization and did not know any information. This kind of small figure had fragmented memories. There were a lot of points to search for, and it was very tiring to search, and there were very few things that could be found. It was a typical effort that was not pleasing. Of course. Izumi said proudly. In fact, he did not see anything, and he just wanted to enjoy the gaze of worship. Just at this time, Aoba saw that the teams on both sides were looking at Izumi. He immediately realized. The opportunity had come. He lowered his head and got up. Then, as if he had turned around, he walked directly towards the team next to him. At this moment, the 3 people in the team next to him were all staring at Izumi, not paying much attention to Aoba walking over. Aoba had already walked to the front of Akuto's corpse. While no one was paying attention, he gently touched Akuto's head. Ding dong! Memory reading successful. Obtained, Doton, Doch. Sank. Earth release, subterranean voyage. A crisp electronic prompt sounded in Aoba's mind, and then pieces of memories were added to his mind. Success. Aoba did not show a happy mood. He knew that it was not difficult to sneak in, and what was difficult was how to return reasonably. Suddenly, Aoba activated his acting mode. Aoba immediately rubbed his eyes, then shook his head and muttered doubtfully, "How did this corpse change? Hey, are you tired? You're walking in the wrong direction. That's your team." The ninja who was closest to Akuto's corpse said unhappily. He did not notice that Aoba had touched the corpse and only saw that Aoba was in a daze, and there was a teasing smile on his face. Oh, I'm sorry." Aoba smiled awkwardly and quickly turned to walk in the direction of his team. Although they were all Analysis Division's ninjas, Aoba did not use any chakra during the whole process, so no one blamed him. What's more, everyone knew how much it took to cast the mind-reading secret technique. Occasionally, there would be a situation where they were tired and confused. This was understandable. After Aoba returned to Izumi and Shinichi's side, he began to check Akuto's memories in his mind. Chapter 84. Aoba, what's wrong with you? Why did you go to another group? Izumi complained in a bad mood. I was dazzled, Aoba smiled helplessly. Next time, watch carefully. What a joke. Izumi was a little unhappy, and he had just attracted the attention of the people around him. Before he could act tough properly, it was covered by Aoba's silly appearance. Definitely. Aoba repeatedly nodded, acting very cowardly. Sigh. When Izumi saw Aoba's appearance, he had nothing to say for a moment. He could not help but feel a little uncomfortable. The newcomers that the other groups met were all physically strong and would use the mind-reading secret technique as much as possible. It just so happened that he was in his group. It was Aoba. There was no one else in their division with this kind of broken body. It was terrible. Not even 10 minutes had passed, but he was so tired that he couldn't even recognize his teammates. Aoba didn't care about Izumi's contempt at all. Instead, he liked the feeling of being looked down on more. He wanted everyone to treat him as a weak chicken. Aoba retreated behind Izumi and Shinichi and sat on the ground again. He crossed his arms and buried his head between his arms, hiding his expression. In a split second, Aoba began to check Akuto's memories. Scenes after scenes appeared in his mind. He could clearly see many details. He quickly searched almost instantly, and Aoba found the scene that the group next to him was looking for. Konoha, in a certain alley. In front of the candied horse stall, Akuto pretended to buy the candied horse, his eyes staring at the candied horse, but his attention was on Takashi in front of him. Takashi, Yuta-sama has been missing for a day. Could something have happened? Akuto asked. Impossible, Takashi said firmly. How are you sure? Akuto asked in confusion. I went to Yuta-sama's house last night and found traces of Yuta-sama's activities. Following Yuta-sama's traces, it leads to Konoha Intelligence Division. If I'm not mistaken, he should have returned to Konoha Intelligence Division, said Takashi. I see. Akuto nodded, then muttered, then why didn't Yuta-sama did not appear lately? If I'm not wrong, he is carrying out a special plan because I found a familiar smell in Yuta-sama's house, Takashi said. A familiar smell. Akuto's face suddenly changed. He knew that Takashi's nose was much more sensitive than ordinary people's. After all, Takashi was a member of the Inyazuka clan. I think I guessed the identity of that person. Takashi smiled meaningfully. Who? Akuto asked curiously. It's better if you don't know some things. Takashi shook his head and did not tell Akuto. However, he still said to himself, if I find him, I will be able to find Yuta-sama. Aoba slowly opened his eyes. This scene. It was the clue that Akuto knew. It was not that the three sensory ninjas of the Yamanaka clan could not find his name, but even Akuto did not know his name. It's all right. A thoughtful look flashed through Aoba's dignified eyes. He knew that Takashi was a member of the Inyazuka clan and had obtained it from Takashi's memory. He just did not expect that Takashi would remember his scent. After Yuta went missing, he went to Yuta's house and smelled his scent. This would allow Takashi to guess his identity. Moreover, he followed the scent and found him. Aoba now understood everything. It seemed that Yuta had not told the plan to these people, but Takashi had guessed it through the smell. If he had not gone to look for Takashi, perhaps Takashi would not have easily determined that he was the one who had gone out of Yuta's house. There was no need to worry about this now. Last night, during the battle, Yuta's residence had already been burned to ashes by the remnants. After all, there was a lot of information to be destroyed there. As a result, it was impossible to find Aoba through the smell. It was a false alarm. Aoba slowly heaved a sigh of relief. Now he knew that Akuto did not know anything. However, Aoba did not lower his guard. A new plan appeared in his mind. Now, so many people were searching for memories. Moreover, they were searching over and over again. In that case, it was certain that everyone would know of the existence of that person in Akuto's memory. There was no way to hide it. According to Danzo's suspicious character, he had to find the identity of that person. If he wanted to resolve this matter, then you need to give him an identity. What kind of identity would make Danzo believe it immediately? Aoba thought quickly in his mind. Now I don't see Tetsu's body. I left that corpse there on purpose. Since he didn't appear in the first batch, it can be inferred that Danzo has already sent people to search for Tetsu's memories. They are likely more important people in Yamanaka's clan or ninjas from root. If there is no accident, the last word, Uchiha Fugaku I said, would be known by Danzo. Although it is very strange that an Uchiha used water ninjutsu. But the more strange it is, the more suspicious Danzo will be. Now, what I have to do is to take advantage of the situation and let myself get out. After thinking about it, Aoba immediately came to a conclusion. After that, Aoba slowly raised his head. He stood up and walked towards Kojiro's corpse. Let me search again. Aoba took the initiative to read the memory. Now, it just so happened that after Izumi had used the mind-reading secret technique, Shinichi had not yet started to use the mind-reading secret technique. The two of them discussed the location of the memory points to achieve their goal. You? Shinichi was stunned for a moment and stared at Aoba with a strange expression. Didn't you just finish? Do you want to do it again? Can your body handle it? Why don't you wait for me to finish? Shinichi's words contained both ridicule and concern for Aoba. This was a very complicated emotion. I already rest for a while. I think I can do it, so let me try it again. I also want to do my best. Aoba said. You can go. Shinichi nodded and continued to discuss with Izumi. He did not take Aoba seriously, and he did not think that Aoba could find any memories. Okay. Aoba nodded and immediately walked towards Kojiro's corpse. He stood on the top of Kojiro's head. He raised his hands and pressed them against Kojiro's temples. After that, he cast his disguised version of the mind-reading secret technique. Chapter 85. Aoba controlled his chakra and circulated it in the way of the mind-reading secret technique. This method of casting was a disguise. No matter who noticed Aoba, in their opinion, Aoba was using the mind-reading secret technique. However, this was only something that Aoba had to consider carefully. Everyone here was busy with what was happening in front of them, so no one paid any attention to a sickly person using the mind-reading secret technique. Under the disguise of the mind-reading secret technique, Aoba immediately mobilized all the spiritual energy in his body and used the mind-body transmission technique, transmitting a vague thought into Kojiro's brain. Uchiha! 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 These words were like brainwashing, continuously implanting it into Kojiro's mind through the mind-body transmission technique. The mind-body transmission technique could transmit information to other people. It could be words. It could also be imaged. Right now, what Aoba had implanted was only a weak word. These words should not appear in the memories of any member of the remnants of the old era. Hum. 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 Relying on the tyrannical sage body, and under the concealment of the mind-reading secret technique, Aoba controlled his boundless spiritual force, continuously implanting these words into Kojiro's consciousness. Kojiro was already a dead man. His brain had no consciousness. All that was left was the memory he had stored. The memories gradually appeared under the constant interference of Aoba's spiritual energy. If the other members of Yamanaka's clan knew of this method, they would definitely gasp in amazement. One had to know that if they wanted to disturb the memories of others, they had to first take some medicine that could disrupt the minds of others. Directly relying on mental strength to crush them. It was truly too difficult. 15 minutes later. Aoba was sweating profusely. This time, he was not pretending. Instead, he was really sweating a lot. This method of continuously using the mind-body transmission technique to interfere with one's memories for a short period of time was extremely taxing on one's mental strength. Ha! Aoba heavily exhaled. The beads of sweat on his face kept falling to the ground. His entire body was shaking, and his face was deathly pale. He seemed extremely powerless. This feeling of exhaustion. Half of it was an act, and the other half was real. Only. After Aoba stopped using the mind-body transmission technique, whether it was physical strength or chakra, he was recovering at a terrifying speed. Did you find anything? Izumi asked. His voice softened a lot. Although he felt that Aoba was a useless teammate, he saw Aoba's attitude and was very hard-working. As long as he could do his best and not be lazy. This was worthy of his respect. No. Aoba shook his head, an apologetic expression appearing on his face. He said, I'm still too weak. I searched for a long time but found nothing. It doesn't matter. Just do your best. I also didn't find anything. Izumi comforted. I want to rest for a while. A tired smile appeared on Aoba's pale face. It seemed that he had used up all his strength. Leave the rest to me. Shinichi stood up and walked towards Kojiro's corpse. His expression was solemn, and his eyes were resolute. Good luck. Aoba gave Shinichi an encouragement. Although he said this, he did not want Shinichi to find anything. It was best not to find the keywords, Uchiha. After all, they were in the same group. If Shinichi found them, it would be too eye-catching. These corpses will cross-read memories. In theory, Kojiro's corpse would be read by everyone in each group. As long as the group next to them could find the words Uchiha, it would be the best. That way, they could smoothly associate the person's identity in Akuto's memory to the Uchiha clan. Aoba was not a good person. To be precise, he was a selfish person. He only wanted to live quietly and not be disturbed. As for other things, he did not care if the fate of others would change because of this. Well, he only cared about the people he was willing to care about. For example, Minato. Aoba did not mind changing Minato's fate. He admired Minato very much. But other than Minato, the others. Aoba did not have an obligation to change their fate. Naturally, he did not have the responsibility to protect their fate. From the moment he appeared in the ninja world. No matter how low profile and cautious he was, the butterfly wings will always flap, and the cause and effect would change the event to different degrees. Even if Aoba tried his best to avoid touching the cause and effect, there would always be traces in his life. There was no way. Since the Uchiha clan would be destroyed by Danzo sooner or later. Danzo also had long since harbored a grudge against the Uchiha clan and would not let them go. In that case, he wouldn't mind letting Danzo's hatred towards the Uchiha clan become even stronger. At this moment, at root base, Danzo returned to his base with a face full of displeasure. The Hashirama human body experiment was called to a stop, and the remaining Hashirama cells were also sealed. This made it impossible for him to continue his plan of cultivating Mokuton ninjas. Danzo, are you going to give up? In the darkness behind Danzo, a tall ninja walked out at this time. He had a pair of snake eyes, and after saying this, he licked his lips with his long tongue. This person. It was one of Konoha Sunan, Orochimaru. Isn't it because the progress of your experiment is too slow? If you succeeded before this, there wouldn't be such a thing. Danzo said coldly. Experiment, it is through continuous attempts that it can succeed. After this batch of people is used up, I found an important problem. Orochimaru said with a smile. What's the problem? Danzo turned around and looked at Orochimaru. The cells of those adults have been formed. They could not bear the backlash when they received and transplanted the cells. The direction of the experiment has been wrong. I think I should change to another batch of experimental subjects. Orochimaru said. Oh? What experiment subject? Danzo lowered his eyes and asked curiously. A child. Orochimaru suddenly opened his eyes wide, his eyes flashing with excitement. The village has just lost a batch of adults. If we lose another batch of children, I won't be able to explain it. Moreover, the cells have been sealed by that old bastard Sarutobi. Danzo shook his head and said. The children are not only in Konohagakure. We can go to other villages to catch them. As for the cells. Orochimaru smiled meaningfully, his snake eyes full of confidence. I have a lot of backups. As soon as this was said, Danzo did not say anything else. He just stood there and stared deeply at Orochimaru with his exposed left eye. After a few seconds, he slowly spoke. How do you want me to cooperate with you? Chapter 86. Root Base. Danzo stood silently. He was reticent, as if he was one with the surrounding dark environment. Not too far away from Danzo, there were root ninjas wearing masks in the outer circle. Everyone was standing quietly on the spot. In the huge underground world, he was the king here. Step, step, step. A series of footsteps sounded at this time, and then a middle-aged man with brown hair and black clothes walked over. Did you find anything? Danzo slowly raised his lowered eyelids, his gaze focused on the middle-aged man with brown hair in front of him. This man was called Yamanaka Akira. He belonged to the Yamanaka clan, but now he was not a member of the Yamanaka clan but a ninja under root. Because he was under the Cursed Tongue Eradication Seal. Yes. Akira nodded and reported. According to the last memories of the two guards, they only saw Tetsu. At first, they did not know that Tetsu wanted to leave Konohagakure, but they were suddenly bound by Tetsu's shadow. Before they could react, they had already lost their life. So, they did not collude with Tetsu. Akira said. What about Tetsu? Danzo asked. Tetsu's memory is too complicated. I just found a few key points. I will report to Danzo-sama what I find first and then continue to search. Akira said in a low voice, looking a little unconfident. Speak. Danzo only said one word. He did not speak much, but there was enough pressure. There are currently 4 key points that can be confirmed. Akira immediately began to report in an orderly manner. The first key point is that Tetsu was killed by a ninja who was not very old. The ninja who killed him used water ninjutsu. Based on his movements, he should be at the level of Jonin ninja. Most importantly, the ninja said that his name was Uchiha Fugaku. The second key point is that Tetsu suddenly ran away overnight because he received a secret letter. The list of names has been leaked from Yuta. From here, it can be seen that Yuta is still alive, but Tetsu does not know where Yuta went. The third key point is that Tetsu is the mastermind behind the 3 floating corpses. He had already guessed that the missing people case was related to Danzo-sama, so he made a big fuss through public opinion to transfer the right on the case back to Konoha Military Police Force. As for whether Tetsu has colluded with Konoha Military Police Force, I still need some time to investigate carefully. The fourth key point is that in Tetsu's memory, the list of the remnants of the old era is the same as 99 of the names you provided me. Only 2 names are not in Tetsu's memory. One is Kyo, the other is Tasaki, but I am not sure if these 2 people are communicating through other code names. This is the information I can confirm right now. I need more time for the remaining details. Akira summarized all the information he could confirm. He had to admit that this person was indeed very powerful to be chosen to become a root member. In just half a day, he had already obtained a lot of important information. Very good. Danzo nodded. His expression did not change at all. It had not changed for 10,000 years, but one could still hear praise from his tone. Your conclusion is very accurate. Next, you have to pay attention to 2 points. One is information about Yuta, where this person may go, and the other is the relationship between Tetsu and Uchiha. Danzo explained. Yes. Akira immediately nodded. As for the details of the missing people case and the 2 extra people, these are all unimportant matters. The main point is Yuta and the Uchiha clan, Danzo said. You understand, right? Danzo confirmed again. Understood, Akira answered again. Go. Danzo said indifferently. As soon as he finished speaking, Akira had already left, preparing to go back and carry out further exploration. After that, Danzo raised his head and looked at the dark wall. If his vision could penetrate the wall. His eyes were focused on the position of the Hokage office. The Uchiha clan. Danzo muttered softly. Although there was no evidence in his heart, he had already listed Uchiha on the list of people related to Tetsu. Uchiha Akeru, that guy deliberately reported the missing people case to Sarutobi. He has already stood on the opposite side of me. If I'm not wrong, Yuta should have been protected by the Uchiha clan. It was because of Tasaki's death that Akeru found out that the list of the rebel organization had been leaked, so he asked Yuta to send a message to Tetsu. The last one is the Uchiha who use water ninjutsu. Ha ha ha. Danzo could not help but laugh at this point. His laughter was full of ridicule. His left eye, which was exposed outside, flickered with understanding as if he had seen through everything. In the entire Konohagakure, who doesn't know that your Uchiha clan is good at fire ninjutsu? You just have to use water ninjutsu and then say that you are an Uchiha and have not dealt with Tetsu's corpse. Isn't it obvious that you want to tell me that Uchiha was being framed? Do you think that I, Danzo, am a fool? Do you think that because I think there is something fishy about this matter, I will think that someone else is framing Uchiha? Are you kidding me? The way you wash away your suspicions is too insulting to my intelligence. This was done by your Uchiha clan. Danzo had already confirmed in his heart that the Uchiha clan was working together with the remnants of the old era. It was even possible that the clan leader of the Uchiha clan was using the remnants of the old era. Such a clan has to be guarded against. Tobirama-sensei was right. This clan is a clan that can turn evil at any time. Who knows when it will start a coup? If we wait until that time comes, everything will be too late. I must take precautions. It's time to give the Uchiha clan more power. Danzo began to plan silently. Giving the Uchiha clan power could temporarily numb the clan, making them feel comfortable. This way, they could delay the rebellion to a great extent. After all, this was not the right time to deal with the Uchiha clan. Danzo had been in a high position for a long time, and he knew very well that as long as the clan felt comfortable, the sound of the rebellion would not be the main theme. That was why he thought so. However, when the Uchiha clan was comfortable, it could indirectly make others feel uncomfortable. the tumor could be eradicated at that time. Chapter 87. In the secret chamber of the prison. Shinichi had already completed his search. He did not shout like Izumi but walked over with a solemn expression. Shinichi, did you find anything? Izumi noticed something from Shinichi's expression. Izumi, Aoba, come with me, Shinichi said in a low voice. Hey! Izumi was stunned for a moment and felt that Shinichi had discovered something. He immediately got up and followed. Oh! Aoba, on the other hand, pretended to be silly. He got up and followed them. He did not say anything, just like a little idiot who knew nothing. Izumi and Aoba followed Shinichi all the way to the corner of the darkroom. Izumi, Aoba, when the two of you were searching for memories, did you find any information about the Uchiha clan? Shinichi lowered his voice and asked cautiously. No, Izumi shook his head. No, Aoba also shook his head. His eyes stared at Shinichi innocently, as if he was listening to a story. Shinichi immediately took a deep breath, and his face became solemn. Then, he pursed his lips and organized his words in his heart. I found a fragile thought pertaining to the Uchiha clan in his memory, but I don't know the specific details. I don't know if the memory was destroyed because of death. In short, I think this is not a small matter. Shinichi said in a deep voice. Should we report this to Danzo-sama? Izumi's eyes immediately lit up, and he instantly thought of a way to take credit. I don't know either. I just wanted to ask what you guys think. Shinichi shook his head and said. This is an incredible thing. You know it through your memory. These people are the people who assassinated 3rd Hokage-sama. If they are related to Uchiha, it will be a big event. An eager expression appeared on Izumi's face. Aoba, what do you think? Shinichi vaguely felt that it was a little inappropriate. He did not immediately agree with Izumi's opinion and turned to look at Aoba. I don't think we should report it. Aoba expressed his opinion. Why? Izumi rushed to ask. We are not sure if Uchiha is really involved. If we do not have full confidence to report this to Danzo-sama, we will offend the Uchiha clan. We cannot afford such a price. Aoba said seriously. As long as there is any sign of this matter, we can report it and then slowly search for the specific details. Izumi objected. This is too careless. Aoba shook his head and said, we can wait until we find out the specific details. I think Aoba is right. Shinichi nodded. He looked at Aoba again. He felt that this junior from his clan was very cautious when doing things, he seemed to be very collected. What if we don't find out the specific details? Will we not say it? Izumi frowned. His personality was different from Aoba's. He had a more active performance desire. Then let's not talk about it. Aoba nodded. The corners of Izumi's mouth twitched. He and Aoba had a disagreement. Then, he said, Aoba, this is not suitable for people of Konohagakure Intelligence Division. As long as a member of Konohagakure Intelligence Division finds any clues, he has to report it and check the details. You also said that you have to check the details. If we already know the details, I have no objection, but before we check the details, I think it is better not to make a decision rashly. Aoba refused to budge. Izumi spread out his hands helplessly and continued, you also know that this person is a dead person. The memories of a dead person gradually will be lost with the passing of time. Perhaps this is already a vague memory. There is no way to find the details. Are we going to miss it like this? If we don't have conclusive evidence, I suggest leaving this opportunity to other groups, Aoba said indifferently. You will hand over the credit just like that? Izumi said helplessly. How can you be sure that it was a credit? Maybe I handed over a crisis. Aoba shook his head and said. Why are you so cowardly? Izumi did not expect Aoba, this sickly person with no ability to be cautious. He would retreat if he took a little risk. I think what Aoba said makes sense. Izumi, you can try again later. If you can't find the details, let's give the body to someone else. We are not working for Captain Eden now, but Danzo-sama. If we are too rash, it may have a bad effect. Shinichi felt that Aoba's way of doing things was more and more stable. All right. Izumi looked at Shinichi, then at Aoba. He knew that he couldn't talk through these two people alone, so he could only focus on the team's interests. Only. In his heart, he still felt that he had missed a good opportunity to show off in front of Danzo-sama. The more he thought about it, the more unwilling he felt. I'll go and search for memories. Izumi immediately turned around and walked towards Kojiro's corpse. He couldn't wait to dig out some decisive things and then report to Danzo-sama to take credit. Shinichi and Aoba looked at Izumi's back, neither of them dissuading him. Aoba, do you think Izumi can find something? Shinichi could not help but ask. I don't know. Aoba shook his head. Although he said this, he was very clear in his heart. It was impossible to find the details. Because there was no detail at all. He did not implant the so-called memory but only made the words Uchiha appear in Kojiro's subconscious mind. It was just like a dream he had once had. Now, as long as he held Izumi and Shinichi back, other people would leak this information. Sigh, to be honest, I'm quite worried. I was hesitating whether to say it or not just now. I always feel that if I say it, we will be in danger. Shinichi did not know why he had such an instinctive reaction. I think so too. I would rather have no credit than to be involved in any events. Aoba said lightly. He was subtly affecting Shinichi's judgment through some words. What you said makes sense. Shinichi suddenly widened his eyes. His confused heart was suddenly awakened by Aoba. Not hoping to acquire merit, just avoiding mistakes. It's like this. Shinichi slapped his head hard. This was not Konohagakure Intelligence Division, so he had to be careful with his words. All of a sudden, Shinichi's gaze focused on Aoba. He took a deep look at Aoba. This junior from the clan who didn't seem to have a good physical body could actually see things so clearly. He was not that simple. Chapter 88. Half an hour later. Izumi's forehead was covered in sweat, and his face was slightly pale. He found the Uchiha thought when he searched through the memories. However, this thought was feeble. It was as if it were deliberately hidden. There was no way to find out any details. Sigh. Izumi sighed and walked towards Aoba and Shinichi. He slowly shook his head. Is there no result? Shinichi asked. He was still more concerned about this matter. After all, he was the first to discover the Uchiha thought. Let's go over there and talk. Izumi glanced at the corner and then walked over first. He had a serious expression on his face and understood that this was not the place to talk. All right. Shinichi glanced at Aoba and gestured for him to follow. Then, he followed behind Izumi and walked towards the corner of the dark chamber. The three of them came to the corner of the wall and formed a small circle, looking quite mysterious. I feel that something is wrong with this matter. Izumi immediately opened his mouth and stared at Aoba. He then turned his gaze to Shinichi. What did you find? Shinichi could not help but ask. This matter is not as simple as I thought. Listen to me slowly. Izumi waved his hand and did not immediately answer Shinichi. His face was extremely serious, forming a sharp contrast with his previous attitude. I just carefully searched this person's memory. I only sensed the word Uchiha in some extremely vague places, but there were no other things. This feeling is like... When Izumi said this, his voice paused, and his eyes contained a sharp gaze. It's as if his memories have been tampered with. As soon as this was said, Aoba and Shinichi's expressions both changed. Shinichi did not expect Izumi to come to such a conclusion. After hearing this, he was incredibly shocked. As for Aoba, he was playing along with Izumi. What do you mean? Shinichi took a deep breath and tried his best to calm himself down. He felt that they should not be involved in this matter. Shinichi, don't worry. I just feel that it is a little similar, but I can't conclude the specific situation. It is difficult to make a conclusion. Izumi spoke again. His expression was still solemn. When he recalled the memories he had searched for, goosebumps appeared on his body. According to my experience, there should be two possibilities for him to have such a memory. Izumi stretched out two fingers, then gestured with the first finger and waved it in front of the two of them. The first scenario is that this memory itself is his. But what method did he use to erase it? It could be medicine. It could be a genjutsu. It is also possible that his mind was disturbed by some special secret technique. But right now, he only has one word left, and his memory is constantly declining. It is impossible to investigate whether this is the case or not. But I can be sure. This degree of loss is definitely not forgotten by the passing time. After Izumi finished speaking, Shinichi's expression became even more solemn. The two of them had worked for Konoha Intelligence Division for more than 3 years. They had searched through many memories and had experienced a lot of things. Although they usually wouldn't tell others what they knew, it didn't mean that they didn't have their own thoughts. Through those memories, they had accumulated a lot of experience. Of course. Compared to Shinichi, Izumi was more experienced and had higher proficiency and experience in secret techniques. When Shinichi heard Izumi's first conclusion of the situation, he immediately understood what this meant. This corpse named Kojiro had some kind of secret when he was alive, but it was sealed, and now the secret cannot be discovered. This discovery was very troublesome. What about the second situation? Aoba asked slowly. He put on a puzzled look. As a member of the same group, he had to show some concern about this matter. He also gave Izumi a reason to continue. Following Aoba's words, Shinichi once again focused his attention on Izumi and immediately listened attentively. The second situation is more complicated. Izumi heaved a heavy sigh of relief. He pursed his lips, and the expression on his face became even more serious. This situation is just my guess. There is no basis for it. Perhaps someone planted a memory of the Uchiha clan in this person when he was alive. But because that person was not strong enough, he did not implant a complete memory but a fragment, or because of this person's death, some memory fragment was missing. This led to this situation where only a tiny bit of thought appeared, but no specific details were found. But although this method is only limited to my conjecture, and it is a bit difficult to implement. But if this person takes the initiative to cooperate and with Captain Yuda's ability, it can still be done. This was what Izumi was really worried about. He found a very strong trace of Yuda in the corpse memory. He believed that everyone present had discovered this point. Including the other corpses, there would definitely be memories of this area. It was completely certain that Yuda was a member of the organization that rebelled against Konoha. Such a discovery. It made his hair stand. This. Shinichi immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. When he first heard of this second situation, he felt it wasn't too realistic. But when he heard Yuda's name, he thought there was a great conspiracy here. If these things were Yuda's doing, then, whether it was Yuda erasing his memories or implanting them into his memories, they were all incredible things. What should we do? After Izumi told them his judgment, he looked at Aoba and then at Shinichi. When I was searching for memories, I kept thinking about what Aoba said. Maybe we really shouldn't be the first birds. It's better for other groups to find these vague memories. Izumi said immediately. I think so too. Shinichi's hair stood up, and he was already a little scared in his heart. One must know that Konoha Intelligence Division's greatest sense of security was that they would not be retaliated against. However, things were different now that it involved Yuda, he did not dare any more. Oh! However, at this moment, Aoba let out a sound of contemplation. His right hand pinched his chin as he looked up at Izumi. His pitch-black eyes flickered with thoughts. Brother Izumi, is there a third situation? Chapter 89. Aoba's curious voice clearly entered Izumi and Shinichi's ears. In a split second, Izumi and Shinichi's eyes were focused on Aoba. There was no displeasure in their eyes, but they also started thinking of some things. Aoba, have you thought of any possibility? Izumi asked directly. Yes. Aoba nodded and said, is it possible that someone implanted memories into this person after he died? Impossible. Before Aoba could finish his sentence, Izumi and Shinichi shook their heads simultaneously. Why? Aoba asked again. Aoba, your body is weak, causing your mental strength to be weak. You might not have come into contact with the problem of implanting memories. That is a very, very, very exhausting thing. Izumi explained. That's right. It is very difficult to implant memories when the person is alive, let alone after they die. Even Captain Yuta can't do it. Shinichi said with certainty. Is it very difficult? Aoba's eyelids twitched as he asked like a little idiot. Difficult? Izumi stared at Aoba in surprise, then looked at Shinichi beside him. The two of them looked at each other, and they could see each other's thoughts from each other's eyes. It's more than difficult. Izumi sighed with a bitter smile. You probably don't understand the concept of implanting memories. Let me give you a simple explanation. The first thing you need to understand is that memories are stored in the hippocampus of the brain. When we read the memories, we use a secret technique to sense the neurons in the hippocampus and search for the nerve signals inside to read the images stored in the other person's brain. After you understand this concept, let's talk about changing memory, that is, we must change the memory stored in the hippocampus. Regardless of whether the person whose memories need to change is cooperating or not, this requires an extremely complicated procedure. We first need to give the person medicine to make his mind weak. After completing this premise, we have to transmit a complete memory to the other party in the form of a mental projection. Under the disorder of the nerves, the other person will feel like a dreamlike reality. This process can't be done simply once. It has to be repeated day after day. It will take at least a month to complete the memory implantation. Of course, if the person who is implanted with the memory is willing to cooperate and try to brainwash himself so that he can believe that the memory is real, then the process will be faster. However, no matter what the situation is, it will take time. The mental strength requirement of the person who implanted the memory is extremely high. It is definitely not something that can be completed in a short time. Also, I was talking about implanting memories to a living person. Implanting memories to a dead person is more than 10 times more difficult than implanting to a living person. When Izumi said this, his tone paused, and then he continued to explain to Aoba. After a person dies, the brain will also die. The memory stored in the hippocampus region will not last long, and it will quickly dissipate over time. Generally, the best time to read a dead person's memory is within 6 hours of death. Next is within 48 hours. If it takes more than 48 hours, that is, 2 days. After that time, the memories for this period of time will gradually become blurry, and the information that can be found will become less and less. After more than 15 days pass, the remaining memories can hardly be seen. This is the time limit when people can store memories in the hippocampus region after death. After you understand this point, you will understand why it's hard to implant memories into the dead. First of all, the dead can't use drugs to weaken the brain nerves. This led to the hippocampus region being very difficult to accept it. Second, the neurons of the dead hippocampus region are no longer active. It is already very difficult to read memories, let alone send memories in. The most important thing is the time problem I told you just now. The dead do not have enough time to receive memories. Generally speaking, the time period of implanting memories is about a month. Even if it is faster, it will not be less than half a month. However, half a month is enough to make the hippocampus of the dead person wither. Aoba, do you understand? Izumi patiently explained the problem of implanting memories to Aoba, especially the issue of implanting memories to the dead. I understand. Aoba nodded. He did not know these questions, but he hoped that Izumi and Shinichi would think that he did not know. In Yuta's memory, there were very detailed explanations. Not only did it have the concept of implanting memories, but it also had the practical operation of implanting memories. These experiences were something that Izumi and Shinichi did not possess. However, Aoba had a little different opinion about what Izumi had just said. The dead could be implanted with memories. As long as the implanting process was forceful enough, the memory could be put in before all the memory faded. The prerequisite was that they had powerful spiritual energy. This was the limit of their knowledge. They had never seen a person with strong spiritual energy. Naturally, they felt that this was impossible. In that case, this part of Uchiha in the memory, whether it is going to be erased or implanted, is it all from when he was alive? Is it possible that it was done by Captain Yuta? After asking the question, Aoba moved according to his rhythm, leading Izumi and Shinichi's thoughts over. SHH. Izumi immediately stretched out a finger and placed it in front of his lips, making a silencing gesture. It's very possible. Izumi nodded. As he spoke, he looked around to make sure that no one heard him before heaving a sigh of relief. In that case, I think it's better if we don't say any more. Let the next group search for this person's memories. Aoba voiced out his thoughts. I really can't say this. Shinichi echoed. I think so too, Izumi smiled helplessly and said, I just feel that it's a bit of a pity. What a pity. Shinichi complained in a bad mood. He stared at Izumi and rolled his eyes at the latter. Izumi, wake up. Do you know what this matter involves? The Uchiha clan. And Captain Yuta. There is no clear evidence now. If we reveal this thing, who knows what will happen to us? Shinichi was truly afraid. Logically speaking, all they had to do was say what they saw. The rest had nothing to do with them. But if what he said was false, then the Uchiha clan would definitely hold a grudge against their slander. If it's true, that would be a huge matter that they could not handle. Forget it, let's not talk about it anymore. Let the other groups talk about it. We won't get involved in this mess anymore. Izumi heaved a sigh of relief and nodded. He finally made a decision. Chapter 90. Phew. Shinichi heaved a heavy sigh of relief. When he heard that Izumi would no longer be involved in this muddy water, the burden in his heart was lifted. Shinichi suddenly realized something very strange. This wasn't his character. It was clearly the not-so-healthy newcomer Aoba who had a cautious personality. How did he become like him in just a few hours? Even he had become so cautious? Was caution contagious? Shinichi couldn't help but look at Aoba beside him. He saw that the latter had a calm and composed expression and was not flustered. He couldn't help but take a few more glances. Brother Shinichi, what's the matter? All of a sudden, Aoba's voice rang out. Then, he raised his head and met Aoba's gaze. No, nothing. Shinichi hurriedly shook his head. He had been thinking about things for a long time, so he did not notice that Aoba had already noticed his gaze. Oh. Aoba responded faintly, then turned his head away as if nothing had happened. Ah, okay, that's it. Izumi muttered in a voice that only he could hear and was still a little unwilling in his heart. He felt that this was an excellent opportunity. If he seized it, he might be able to jump out of Konohagakure Intelligence Division in one fell swoop and step onto the higher stage of life. But opportunities and risks coexisted. And the risks were greater than opportunities. He had already realized that he could not take this opportunity. Forget it. Just let it go like this. Izumi was brainwashing himself, constantly persuading himself to stop thinking about it. But the more he was like this, the more unwilling he was in his heart. He couldn't help but look at Kojiro's corpse as he muttered to himself. His eyes were eager to try. He wanted to go over and search his memories again. Brother Izumi. At this time, Aoba's voice sounded. It was not loud, but it clearly entered Izumi's ears, attracting the latter's attention. Ah? Aoba? What's wrong? Izumi was stunned for a moment. He turned to look at Aoba. His mind was now wholly occupied by Kojiro's matter. Although he said that he did not want to continue. But he still did not dare to believe that he would give up just like that. He was in a hesitating stage as if there were two villains in his heart pulling each other. No one had the upper hand, and all possible decisions could be made one side tilt. Brother Izumi, I have something to say to you. Aoba walked up to Izumi and whispered. What do you want to talk about? Izumi frowned slightly. His thoughts were interrupted, and he was a little unhappy. It was as if his thoughts were suddenly interrupted before he could come to a conclusion. I think. Aoba stared at Izumi and carefully looked at the latter's face. He had just keenly determined that Izumi was unwilling. If he let it go, there was a high chance that something unexpected would happen. If these people are really colluding with the Uchiha clan, then there should be memory fragments on the other corpses. Maybe there will be more details than those corpses. Aoba said. You mean? Izumi's eyes lit up slightly. After hearing Aoba's words, he suddenly realized something. The corpses here will all be cross-read. It is too hasty to judge that this matter has something to do with the Uchiha clan just by relying on the vague memories of a corpse. Why don't we read the memories of a few more corpses? Perhaps we can find more clues and restore more things. Wouldn't that make us more confident? We won't be taking too much risk either. Aoba seemed to be persuading him, but in fact, he was stabilizing Izumi's mood. What you said makes sense, but Izumi still had some misgivings in his heart. He said, if someone else gets ahead of us, we will miss the opportunity. Then we can only be faster. Right now, we have a direction. But the other group are searching everywhere, trying to seize the opportunity. Aoba said. I understand. The little person in Izumi's heart immediately tilted to the other side. Then, he looked deeply at Aoba and said, Aoba, you are right. It is not a suitable opportunity to speak out now. After saying that, Izumi was completely relieved. He suddenly figured it out. He shouldn't worry too much. In the next half of the day, the other teams in the room were searching through memories, trying to find some clues. Only the team next to Aoba found the memory of Takashi looking for someone, but they could not find any clues. The other teams did not find anything. Instead, it was Aoba's team that found some things. They did not search Kojiro's memories anymore. After discussing with each other, they unanimously agreed that there would be no more decisive evidence in Kojiro's memories. The memories pertaining to Uchiha had been forcibly erased. There was no need to waste more energy on this person. What they needed to do during this period of time was to preserve their strength and energy, wait for the exchange of corpses, and then find more clues from them. Time passed by slowly. Gradually, half a day passed. The sound of steady footsteps came from outside. While everyone was focused on searching for memories, the boss of Root Organization, Shimura Danzo, walked in. Danzo-sama. The people who noticed Danzo immediately stood up and bowed in a split second. Everyone had respectful expressions on their faces. Danzo was such a person. Even among Anbu, everyone was in awe of him. It could even be said that fear was greater than respect. This degree of fear had already surpassed Third Hokage. Have you found anything? Danzo swept his gaze over everyone and slowly said. After he finished speaking, the scene was completely silent. No one spoke. No one dared to speak. Even the team next to Aoba that found out Takashi went to find a person did not speak. This scene of silence suddenly gave Izumi the motivation to calm down. Since no one took the risk, there was no need to take the risk now. Exchange the corpses. Danzo's face turned ugly. He was not satisfied with the performance of the people present. From now on to noon tomorrow, every 2 hours, you will exchange the corpses until every team finishes reading the memories of all the corpses. Whether there is any discovery or not, I will bring the second batch of corpses over. But then again, if any of you find any clues, there will be unexpected rewards waiting for you. After leaving these words, Danzo directly turned around and left. He secretly cursed in his heart that the efficiency was too low. He gave half a day to search for memories deeply, but they actually found nothing. A bunch of trash. After leaving the door, Danzo coldly cursed. These people combined were not as good as Akira at his roots. Chapter 91. Ha! After Danzo left, everyone gasped. Everyone was clearly relieved. Danzo gave them a very strong pressure. As Danzo left, the root ninjas stationed here began to organize an exchange of corpses. The team exchanging corpses with Aoba's group happened to be the team next to them. At this time, the corpse lying on the stretcher in front of Aoba's team was Akuto, who he had just read earlier. Brother Izumi, Brother Shinichi, I've recovered a bit. Why don't you let me go first? Aoba took the initiative to ask. All right. Just hurry up. Izumi was a bit anxious in his heart, but he wasn't too worried. Just now, the team at the side didn't say anything. It was clear that there wouldn't be any important information on this corpse. Go. Shinichi also nodded. In his opinion, Aoba's turn would end soon, and it would not take too much time. Okay. Aoba immediately walked towards Akuto's corpse, put his hands on Akuto's temple, and slowly closed his eyes. He mobilized the chakra in his body and used the mind-reading secret technique. Like before, he used the mind-reading secret technique as a cover to make others think he was searching for memories. Of course, no one paid any attention to Aoba. Every team was busy reading the memories of the new body. They were all tempted by the reward that Danzo mentioned. In an instant, Aoba's hands trembled slightly. A terrifying mental power gushed out and directly entered Akuto's brain, destroying some of his neurons. What he had to do this time was not to implant memories, nor modify memories, but instead to destroy his memories. Using an extremely violent method, he completely wiped out everything that had happened between Akuto and Takashi. Aoba's mental strength far surpassed that of other ninjas. Even if Akuto was alive, he might not be able to resist this mental attack, let alone Akuto, who was already dead. Bang! 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 Beads of sweat once again appeared on Aoba's forehead, sliding down his cheeks to his chin. They fell to the ground and broke into several pieces. I'm done. Aoba opened his eyes. His face was pale as he walked towards Izumi and Shinichi. As he walked, he swayed as if he could fall at any time. He looked like he was utterly exhausted. So fast. Izumi and Shinichi widened their eyes and looked at each other. They could see the shock in each other's eyes. It has only been less than 3 minutes, right? According to the normal progress of searching for memories, his spiritual energy had just entered, and it had only stirred a few times before it came out. Could this read anything? Yes, I didn't find anything. Aoba shook his head and walked in the direction of Izumi and Shinichi. It was only when he was in front of the two of them, he lowered his voice and slowly opened his mouth. I didn't find any information about Uchiha. Aoba added. Izumi and Shinichi suddenly understood. So that was the case. For a moment, Izumi and Shinichi looked at Aoba with different eyes. They felt that although Aoba's body was weak, he was a team-oriented person. In their opinion, Aoba spent too much energy in a short period of time intending to directly find Uchiha information. In this short span of 3 minutes, he didn't use his spiritual energy to stir it a few times but rather forcefully charged forward. This was understandable. With Aoba's current physique, 3 minutes was enough. Aoba, you should rest. Leave the rest to me, Shinichi said slowly. Then, he walked towards Akuto. Yes. Aoba went directly to the corner, sat on the ground, and crossed his arms around his knee. He then buried his head between his arms and prepared to sleep. No memories would be found in Akuto's body. There was nothing to worry about now. After reading Akuto's memories, Aoba already knew very well what Akuto knew. Now, he even erased the information of that person. Of course, Aoba did not think that this was a risky move. It was a very simple principle. Whether it was their team or the team that was going to read Akuto's memory, no one would find the information about that person on Akuto. Then, if the other team did not find that person in the memory, they would become suspicious. Since they did not find the memory, others might even suspect that it was a ruse for the sake of attracting attention from the masses. After all, if they found anything, why didn't they report it to Danzo? After this operation, it could be said that Aoba had completely cut off the connection between the remnants of the old era and him, completely pulling himself out, and could rest easy. A quiet life is really rare and precious. Aoba could not help but sigh. This time, he only erased his memories and did not implant the memories about Uchiha. There was no need to do anything else. As the saying goes, the more you do, the easier it is to make mistakes. This matter ends now. Also, if some of these corpses had information about Uchiha, perhaps Danzo would suspect that someone was framing Uchiha. However, only one corpse had a vague memory, and when the specific details were unknown, it would give Danzo a feeling that they wanted to hide it. After Aoba came to the ninja world, he had almost no contact with Danzo. Even if they met, it was only the third time, and even Danzo might not know him. However, before he crossed over, he had watched Naruto's anime countless times and knew what kind of person Danzo was. Cunning old fox. Crafty and cunning. Calm and collected. And suspicious by nature. The previous qualities were very difficult to break, but the last point could be used. Aoba was glad that Konoha had someone like Danzo, who could help him realize some things through Danzo's character. I found it. Suddenly, a sharp voice sounded. The owner of the voice was the ninja that had discovered that person not long ago. Yamanaka Midori. At this moment, Midori's eyes flashed with surprise. When he was searching Kojiro's memories, he had keenly captured the thoughts of Uchiha. This was a crucial clue. All of a sudden, the surrounding gazes all fell on Midori. There was no longer any worship in their eyes like earlier, but doubt and disbelief. You were like this just earlier, yet you did not report it. And now you wanted to fool us again? When everyone heard Midori's shocked and flustered behavior, it was as if they were listening to a child who was herding sheep shouting for a wolf to come, so they no longer believed it. Humph! When Midori saw the expressions of doubt on everyone's faces, his self-esteem was stimulated, and he could not help but shout. I want to report something to Danzo-sama. Chapter 92. Yamanaka Midori said. Everyone in the room stopped moving, including the other sensory ninjas, currently reading memories. Everyone suddenly realized. It seemed Midori was serious. Shinichi also stopped reading memory. He turned around and walked towards Izumi and Aoba, exchanging glances with the two of them. Shinichi, have you found anything? Izumi took the initiative to ask. From his expression, it seemed that he did not care about Midori's discovery at all. No, there is no that person at all. I don't know what Midori did either. It was only a few hours. Even if his memory deteriorates, it would not be to such an exaggerated extent. There was no trace at all, Shinichi said. He was too impulsive. Izumi shook his head. He knew very well that Midori was the same person as him. It was the kind of person who wanted to seize this opportunity from Danzo and then step away from Konohagakure Intelligence Division to reach the peak of his life. However, he felt that Midori was a little too impulsive. At the same time, there was a little bit of envy and worry about the loss deep in his heart. He read Koshiro's memory. We have checked it several times. There is no other information at all. No decisive evidence appears. He is too hasty. Shinichi nodded. Aoba, what do you think? Izumi turned to look at Aoba. As long as he is happy, Aoba said indifferently. He was still maintaining a very tired posture. Although he said this, he was still quite happy in his heart. He had implanted Uchiha's thoughts into Koshiro, so he needed this kind of person to discover it. All the teams looked at Midori all of a sudden. Everyone had different doubts on their faces, and they were whispering and discussing in low voices. Now, they looked at Midori differently. This time, all kinds of different emotions and discussions stimulated Midori's self-esteem to a great extent. Just you wait. This opportunity belongs to me. None of you can get it. Midori muttered in his heart. His hands were clenched into fists, and his joints were slightly pale because of the force. Right at this moment, the root ninjas who were stationed here noticed Midori's abnormality and heard the words that he was looking for Danzo. Are you serious? One of the root ninjas asked seriously. As members of root, they were only loyal to Danzo. Anything that involved Danzo, they would be cautious. That's right. That's right. I found something. I want to report it to Danzo-sama. Midori said loudly. All of you, come with me. The root ninjas waved at Midori, then let the two root ninjas take away the corpse of Koshiro from Midori's group. Ah! Midori's teammate was stunned for a moment. They looked at each other and could see the doubt in each other's eyes. Are we going to? The two of them asked in the same confused voice. They had not read memories yet, and even they did not know what Midori had discovered. Especially in the face of so many people with questioning eyes, they did not have any confidence. You are from the same group, of course, you have to go together. The root ninja said coldly. Ah, this. The corners of the two people's mouths twitched violently. An ominous premonition arose in their hearts, and their feeling wasn't too good. If they had known earlier, they would stop Midori. If you had discovered something, there wouldn't be any problems reporting this to Danzo. But at least discuss it with us first. The two could only follow Midori out of the room helplessly and then followed the root ninja towards root base. All of a sudden, this group was all taken away. Moreover, they never came back. When Aoba saw this scene, he felt even happier in his heart. It was the right choice to stop Izumi. Otherwise, he would directly expose himself under Danzo's eyes. No matter what happened, perhaps there would be no good result. In the following period of time, the people in the room did not find any clues. They only read about the plan of the old era to overthrow the third Hokage regime. These things were not secrets at all. The entire Konohagakure knew that Tetsuo had instructed these people to attack third Hokage in the dark. Danzo had already informed the people in the village about this matter and had thrown all the blame for the missing people case to Tetsuo, calling it the threatening behavior that the latter intended to carry out. Although there was no memory of the missing people in the memories of these people, it was well known that they were against third Hokage's regime. Therefore, even if they read this kind of memory, there was no need to report it. The most important thing now was finding clues about Yuta and Takashi's whereabouts. Only Akuto knew a little among these people, but it was erased by Aoba. As for clues about the Uchiha clan, It was planted entirely by Aoba, and only Kojiro had it. As a result, the people here naturally could not find any clues. 2 hours soon passed. Under the guidance of the root ninjas, the teams exchanged the bodies again. 2 hours later, the sensory ninjas present gradually realized that there was no more information on the bodies. Then they slowly began to slack off. However, there was one person here who was constantly benefiting from this. That was Aoba. Every time they exchanged corpses, Aoba would read their memories once and would be rewarded. Unconsciously. The night passed. Everyone worked tirelessly until the morning of the next day. All the corpses on the scene had been strung up and changed, and no one had found more. He obtained 4 ninjutsu through the remaining 4 corpses Aoba read, enriching his personal ninjutsu repertoire. Step, step, step. Along with a series of steady footsteps, the room became quiet. Everyone realized that someone was coming. Under everyone's gaze, the room door opened. The person entering was wearing a dark green robe. It was Shimura Danzo. Danzo met everyone's gaze and swept his gaze over the ninjas below. His expression was slightly displeased. "Did you find anything?" Danzo's tone became a little impatient. He had deliberately mobilized these sensory ninjas with mind-reading experience from Konoha Gakure Intelligence Division. He did not expect that only one team had discovered a problem. No one responded. The scene was completely in a state of silence. Chapter 93. When Danzo saw everyone's reaction, his expression became even more unsightly. The corpse called Kojiro had already been taken away. There were only 5 corpses left. But they didn't find anything. "Bring in the following 2 batches." Danzo waved his hand, and as his voice fell, the root ninjas quickly carried 10 corpses in. "Now speed up, each of you will read the memories of the 2 corpses. The time limit is still 2 hours, and then exchange them. I will come back at night. If any of you find any information, tell me immediately. The people who provide the information will get unexpected rewards. But if you haven't found anything, then all of you, get lost." After saying this, Danzo directly turned around and left. Following him, the root ninjas carried the 5 corpses that had already read their memories back. Then, the iron gate of the room was slammed shut. After that, the teams began to discuss in low voices. "It seems that this is our last chance. There are a total of 10 corpses. If Midori and his team have not left, there should be 12 corpses. According to what Danzo-sama said, there are still 4 more batches. They should not be sent over again if we found nothing." Izumi analyzed in a low voice. Even he was not clear whether he was envious of Midori or felt that something would happen to Midori. "Don't worry about so much. Let's look at the scene in front of us. After searching through the memories of these 10 corpses, I feel that I am going to die soon." Shinichi looked at the corpses carried in on the stretchers and could not help but feel a headache. The continuous high-intensity use of the mind-reading secret technique had already made his body a little tired. That's right, when Izumi saw these corpses, his desire to rush in immediately dropped. "I'll go first." Aoba said first, then walked past Izumi and Shinichi towards the 2 corpses. Izumi and Shinichi did not react at all. They were already used to it. In their group, Aoba was just a bystander. When each corpse was carried over, it was always Aoba who took the lead in raising his gun and then surrendered in less than 3 minutes. It could be said that it didn't have much effect, it was simply useless. In the eyes of the 2 of them, it didn't matter if Aoba went first or even if he didn't go. But going first still shows his attitude. Aoba walked to the side of the 2 corpses. He raised his right hand, touched the first corpse, and then touched the second one. In an instant, 2 different memory fragments poured into his mind. At the same time, the clear prompt of the mind-reading system rang out in Aoba's mind, and he received 2 more ninjutsu. N. Aoba quickly browsed through the memories of these two people, but there was no information about Takashi coming to find him. There was no problem. It was the same as what he had guessed. Takashi did not tell anyone about this matter. Other than Akuto, no one knew the so-called person. Aoba's mood relaxed. After using the mind-reading secret technique and rubbing the bodies of the two corpses a few times, he immediately put on a tired appearance and directly retreated. The mind-reading time was long and boring. After losing their initial enthusiasm, these sensory ninjas already felt that they would not be able to find any clues. 2 hours later, then another 2 hours later. Unknowingly, 10 hours passed. The heads of these 10 corpses had already been touched by Aoba, and he had obtained 10 different ninjutsu, so his harvest was quite rich. The other ninjas were so tired that they did not even have the strength to speak. Of course. In their eyes, Aoba was even more tired than them. The continuous reading of memories made every ninja present mentally and physically exhausted. In the darkroom, only the candle light shone a faint light. If not for the 2 hours notification, everyone would not even know what time it was now. Step, step, step. The familiar footsteps stepped in and immediately attracted everyone's attention again. Danzo, dressed in dark green clothes, walked in and appeared in front of everyone again. Have you found any clues? Danzo asked coldly. His sharp eyes swept across everyone. In fact, he had already known the result before he asked this question. After all, he had already warned them. They would definitely report it directly like Midori if anyone found any clues. But in 10 hours, no one reported anything. Danzo had already realized in his heart that these people who could be sent out to be a sacrifice at any time did not have any information. The scene was silent, and no one dared to speak. Mission ended. Danzo's tone was still very cold. He knew it was useless to keep these people here to read memories. After borrowing for such a long time, Konohagaku's Intelligence Division did not say anything. However, if they continued to read memories with such a high intensity, he was afraid something would go wrong. It would be fine if there was important information. But there was nothing now. There was no need to take the risk. You can get lost now. Danzo waved his hand impatiently at the crowd and turned around to leave. These sensory ninjas were no longer useful to him. Following Danzo's departure, everyone had a relaxed expression on their faces. The vast majority of people felt as if they had been granted amnesty. They thought that this was not a place for opportunities. It was more like they had been locked up in prison. Unfortunately, we missed it, Izumi sighed helplessly. Until the end, he did not find any more information about Uchiha. It's not a pity, it's not a pity. It's good that nothing has happened. I have been really uneasy recently. Shinichi said with a smile. His expression became much more relaxed. Brother Izumi, Brother Shinichi, I'll go first. Aoba greeted the two of them, then took the lead and walked towards the room entrance. He did not care what this meant to them. For him, this place was a dangerous land. Fortunately, there were no problems. Aoba, what are you going to do? Shinichi could not help but ask. Eat. Aoba patted his stomach and said without turning back. His stomach was indeed a little hungry now. The route provided military rations pills. However, that thing was not delicious at all. It was like a compressed biscuit, a simple and crude way to alleviate hunger. This Aoba, this is the only thing he's good at. First place in eating. Izumi complained weakly. In his mind, Aoba had been doing nothing the whole time. Aoba did not care about Izumi's ridicule. When he walked out of Konoha's prison, he instantly felt a cool breeze blowing on his body, making him feel much more comfortable. Let's go have fun with Ramen Ichiraku Noodle House. Aoba immediately made a decision. He was ready to go to Toka's place to have a full meal and then go back to sleep. Working 30 hours straight, even he was exhausted. Chapter 94. When Aoba arrived at Ramen Ichiraku Noodle House, it was already past 8 o'clock in the evening. The surrounding shops were all flickering with faint lights. It was already past the peak hour, and it was close to the time for closing the shop. There was no customer in Noodle House, only Toki was present, silently finishing his work. "Big brother Toki, I'm here." Aoba lifted the curtain of Ramen Ichiraku Noodle House and walked in with a smile. This time, his mood was different from before. When he smelled a bit of ramen fragrance, his stomach growled. "Aoba." Toki stopped what he was doing and looked at Aoba. His slightly narrowed eyes showed a smile, and he asked, "What do you want to eat?" "Give me a big bowl, add whatever you can," Aoba said generously. He was Ramen Ichiraku's distinguished VIP. There was still a lot of money on the card, so he had confidence in his words. "Okay." Toki responded and immediately needed noodles, ready to treat Aoba well. "Why haven't I seen you during this period of time? I was still thinking about chatting with you about the card. Tell me the truth. Did you secretly go back to work?" Toki rubbed his face and chatted with Aoba. After the conversation about the card last time, the relationship between the two became closer. After all, Aoba was also a little partner of Ramen Ichiraku. "Yes, I went back to work during this period of time. I am tired." Aoba put his hands on the table and rubbed his temples with his two thumbs. His face was full of exhaustion. I knew you wouldn't be able to stay idle. The vacation that Minato applied for you with great difficulty was ruined just like that." Toki smiled slightly. Regarding Aoba's vacation, he was there and secretly helped. Hey! You can't be too idle. There will always be trouble coming. Let's not talk about this. Brother Toki, have you thought about the card system?" Aoba raised his head and looked at Toki. There was a hint of a smile in his eyes. As long as Toki agreed, this place could become an intelligence gathering point in the future. "Of course. Such a good idea. If I don't use it, it will be a waste. Wait for me to cook a bowl of noodles for you first, then heat a pot of wine. We brothers can have a good drink and talk slowly." Toki's tone was full of excitement. It could be seen that he had been waiting for Aoba for a long time and was ready to ask all the questions in his heart. "No problem." Aoba nodded. He suddenly felt that Toki was not bad, especially when he said brother, which gave him a feeling of closeness. Just as Aoba finished speaking, Ramen Ichiraku's curtain was lifted up, and then a young girl came in. She was about the same age as Aoba. She was wearing a purple ninja robe with a pair of gloves on her arms, and her black hair fell behind her like a waterfall, giving people a tranquil feeling. "Big brother Toki, give me a bowl of ramen." The girl familiarly greeted Toki. Her tone was gentle, and her voice was pleasant to hear. "Mikoto, it's you. Why are you here so late? Quickly find a place to sit." When Toki saw the young girl walk in, he narrowed his eyes and revealed a kind smile, as if an elder brother was concerned about his little sister. "Yes." The young girl nodded. Her big black eyes swept over Aoba, who was sitting in the corner, and then she walked to another corner. Ramen Ichiraku Noodle House was not big. Even if it were two different corners, the distance between them was not far. The thing was, Aoba was the only customer in the store. This inevitably aroused a trace of curiosity in the young girl. This young man, who was about her age, was very unfamiliar. She had never seen him before. Even if Konoha was a large place, most of their peers of the same age group were familiar with each other. Even if they had not spoken, they should have met a few times. Who was this person? A small question mark appeared on the girl's head. Not only did she have a curious side to her nature, but it was also because of the work nature of her family. It made her instinctively think about it after encountering strange things. Aoba only glanced at the girl when she came in and did not pay too much attention. But When Toka said Mikoto, Aoba suddenly thought of something. Mikoto? Which Mikoto? Uchiha Mikoto? Aoba had no interest in any youths of the same age as him in the village. But that didn't mean he didn't want to know the identity of this girl. All of a sudden, Aoba slowly closed his eyes and began to search through the memories of Uchiha Sekai that he had read in his mind. Scenes after scene appeared. He had searched Sekai's memories before. At that time, his focus was on the missing people case. Now, he was looking pertaining to the Uchiha clan. Not long after, he found a young girl in the memory. She was wearing a purple ninja outfit. Her black hair reached her waist, and she had a determined heart under her gentle and quiet appearance. Suddenly, Aoba opened his eyes. He looked at the girl not far away. This girl looked exactly the same as the one in Sekai's memory. It was Uchiha Mikoto. Sure enough, Aoba confirmed the identity of the young girl. It could be said that he had recognized both Naruto and Sasuke's parents. However, just as Aoba looked at Mikoto, coincidentally, Mikoto was also sizing up Aoba. The moment their eyes met, Mikoto suddenly stood up and walked towards Aoba. This action stunned Aoba. Under Aoba's gaze, she walked to the seat next to him and sat down. "Hello, my name is Uchiha Mikoto." She turned to look at Aoba, her dark eyes observing the stranger. She introduced herself first. Her purpose was to let the young man in front of her tell her his identity as well. According to her family elders, the village was now in trouble times. There were both internal and external troubles. If she met a strange face, she must be careful. Maybe it was a spy sent by the other village to inquire about information. In Mikoto's heart, she has already marked the teenager in front of her as a spy. "My name is Yamanaka Aoba." Aoba said lightly. He did not look directly at Mikoto. Instead, he shifted his gaze to Toki. Suddenly being stared at by a girl, as a standard otaku before transmigration. It was still somewhat unnatural. Yamanaka Aoba. Mikoto repeated Aoba's name in her mind. Her big eyes were staring at Aoba, never moving away, as if trying to find some clues from the latter's expression. "So you are a member of the Yamanaka clan? You guess." The corner of Aoba's mouth twitched, and he replied snappily. "Wasn't this asking a question that you already know the answer to?" Chapter 95. When Mikoto heard Aoba's weird answer, she was stunned for a moment. Her pretty face was filled with a hint of surprise. Why didn't this person speak nicely? Mikoto had received an excellent upbringing since she was a child. Moreover, she was born into the arrogant clan, Uchiha. Coupled with her personality, very few of her peers spoke to her like this. It was just that. Because the Uchiha clan was closely connected to Konoha military police force. It made her instinctively want to find the secret of this strange young man in front of her. "I guess you are." Mikoto just muttered in her heart. Her gentle personality made her not allow herself to speak in the same strange way. "You guessed right." Aoba rubbed his temples hard. He felt that this kind of dialogue was quite dull. He was already thinking about whether he should take the initiative to change to another seat. "Well, you are a member of the Yamanaka clan. Then why haven't I seen you before?" Mikoto blinked her eyes and could not help but ask. She had a strange intuition and felt that this young man was abnormal. "My body is weak and sickly. It is rare for me to go out. So it's normal that you haven't seen me before. Also, I haven't seen you either," Aoba said lightly. He glanced at Mikoto out of the corner of his eye. He vaguely felt that there was something wrong with how this girl looked at him. Deep in his heart, he had the thought of avoiding her. "Then why did you come to Ramen Ichiraku?" Mikoto asked again. "I'm hungry." Aoba suddenly stood up and wanted to change his position. He could clearly feel that this girl was already curious about him. This was definitely not a good thing. No matter what kind of curiosity it was not a good thing. The moment Aoba stood up, Toki brought over a bowl of steaming ramen. There were several large pieces of meat and eggs on it, which he directly placed in front of Aoba. I know you are hungry. But why are you rushing me? Toki rolled his eyes at Aoba. He had already regarded Aoba as a friend, so he spoke without restraint. After that, Toki brought another bowl of ramen, which was relatively much more plain, to Mikoto. Mikoto, you must be hungry if you come this late. Eat quickly while it is hot. If you need anything, tell Big Brother. Toki said with a smile, completely different from his attitude to Aoba, showing the person with a double standard. Big Brother Toki, what I mean is, I came here because I am hungry. Aoba's face was full of black lines. Don't explain. If you are hungry, hurry up and eat. If you let the noodles become lump again, I will be angry with you. Toki held the spoon in his hand and gestured to Aoba. He expressed his anger and used the spoon to knock on him. Aoba noticed that Toki had changed. Ever since Mikoto came in, he had been like a big brother protecting his sister. Now that the ramen was already on the table, if Aoba changed positions at this time, it seems a little inappropriate. There was no other way. Aoba could only bite the bullet and sit back down, picking up his chopsticks and taking big bites of noodles. In a split second, this delicious taste that came from the ramen noodles immediately swept away all Aoba's exhaustion, and his heart was instantly filled with happiness. Aoba, are you familiar with Big Brother Toki? Mikoto blinked her big eyes and stared at Aoba curiously. She did not doubt Aoba's identity because of the interaction between Aoba and Toki. Instead, she became more curious about Aoba. She had been to Ramen Ichiraku many times. Of course, she did not always come here alone. She came here with her best friend, Kushina. But among all the people she knew, only Minato seemed to have the best relationship with Toki. However, in front of her was the Aoba that she had just met, and it seemed that his relationship with Big Brother Toki was not ordinary. This was the problem. Mikoto keenly caught the contradiction here. This young man named Aoba had just said that he was weak, sickly, and rarely went out, so how could he be so familiar with Big Brother Toki? Something was wrong here. If he was a spy from another village, he had to set up a suitable identity for himself and find a suitable hiding place. Ramen Ichiraku was indeed a suitable place. Could it be? Has Big Brother Toki been deceived by this youth's delicate appearance? Mikoto blinked her big eyes and stared straight at Aoba. Her mind was quickly filled with the plot of how the spy from the other village had been discovered by her, so much so that she forgot to eat. Aoba felt Mikoto's gaze and felt uncomfortable all over. However, he did not know what to say. It was obvious that Toki favored Mikoto. If he went overboard, his previous efforts might have been in vain. The two had different thoughts in their hearts. One ate the ramen quietly. The other stared silently. All of a sudden, Mikoto once again broke the subtle silence between the two. Aoba, are you very familiar with Big Brother Toki? Mikoto had not officially joined Konoha military police force yet and did not have many skills. She only relied on her instinctive suspicion and asked whatever she thought of. After asking this question, she kept staring at Aoba, her eyes full of curiosity. Only Aoba ignored her. He was still eating noodles in big mouthfuls. It was not until he sucked the last one into his mouth that he raised his head and looked at Mikoto. In an instant, the two of them looked at each other. Your ramen noodles are about to turn into a lump, Aoba said indifferently. Then, he got up and prepared to leave. Aoba, don't go. Let's drink a pot of wine. The wine is ready. Seeing that Aoba was about to leave, Toki immediately stopped him. All right. Aoba thought for a moment and sat down again. He just didn't want to have too much entanglement with Mikoto. However, since it wasn't easy for him to dodge. Then he could only take the initiative to attack. He needs to scare Mikoto away. After Aoba sat down again, he directly crossed his legs and looked at Mikoto. His dark pupils sized up this young girl who was about his age. Almost instantly, Aoba saw vigilance and panic from Mikoto's expression. So she was treating him like a criminal. Aoba stayed in Konohagakure Intelligence Division for more than half a year and read many memories. Just by looking at Mikoto's expression, he could guess what the latter was thinking. Compared to him, Mikoto was still very inexperienced. Since you like to play interrogation games, then I'll play with you. The corners of Aoba's mouth curled into a wicked smile. Why are you staring at me like that? Mikoto's aura suddenly weakened a little. She couldn't help but shrink back a little. She dared to stare at Aoba like that just now because Aoba didn't look at her. You asked so much. Could it be? Aoba dragged out his voice. A mischievous light flashed in his eyes. He carefully sized up Mikoto's face. This made Mikoto have a bad feeling in her heart. She vaguely felt that this youth was going to say something wrong. Are you interested in me? Aoba revealed a narcissistic smile as he looked at Mikoto with an aggressive gaze. He wanted to use this method to scare Mikoto away. As a result, it was time for him to fight back. Chapter 96. When Mikoto heard Aoba's words, she was stunned on the spot, and she was completely dumbfounded. What the hell was this? Interested? What kind of joke was this? Just as Mikoto was about to express her displeasure, she suddenly felt that something was wrong. Wait! Mikoto immediately fell silent. Her mind quickly worked, recalling the scene she saw after entering Ramen Ichiraku. At first, when she sized up this youth, he did not have any particular emotions, and he was very silent all the time. But just now, it suddenly seemed to have changed. Suspicious. Very suspicious. Mikoto increasingly felt that this young man was very similar to the spies that her family elders had mentioned. Even she herself did not know why, but she had a great doubt about Aoba's identity for some reason. Moreover, it was getting more and more intense, and she even had a rebellious mentality. That feeling was like, the more it looked like there was no problem, the more she felt that there was a problem. No. Mikoto was just about to open her mouth to explain, indicating that she did not have any other thoughts. The words came to her mouth. She suddenly felt that this explanation was too gentle and too weak. She thought of those seniors of the Konoha military police force and immediately changed the topic, trying to make herself appear as strong as possible. Why do you think I will be interested in a stranger I just met? Mikoto frowned, trying to make herself less delicate. Oh. Aoba nodded, and the smile on his face suddenly disappeared. He looked extremely serious. Then why are you asking me so many questions? If you don't have any interest in me, then you have thought about Ramen Ichiraku Noodle House. Aoba changed from the one who was asked to the one who asked. What thoughts can I have about Ramen Ichiraku? Mikoto widened her eyes. She was dumbfounded and was led away by Aoba. That means you have thoughts about Konohagakure. Aoba's eyes suddenly became sharp, and he asked, are you a spy sent by the other village? What did you say? A trace of surprise flashed through Mikoto's beautiful eyes. She could not believe her ears. This person actually treats her as a spy. I told you from the very beginning, my name is Uchiha Mikoto. I am someone who will enter Konoha military police force in the future. How can I be a spy? On the contrary, you have a problem. I have never seen you before. Your identity is unknown. After being asked by Aoba, Mikoto instantly panicked a little. After all, she was still a young girl, so she was suddenly confused. I said my name is Yamanaka Aoba. I am a member of the Yamanaka clan. As for why you have never seen me before, maybe it is because you haven't opened your Sharingan. Aoba casually waved his hand. How do you know that I haven't opened my Sharingan? Mikoto was even more puzzled. She just felt that there was something wrong with Aoba. Genetics. Aoba shifted his gaze away from Mikoto and slightly raised his head to look at the menu hanging above Ramen Ichiriku's shop. Some people can only open their Sharingan after their entire family is killed. Your life is so smooth, it's normal that you don't have those eyes. Aoba said something that Mikoto found strange. What the hell? A big question mark appeared on Mikoto's head. What are you two talking about? It's so lively. At this time, Toka carried a pot of wine and a bowl of hot ramen and placed them next to Mikoto. Mikoto, why didn't you eat? Is the ramen not to your liking? When Toka saw that Mikoto's ramen was about to become a lump, his expression changed slightly. Ah! Mikoto was stunned for a moment, and then she realized it. She was too busy wondering about Aoba's identity and forgot to eat the ramen in front of her. She immediately picked up the chopsticks and began to eat. She did not ask anything else, but she was still thinking about Aoba's identity in her heart. Mikoto, is it okay for you not to go home so late? Toka picked up the wine glass in his hand, poured 2 cups of steaming hot shaku, and handed one to Aoba. TL note, SH, is a Japanese distilled beverage. It is typically distilled from rice, barley, sweet potatoes, buckwheat, or brown sugar, though it is sometimes produced from other ingredients such as chestnut, sesame seeds, potatoes, or even carrots. Big brother Toki, I am a ninja. What problem can there be? Mikoto said with a wry smile. She knew that this was the concern of brother Toki, but she still felt that she had been underestimated. He, I am just worried about you. Toka narrowed his eyes and smiled. Then, he focused his gaze on Aoba and said directly, Aoba, I have decided to use the membership system you mentioned to me last time. There are a few questions that I haven't thought through clearly. Go ahead. Aoba took the wine glass that Toka handed over and took a sip. A hot and spicy feeling instantly rose in his throat. When Mikoto, who was eating noodles, heard the two of them talk about the words membership card that she had never heard before, she immediately perked up her ears and became even more curious. Konoha is a ninja village. Ninjas often go out to do missions, and they can't avoid the situation of being killed. How can we persuade them to store the money on the membership card? If they died, how can we deal with the membership card? Toki asked seriously. After speaking, he directly drank a big mouthful of shaku in his cup. This problem is actually very easy to solve. The people who apply for the card can allow their family to use the membership card together, or they can specify a certain person that can use their membership card. Aoba replied. Just like how you designated Minato to be able to use your membership card. Toki pondered. Minato? Mikoto, who was eating noodles, immediately caught this familiar name. Wasn't that her best friend Kushina's boyfriend? Could it be that Minato and Aoba were friends? Thinking of this, Mikoto gradually realized that her imagination was too excessive. He was a friend of Minato. He couldn't be a spy. Yes, that's what I meant. Aoba nodded. Then, if Minato wants to treat us, can he also use your membership card? Toka continued to ask. Aoba nodded. Yes. In that case, will there be a loophole? For example, you applied for a card that has a discount, and you treat everyone using this card. Then everything they eat will be discounted. So will there be someone who will store a large amount of money and then open a shop-in-shop? Toki raised his other question. This is a good question. Aoba's expression became serious. He had already realized that Toki had really thought about many related questions. He was even considering the problem of scalper. Let me think about it. A thoughtful look flashed through Aoba's eyes, and he paused for a moment. How about this? Let's change the discount method for membership cards. We won't give a discount on the storage value anymore. Change it to the method of giving free voucher. Such as storing a certain amount, a free voucher can be given for them to eat a free meal. The free voucher is only for personal use. This way, we can avoid the phenomenon of reselling. Aoba used his modern thinking to think about it and planned a membership system for Toki. This is feasible. The smile on Toki's face became even more kind. He picked up the wine glass and took a sip, feeling much better. Aoba, I plan to implement the membership system in 3 months. It will be on the day the new students of the ninja school enter the school. At that time, it will attract a group of students' parents to apply for cards. Toki said with a smile. Big brother Toki, I didn't expect you to be so good at finding opportunities. Aoba nodded. Wasn't this the same as a big bargain sale for the start of school? Thinking of the new students entering the school, he couldn't help but think of his previous life when he was in school. He couldn't help but sigh. When new students enter the school, there were a lot of people. This year's new students are amazing. I heard that the genius son of Konoha's White Fang is really something to look forward to. As Ramen Ichiraku's store owner, Toki's information was very accurate. He looked at Aoba and said, "Come and help me when the time comes. I'm afraid there will be too many people, and it will be very busy." The genius son of Konoha's White Fang? Wasn't that Kakashi? Interesting. Of course. Aoba was more concerned about Konoha's White Fang. If he could find an opportunity to pet Konoha's White Fang's head, that kind of harvest should be terrifying. Chapter 97. Sure. Aoba immediately nodded in agreement. Coming to Ramen Ichiraku and helping him was definitely an excellent opportunity to meet the ninja clan's parents. If he could find a suitable reason, he would be able to pet their head. Especially the head of Konoha's White Fang. Not to mention the reward. His rich life experience and the ninjutsu reserves he had learned in his life were the most important. It should be a very amazing harvest. Then it's a deal. With you here, I can rest assured. Toki drank the ch in the cup in satisfaction. He was very comfortable. He solved the doubts in the membership system as if he had solved a significant matter of life. If there is nothing else, I will go. Aoba immediately said. Why are you in such a hurry? Let's drink some more. Toki shook the pot of ch in his hand. His slightly flushed face looked a little intoxicated. I won't drink any more. Aoba waved his hand and pointed to the sky outside. He said, it's getting dark, I'm scared. Pfft. Mikoto directly spat out the ramen that she had not finished chewing. Was this what a ninja should say? Or a male ninja? Scared? This word made her feel incredible. You brat! I was thinking of asking you to send Mikoto back. Toki winked at Aoba and said. The meaningful smile on his face seemed to be trying to say something. Forget it. This is a future female ninja of the Konoha military police force. If any bad person meets her, the one in danger is not her, but the bad person. Aoba said lightly. That makes sense. Toki was speechless for a moment. Then I'll send you off. Mikoto suddenly stood up. She stared at Aoba and said this. Don't, you better let me go. Aoba waved his hand indifferently and turned around to leave Ramen Ichiraku noodle house. Mikoto had never seen someone avoid her like this. Why did she feel like she was like a dreadful monster in Aoba's eyes? She looked at Toki beside her and asked, Brother Toki, am I that scary? This, that. I have to pack up and prepare to close the shop. Toki immediately stood up. According to his rich experience, this question was likely to be a suicide question. No matter how he answered it, the answer will always be wrong. After Aoba left Ramen Ichiraku, he directly walked towards Anbu's dormitory. He avoided Mikoto because this girl was curious about him and also because this girl was a member of the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha clan would bring him immeasurable trouble. He did not want to be friends with the people of that clan at all. No connection. No fetter. No messy feelings. Aoba didn't want some so-called relationship problems to tie down the tranquility of his daily work at Konohagakure Intelligence Division. Even any other girl, he didn't want to make friends, let alone Mikoto. This clan was too troublesome. As the mastermind behind the destruction of the remnants, Aoba was very clear about how exaggerated the impact of this matter was. Now, Danzo had already connected the remnants of the old era to the Uchiha clan. Whether it was Tetsu or Kojiro, the information transmitted from these two corpses entirely focused Danzo's attention on the Uchiha clan. He was very sure of it. There must be a life and death battle between Danzo and Uchiha in the future. Not only that. Before this life and death battle, who knew how many schemes would brew? Aoba returned to the dormitory. After a simple wash, he fell on the iron bed and fell into a deep sleep, recovering the energy he had used up. The next morning, Aoba changed into Anbu ninja clothes, put on the cat face mask, and went to work for Konohagakure Intelligence Division as usual. He came to his compartment to work. Just as he opened the compartment door, a weak voice sounded from inside. You finally, came back. The compartment had a dark, bloody smell inside. A voice suddenly came out. It really gave Aoba a fright and thought it was a ghost. He then looked around. Only then did he discover a middle-aged man tied to the wooden pillar. Aoba saw that this middle-aged man's face was haggard, and his eyes were bloodshot. He was in an exhausted state. Good fellow. He had forgotten about this person. Aoba immediately recognized that this middle-aged man was the suspect who he locked up in the compartment before carrying out Danzo's mission. At that time, this middle-aged man did not immediately confess, so he forgot that he was here. Now that he was back, he remembered. However, Aoba did not rush to release him and logically took these as part of the torture procedure. Who are you? Aoba pretended to be puzzled and asked, preparing to give the middle-aged man a mental attack. My name is Fukuyama Karasawa. I took advantage of when 3rd Hokage-sama was ambushed and stole from his house. I was caught by the guards who were on patrol duty. I have many previous experiences of stealing. I confessed all of them. I beg you not to leave me here again. The middle-aged man gathered his last strength and frankly confessed what he had done. It was a full 2 days and 2 nights that he had locked up in this dark compartment. Occasionally, footsteps could be heard from outside. But they did not care about his cries for help. The screams of being tortured constantly came from the surrounding compartment. Together with the bloody smell in the room, it greatly stimulated his nerves. During this period of time, he was extremely scared. The regret in his heart had reached the level of enlightenment, and he no longer wanted to be a thief. Konohagakure Intelligence Division was truly too terrifying. Fukuyama Karasawa. Aoba lightly called out the middle-aged man's name. He slept very comfortably this time, and his energy was fully restored. He was ready for the long-lost interrogation. Yes, yes, yes. Fukuyama Karasawa is my name. I confess everything. Please don't torture me. If I stay in this place for another day, I may die. The middle-aged man said crazily. He was afraid that this Konohagakure Intelligence Division ninja in front of him would mistakenly think that he was still resisting. Write a confession letter. Aoba looked at the middle-aged man and suddenly felt bored. This year's suspect was too spineless. They confessed so easily, and it ended before he even started. He couldn't help but miss the Tsunagakure spy he had met in the past. Thank you. When Karasawa heard that he could write a confession letter, tears welled up in his eyes. He was just a delicate little thief. Chapter 98. After Aoba handed over the confession letter, the prison guard leader brought another person over not long after. At this point, Aoba returned to his original peaceful life. Every day, he would repeat this kind of work. While interrogating the suspect, he would read their memories and receive a reward. Almost every day, it was a chakra increase. Occasionally, he would get a spiritual energy increase. Gradually, half a month passed. During this period of time, Konohagakure Intelligence Division returned to its calm state. Nothing special happened. It was just that. Compared to the past Konohagakure Intelligence Division, 3 people from Yamanaka's clan were missing. It was Yamanaka Midori's group. No one was puzzled or curious about their disappearance. Even Eden did not ask much. People all thought that they were promoted to the roots directly under Danzo and slowly forgot the existence of these 3 people. As time went on, Konohagakure also returned to his former peace. Aoba handed over the confession letter of the last person in the Konohagakure Intelligence Division compartment and completed today's interrogation. It's almost time for your training. Aoba shook his head left and right. He spread out his arms to stretch his muscles and bones. In order to avoid trouble during this period of time, he only worked honestly and did not carry out any training. He could train, but he didn't want to take the risk. For now and until the end of the Third Ninja World War, Aoba wanted to maintain his frail and sickly appearance. This way, he could stay in Konohagakure. One must know. During the Third Ninja World War, Konohagakure was seriously underarmed. Even students who had just graduated from the ninja school had to step into the battlefield. He didn't want to take the risk of coveting training for a few days and ruin his always maintained image. When Aoba walked out of Konohagakure Intelligence Division's compartment, it was already night outside, and silent darkness enveloped Konohagakure. He didn't go far. Instead, he came to the familiar forest behind the prison. After a simple warm-up, he began to sprint in the woods. All the muscles in his body were stretched and trained to a great extent at this moment. After a period of time, Aoba finished running and did push-ups and squats. These basic exercises that were not difficult can achieve the effect of physical exercise in a root and straightforward manner after continuous mechanical repetition. By the time Aoba finished his training, it was already midnight, and he quietly returned to the Anbu's dormitory. For the next period of time, Aoba repeated the same thing every day. During the day, he would work in Konohagakure Intelligence Division to play cards, torture, read memories, and receive rewards. At night, he would do physical training in the small forest, sweating like rain and improving his physical fitness. Every day was like this. It was quiet and regular. No one was disturbing him, so he was in a good mood. This kind of life lasted for 2 months, gradually becoming Aoba's habit. He hid very well. Only after making sure that no one noticed would he train. He would not take any risks if anything happened. And also because of the constant friction at the border. The people's attention in the village would not be placed on him, who looked like a weak chicken on the surface. Another day of interrogation ended. Aoba returned to Anbu's dormitory, took off his ninja clothes, changed into a set of exercise clothes, and prepared to carry out today's exercise. When he reached the dormitory door, he stopped and looked at the calendar on the wall. Well, in another half a month, it will be time for the new students of the ninja school to attend, which is also the time for Brother Tuka to introduce his membership system. Aoba muttered in his heart. He was looking forward to the time when Ramen Ichiraku would be upgraded. As long as he could use some methods to touch a few people's heads, then everything would not be a loss. Half a month will be up soon. Without anyone noticing, Aoba then walked out of the dormitory door and quietly arrived at the back of Konohagakure's prison. According to his past habits, he started warming up and then running. 1 lap. 2 laps. 20 laps. As Aoba was running, his ears suddenly twitched, and he vaguely heard something. What the hell? Aoba was stunned for a moment. He seemed to hear a woman's scream, which was quite sharp. There was some distance, but it was not far. No way. The corners of Aoba's mouth twitched slightly. Could Konoha still have the same couple meeting as in the modern world? The dark shadow covered all of the small forests. It was quite a good spot to do it. Ah! Just as Aoba wanted to leave and not meddle in other people's business, the woman's scream rang out again. This time, it was even clearer. It was not like the sound after being slapped. It was more like she had been frightened. Isn't it a bit overplayed? Aoba shook his head. He continued to walk and run again. These things. It had nothing to do with him. He was too lazy to meddle in other people's business. However, just after he ran more than 10 meters. Along with the sound of breaking wind, a black shadow flashed through the woods and rushed straight in Aoba's direction. Aoba immediately stopped and hid behind the branches. He did not want to be caught by these high-level players. Swish! A black shadow stopped on a tree branch not far from Aoba. I know you are here. The black shadow's low and hoarse voice sounded. This voice sounded like a disguise, obviously not wanting to expose his identity. You better be sensible and come out yourself. If I find you, it won't be so simple. The black shadow said coldly. His voice echoed in the small forest, and it was apparent in this quiet night. Aoba was suddenly speechless. Really? He was just running and had no intention of minding their business at all. However, this person looked like he had been disturbed, showing a dissatisfied attitude that he had not been able to vent in time. Aoba ignored this person and only restrained his aura, doing his best to stick with nature so that he would not be discovered so easily. Chi 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 chi. Aoba widened his eyes all of a sudden. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw a few black bugs appear on the branches beside him. These black bugs crawled in an organized manner as if they were patrolling. Their dark color was a natural cover in the dark night. So you are here. A hoarse voice sounded in Aoba's ears, and then a ninja wearing a black cloak appeared beside Aoba. Almost at the same time, the cold and sharp kunai was placed on Aoba's neck, and the blade was less than a millimeter away from Aoba's skin. Chapter 99. The cold blade seemed to be able to cut through Aoba's skin at any time, making him feel the threat of death. Aoba's face instantly became serious. This was the moment he felt the closest to death since he came to the ninja world. Of course. All of this was a feeling. He wouldn't be killed so easily with just a handful of kunai. Aoba had Sage's body and had the support of boundless vitality. Even if his throat was cut by a kunai, he wouldn't die directly. But nevertheless, he still disliked the feeling of having a knife on his neck. This made him very unhappy. I didn't see anything. Aoba said in a deep voice. He deliberately pretended to be weak and wanted to find a way to escape. Even if he would not die immediately after being cut by a kunai, he was not willing to be cut so easily. Aoba was extremely sensitive to the killing intent emitted from this ninja. He was not joking but really wanted to kill him. However, this killing intent was not so dense. It was obvious that he did not take him seriously. You heard it. A hoarse voice sounded in Aoba's ears. Just as this person finished speaking, a black bug crawled out from his hands. These bugs followed this ninja's cloak and climbed onto Aoba's body. It was equivalent to making a mark on Aoba. Although this person did not value Aoba, he definitely did not underestimate him. In this way, Aoba couldn't run. A hint of ruthlessness flashed through Aoba's eyes. He was very aware of it. This person had no intention of letting him go. Moreover, Aoba judged that this person was from the Aberame clan. Whether it was the bugs that crawled on his body that could locate him or the secret technique that could control bugs, it was equivalent to revealing his secret to Aoba. Only the dead could keep the secret. This person definitely did not intend to let him walk out of this small forest alive. I didn't hear anything. Aoba tried to stall for time again. His voice was trembling slightly, and he looked terrified. At the same time, he raised his hands and made a gesture of surrender. I really don't see anything. On the surface, Aoba looked weak and helpless, but there was a faint cold light in the depths of his eyes. He tried his best not to show any killing intent to make the person behind him careless. Since this matter had come to this point, then there was no room for reconciliation. This was the bottom line of Aoba. He would never show mercy to the people who wanted to kill him. He was very clear that kindness to the enemy was cruelty to himself. Right now, he was just showing off his acting skills to make the other party lower his guard. Even if you didn't see it or didn't hear it, you can only say that it is your misfortune to meet me. This ninja's hoarse voice sounded in Aoba's ears. His voice contained thick killing intent. Aoba could already feel it. He was getting impatient and was about to attack. Then there's no other way. Aoba's voice became indifferent. It sounded like he had lost all hope in life. His hands that had just been raised slowly drooped down. It looked like he was about to give up resisting. My attack will be swift. You won't feel pain. As the ninja spoke, his wrist suddenly moved and slashed at Aoba's neck. Pa! However, just as his voice fell, Aoba's right hand, which had just been hanging down, suddenly grabbed his hand that was holding the kunai. In an instant, a powerful force gripped the man's wrist and directly clamped down his movements. This power. A big question mark appeared on the ninja's head. This sudden change was completely beyond his expectations. At this moment, Aoba suddenly exerted strength in his right hand, directly pulling the ninja's arm and throwing him forward. The whole action was done in one go, and Aoba did not give the ninja any time to react. The ninja was instantly thrown out, and after doing a sharp somersault in the air, he accurately landed on the branch of the tree next to him. You actually have such great strength. After the ninja landed on the tree branch, his face was reflected in Aoba's line of sight. The black cloak covered his body, and he wore Konohagakure's ninja forehead protector. He wore a pair of sunglasses, and there was a blue tattoo on his right cheek. Aoba was sizing up this man. This man was also sizing up Aoba. He raised his right hand and pushed the sunglasses on the bridge of his nose. Yamanaka Aoba. Member of Konohagakure Intelligence Division, originally belonged to the Yamanaka clan. He has been weak and sickly since he was a child. His body is weak, and his combat strength is low. It seems that Anbu's information needs to be updated. The ninja stared at Aoba calmly and directly revealed Aoba's identity. When he spoke, he was expressionless and looked extremely cold. This is troublesome. Aoba stood on the branch, facing the ninja in front of him. So it's a Aberame Tatsuma-sama. No wonder you are so familiar with me. I didn't want to disturb Tatsuma-sama, but you insisted on finding me. I can only say, it's your misfortune to meet me. In the end, Aoba used this man's tone to return the exact words. Aberame Tatsuma. An Aberame clan elite ninja. Danzo's loyal subordinates. Not only had Aoba seen this person in Naruto's anime, but he had also seen this person in the memories of Eden, Yuta, and Tetsu. However, he did not expect to meet Tatsuma in this small forest in the middle of the night. You hid your strength very deep. It seems that you have a secret. Then I can only capture you alive. Tatsuma stared at Aoba through the sunglasses. As Danzo's trusted aide, he knew very well that Yuta had not been found. The young man in front of him was a member of the Yamanaka clan who was of the same clan as Yuta. He was also under Konohagakure Intelligence Division with Yuta. Now, he was showing physical strength different from the Anbu information. Based on these things, Tatsuma instantly linked Aoba with the remnants of the old era and felt that Aoba was a fish that escaped the net. I won't be so polite. Aoba rubbed his wrists, and his eyes were filled with strong killing intent. I can only kill you. As Aoba spoke, he suddenly exerted force on his feet. Kaka. The branch under Aoba's feet was directly shattered by the sudden surge of power. Swish. Aoba himself was like a cannonball as he charged towards Tatsuma. Chapter 100. Tatsuma stared at Aoba, who was rushing over through the dark sunglasses, and his face became a lot more cautious. As a member of the Aberame clan, he could ignore his opponent, but he would never underestimate his opponent. Taijutsu user ninja. A big question mark appeared on Tatsuma's head. The Yamanaka clan had never been good at physical confrontation. They had always relied on powerful mental strength and become sensory ninja. It was not that he had never fought with the people of the Yamanaka clan, but this was the first time he had seen a Yamanaka clan ninja who was ready to fight him in close combat. Aoba rushed to the front of Tatsuma almost in an instant. He raised his right hand and threw a strong punch. This punch was not fancy at all. It was a simple and crude attack. Such an attack method. Tatsuma was stunned once again. His eyes under the sunglasses were flashing with thoughts. Swish! Just as Aoba punched Tatsuma in the chest, a feeling of punching cotton suddenly arose. Whoosh! 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 Tatsuma in front of him instantly turned into a patch of black bugs. These bugs were the bug that the Aberame used their bodies to raise. One black bug after another flapped their wings and flew towards Aoba, instantly wrapping him within. At the same time, on another branch, black bug piled together forming Tatsuma's figure. This is the insect clone technique, Tatsuma said in a low voice. He raised his right hand and pushed his sunglasses to explain to Aoba. After that, Tatsuma quickly made a series of hand seals. After that, he raised his hands and a large number of dense black bugs emerged from his hands. Hihutsu, Mushidama, Secret Technique, Insect Sphere. Tatsuma's jet black sunglasses shone under the moonlight. His chakra had already locked onto the position of Aoba, and the bug all over his body instantly received the command. Together with the bug that had spread out from the insect clone technique, they gathered towards Aoba, preparing to eat away all of his chakras. For a moment, the situation was completely one-sided. However, at this moment, Aoba's body surrounded by the bug instantly turned into a bluish-purple bolt of lightning. Rays of bright lightning spread around, and the boundless lightning chakra directly hit the bodies of the surrounding bug. Some bugs were directly electrocuted to death. Some bugs were paralyzed and couldn't move. And in the middle of those bugs, the figure of Aoba disappeared after turning into lightning. Lightning clone technique. Tatsuma's eye behind his sunglasses widened. He never expected that Aoba would use lightning clone technique after charging at him. Was this a ninjutsu that the people of the Yamanaka clan should know? Wasn't this a ninjutsu that only a genius ninja could master? In this completely unexpected situation, Tatsuma lost control of most of the bugs in his body. Not good. Tatsuma had a bad feeling in his heart. He suddenly felt a cold wind behind him and instinctively reached out to grab something. Bang! Tatsuma's palm had just reached out when it collided with a fist, creating a collision sound. What great strength! Tatsuma was shocked. His wrist was numb from the shock. In this instant, he put away all his careless attitude and raised Aoba to a very tricky level opponent. In an instant, Tatsuma endured the pain and grabbed Aoba's fist tightly. The bug on the back of his hand crawled towards Aoba's arm and gave the order to bite. Hum hum hum. These bugs let out a series of hum cries and bit towards Aoba's arm one by one, causing bloody lines to appear. However, Aoba did not seem to feel any pain. He raised his left hand again. Then, he threw a punch at Tatsuma's head. At the same time, the wound on Aoba's arm that had been bitten and bleeding was healing at speed visible to the naked eye. In Metsu, Yin healing wound destruction. By grasping the enemy's attack position in advance and healing it before the enemy attack, the damage received could be reduced to the minimum. When Aoba saw the bug crawling out from the back of Tatsuma's hand, he immediately used this A-rank medical ninjutsu to completely resist the attack. He just maintained his fist movements, not allowing any changes to his actions. You. Tatsuma's eye behind the sunglasses widened even more. He had just gained the absolute advantage. But in the blink of an eye, everything changed. Facing Aoba's attack that did not even carry out any defense, he suddenly felt that it was a little difficult to parry it. In a split second, Tatsuma immediately decided to retreat. He immediately released Aoba's hand and quickly dodged backward. Pucci! Tatsuma had just taken a step back when he felt like he had jumped into a swimming pool. He was suddenly wrapped up by a strong current of water. Suier, no jutsu, water prison technique. Tatsuma was completely dumbfounded. Was this a Yamanaka ninja? Or was this the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen? Did Konoha Gakure have such a capable ninja? It was too exaggerated. Taijutsu, lightning clone, medical ninjutsu, and a water technique. What was this? Tatsuma, who was in the water prison technique, looked at the person behind him who used the water prison technique and immediately saw a person exactly the same as Aoba. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, shadow clone technique. Tatsuma was a little confused. Was this still that sick bastard? This guy had too many things hidden. Abarame Tatsuma, an elite ninja from Root, if I want to catch you, I can only use an unexpected method. If you had paid enough attention to me from the beginning, I would not have been able to do this so easily. Aoba's original body walked step by step towards Tatsuma on the branch. His body emitted white gas, and many bugs that were knocked out by his chakra fell from his body. You. How did you know so much ninjutsu? Tatsuma tried to distract Aoba with words and then used his chakra to escape this water prison technique. As he saw it, no matter how many ninjutsu Aoba knew, at best, he was just a genin. Moreover, the one who used the water prison technique was a shadow clone that could take away half of the chakra in one go. As long as he gathered his power to attack in the face of this situation, he would be able to break free from the water prison. Now, he only needed a chance. A chance to let Aoba be careless. Yamanaka Aoba, how about we make a deal? I am the only one who can cure the bug poison in your body.